happening, guys? My name is Jamie and welcome to Discovery Albums I've Heard in July. You know what, the new original content, of course, as we are producing some more original content on the channel. And you know what, I am just going to tell you guys the albums I have explored in July. See, it's not just only my reaction channel that I listen to music. I listen to music all the time. I do night shift 5 days a week in a row, so I listen to a hell of a lot of music. It could be some other, could be from the bands that I've reacted to on this channel. But yeah, I listen to a lot of music, and me and my mate, we swap albums now and again and say, hey, you listen to this, or I listen to this, and we just share each other's music. But yeah, so I listen to a hell of a lot of music. And this is a spin-off of Discovery. There's not going to be any reaction. So I'm basically going to tell you what I've listened to, well, this month. And first off is none other than Alcest and their album Ikalis de Lune. What an amazing album this is. Very atmospheric. His vocals are absolutely amazing throughout this album. I did react to one song from this album called Pesses de Lumiere, and that was an amazing song. But the self-titled track Part 1 and Part 2, absolutely amazing atmospheric song. Got those harsh vocals in the distance, but then they work along, incorporating with a nice clean production throughout this album. So this was a very enjoyable album to listen to. I would rate it a high, I'd probably rate it a high 8, but it was a very enjoyable album. So the next album was In Dreams and Time by Ancestors. Yeah, this is an album that, I've listened to it once and I've listened to it twice. This is an album that doesn't really grow on me, unfortunately. I don't know, it doesn't really grow on me. I'd suppose the best song is On the Wind. I think that's with that epic guitar solo. But yeah, First Light's an enjoyable song. It's about 20 minutes. But yeah, this album didn't really gel with me, unfortunately. But there was still some enjoyable moments. At times I didn't really enjoy his vocals. And so I didn't really enjoy that album In Dreams and Time. So to me, I'd probably give it a high 5. Alright, so the next album was Cradle of Filth, Cryptoriani's Seductiveness of Decay. Their latest album, Cradle of Filth, an absolutely amazing band. You're going to see a lot of Cradle of Filth on this episode, because I have explored the shit out of this band on my own time, and it's such a fantastic band overall. Loving the atmospheric vibe you're getting throughout this album. It's very gothic sort of themed as well. You could say this is sort of a concept album. I just absolutely love it. Love Danny's vocals throughout this song. Loving the epic feel. Probably my favorite song is Heartbreak and Seance, along with Achingly Beautiful. And Ventral Spirit's a beautiful one, and Vesta Vespertine. Fantastic songs overall. Absolutely love this band. I'm actually going to the concert next month. Next month, in September. So honestly, I cannot wait for that. The next album was Opeth Ghost Reveries. Yeah, so I have done a lot. I basically reacted a whole album, Opeth Ghost Reveries, and a very enjoyable album, I gotta say. It is an enjoyable album. I may have been a bit harsh with atonement, but it's a very enjoyable album. My favorite songs from this album was Reverie Harlequin Forest and The Baying of the Hounds and Beneath the Mind. Absolutely fantastic songs. Just loving the chord progression throughout these songs, and overall very enjoyable album. Very sort of creates that atmosphere. Michael's vocals are just absolutely incredible. Incorporates his harsh and clean vocals exceptionally well. And overall, it's a fantastic Opeth album. I'd probably give it a high 8. So the next album was Abbath Outstrider. So Abbath Outstrider is Abbath is a black metal band, a very enjoyable black metal band. Listened to this album a few times. My favorite songs would be Harvest Pyre and Scyfinder. A very enjoyable black metal band, and I really I really enjoyed the atmospheric vibe they are delivering to the listener throughout some of these songs. But yeah, a very enjoyable album. Outstrider is a killer self-titled track. And Sci-Find is an amazing song as well. I'm gonna say this album does grow on you, so I'd probably give it a high 7. Okay, so the next album was Anathema Weather Systems. So when I reacted to Untouchable Part 1 and Untouchable Part 2, I had to check out the whole album myself. And you know what, guys? I was pleasantly surprised. So my favorite songs off this album was none other than Untouchable, but then it was The Storm Before the Calm, a very enjoyable song. I just loving how melodic it is, how very atmospheric it is. It's quite doomy, you could say, and I love the progressive elements throughout the songs. Internal Landscapes is an amazing song as well. I'd give it around 9 because this was a very enjoyable album. So the next album was none other than the Dream Theater self-titled album. Yeah, so I actually reacted to this album on the channel. A very enjoyable album by Dream Theater. Yeah, very enjoyable. So my favorite songs off this album were The Enemy Inside, The Looking Glass, Enigma Machine, The Bigger Picture, Surrender to Reason, and Illumination Theory. Absolutely fantastic. The way it closes with Illumination Theory, Dream Theater learnt that an epic for the last song was the case, unlike a dramatic turn of events where it had an epic and then it had a ballad. So I love this album, I really do. I'd give this a 9, to be honest. I really did enjoy it. I love James LaBrie's vocals, love how Petrucci shines in this album. Overall, the mixing was a bit strange in my opinion, but you get used to the mixing. And this is a very enjoyable album. Countless listens. I've listened to this album about 16 times. I absolutely love it. So the next album was Operation Mindcrime, one of the best concept albums I have ever heard in my life. Yeah, this is definitely up to be one of the best concept albums I've heard. I love it. I love the overall story. I just love how you have a protagonist called Nikki that wakes up, tries to remember everything, but then you get a flashback where you have this crazy mind controller, Dr. X, that creates this revolution and orders Nikki to be part of it. And Dr. X orders Nikki to, shoot politicians, to shoot wealthy people in order to eradicate the fascists. Comes Father William and Sister Mary, and Sister Mary grows closer to Nikki because Dr. X orders Mary to feed drugs to Nikki because Nikki's got that heroin addiction. But Nikki falls really close to Sister Mary, and Dr. X sees that and says, "You kill Mary and you kill Father William." So Nikki kills Father William, but Sister Mary and Nikki fall in love with each other. Mary convinces Nikki, to tell Dr. X to leave the organization, to leave the revolution, but it looks like to me that Dr. X actually may have killed Mary in order to get to Nikki in the worst way possible, to take away the thing that he loved the most. And from then, Nikki goes absolutely out of control. It's one of the best concept albums I've ever heard in my life, and I give that a 10. Speak was definitely a song that grew on me, but my favorite would probably Operation Mindcrime, spreading the disease and the mission, and none other than Sweet Sister Mary, a very enjoyable album by Queensryche. So the next album was Nymphetamine, Cradle of Filth. Oh, what an enjoyable album. Yeah, definitely not the best Cradle of Filth album I've heard, but you got songs like Gilded Cunt, Nemesis, Gabrielle, and Nymphetamine Overdose. Nymphetamine Overdose is a fantastic song. I don't know why they had to put Nymphetamine Fix, to be honest, because basically it's the same song within Nymphetamine Overdose. So I don't understand why they had to put Nymphetamine Fix as well, because basically it's the same song. And Nymphetamine Overdose is more depth and more heavier, and although it also contains Nymphetamine Fix, I don't understand why they put 14. But anyway, Danny's vocals are fantastic. I love Nemesis. I really did enjoy Nemesis. And Gilded Cunt was a fantastic song as well. Dirty little gold digger, dirty little gold digger, dirty little gold digger. Yeah, that cunt. So the next album was Empath by Devin Townsend. Devin Townsend, Empath, a very enjoyable album. I love it. I really did. I just love how epic these songs are, but also how crazy and genre switched these songs are as well. Devin Townsend's vocals are just fantastic. I'll be providing a full album review as well for this album, but damn, very enjoyable. My favorites would obviously be Genesis and Why Was So Weird, but I loved Borderlands as well, and Singularity, no doubt. But then you have this too, which contains The Conjuring King, my favorite, and Empath. They're all demo versions, but they rule as well. So it was a very enjoyable album. Probably give this a 9 or 8. So next album was Peace Sells But Who's Buying by Megadeth. Yeah, an album that really grew on me. Like, I listened to the first time, I said, yeah, this is alright. But repeated listens, it was an enjoyable album. I'd probably push it higher to 8 now. I wouldn't go any further. Like, it is a really enjoyable album. I love Good Morning Black Friday. I love Dave Mustaine's vocals in this. The Conjuring's a good song as well. The Wake Up Dead. Peace Sells an amazing song. I really enjoyed My Last Words. My Last Words and Band Omen were fantastic songs. So then we move on to Sabaton the Great War. Yeah, so I checked this out 2 weeks ago. It's an enjoyable album. It is an enjoyable album, but it's just a generic album in my opinion. That's my honest truth. Great War is a grower, Great War, but my favorites would probably be Fields of Verdun and Ghost in the Trenches. They are fantastic songs, but it just ends with such a weird vibe as well in Flanders Fields. But yeah, overall, it was an enjoyable album. Listened to it a few times. It's an energetic album, gets you in the mood as well, but I'd probably give this a 5 to be honest. Okay, so the next album was Magla and their song Exercises in Futility. Yeah, so this was a really enjoyable album to be honest. 6 tracks, about 40 minutes. It's supposed to be one song and it's a black metal. I'm gonna say, yeah, it's black metal. It's very enjoyable. Loving the chord progression. I've heard this a few times now. Chord progression throughout the song. Loving the blast splits as well. And it's a great 40 minutes of fun. So the next album was none other than Death, Scream, Bloody Gore. Oh, this album is absolutely fantastic. I loved it. I really did. Chuck's vocals are just absolutely insane. When he says, sacrificial cunt, sacrificial cunt. I love that. I love Sacrificial. But overall, Zombie Ritual is a great song. Mutilation, Baptized in Blood, Scream, Bloody Gore. I love that as well. But yeah, so overall, it was a very enjoyable album. Probably give this an 8 or 9 maybe. In repeated listens, it does really grow on you, this album. Amazing album. Chuck's vocals are absolutely insane. Loving the intricate guitar work you getting throughout this album, along with the awesome guitar riffs. So the next album that I checked out was none other than Damnation a Day by Cradle of Filth. Well, this is a concept album, and this is all about Satan or Lucifer getting thrown or getting closer to God and ordering his army and everything like that, and then all of a sudden getting damned from heaven. Overall, a very enjoyable concept album. Symphonic elements, a lot of strong orchestral feels, but I loved it. I really love it. I love Better Rain in Hell, Serpent Tongue, Carry On. Mannequin, an amazing song Mannequin is. Thank God for the Suffering. Thank God for the Suffering. Love that. But overall, An Enemy Led the Tempest. Very enjoyable song, very enjoyable songs. Hard to understand the lyrics, but it's a concept album. Definitely all about the religious views, how Lucifer was cast from heaven and everything like that. So it was a very enjoyable album. So yeah, I'd probably give this a 9. A very enjoyable. Danny's vocals are just fantastic in this. So the next album again was Cradle of Filth, Darkly, Venus Aversa. A very enjoyable album again by Cradle of Filth. I loved it. Really did. My favorites I love Forgive Me Father, I Have Sinned. Forgive me Father, for I have sinned. I love that. Yeah, Danny's vocals really change throughout some of these songs. Very sort of incorporates those cleaner vocals. That's really cool. I love it. Really enjoyed The Cult of Venus Aversa. So damn heavy and gritty. And The Mistress from the Sucking Pit, an amazing song as well. Behind the Jagged Mountains. So really enjoyable songs. This album is a very enjoyable album. So I'd give this probably an 8. So the next album again was Cradle of Filth, The Manticore and Other Horrors. One of the least favorite Cradle of Filth albums I've heard. I just feel like that Danny's really holding back throughout this album. Like, he doesn't incorporate those amazing screams you get for a Cradle of Filth album. So yeah, it's one of my least favorite albums, but it was still enjoyable. It's weird, it had this sort of happy guitar vibe throughout this that didn't really fit. Manticore is an alright song. Yeah, Manticore and the Abhorrent is definitely one of my favorite songs. And Death the Great Adventure, but the rest were meh. So this wasn't still an enjoyable album, but I'd probably pass, to be honest. I'd give this a high 6. Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast, a very, very enjoyable album. I loved it. I really did. Children of the Dam, an absolutely amazing song. This is the first Bruce Dickinson album for Iron Maiden. I really did enjoy it. Hallowed Be Thy Name, an amazing song. The Number of the Beast, incredible song as well. 22 Acacia Avenue. This is a fantastic album by Iron Maiden. Absolutely love it. I definitely give this a 9 because this was a really enjoyable album. The Prisoner, a grower, but still a fantastic song. So overall, a very enjoyable album by Iron Maiden, and I absolutely loved it. So the next album was none other than Resist by Within Temptation. So this is a very enjoyable album by Within Temptation. First Within Temptation album I've heard. Love The Reckoning. The Endless War is fantastic. Raise Your Banners is an incredible song as well. I think he's from In Flames. Trophy Hunter, an enjoyable song. Mercy Mirror, I loving the use of the electronic symphonic elements throughout these songs. She's got such beautiful vocals. Really rivals Floor Jansen. Supernova is a grower. At first I didn't really enjoy Supernova, but now I do. So I'd probably give this a 7. So the next album I checked out was No World for Tomorrow, Coheed and Cambria. Yeah, so this album is a very fun album. It is a fun album. So probably my favorites, No World for Tomorrow. I loving that guitar. The Feathers, The Running Free, Mother Superior, the whole 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parts song. The Fourth House in Atlantic, Radio Bye Bye, The End Complete, The Road and Damned, and On the Brink. All amazing songs. On the Brink is such an epic closer to end this album. No Word for Tomorrow. A very enjoyable album. I'll probably give this a 7 or 8. A very enjoyable album. I loved it. Listened to it a few times. So the next album I checked out was Stone's Reach by Be'lakor. Yeah, so I saw these guys live a year or two ago. They were opening for another band. And I really enjoyed them, so I wanted to explore myself and everything like that. And my mate requested this album for me to check it out. And I did. So Venator was a fantastic song. I love Countless Skies, an epic closer to the album. Overall, this is a very death metal based album. It's a very fun album as well. From Scythe to Scepter, an amazing song as well. Loving the guitar solos throughout this album. Loving how epic this album feels. So it's a very enjoyable album. I really did enjoy it. I'd give this an 8 or 9. But it's just 1 hour of just death metal fun. Vocals really remind me from Johan Haig from Amon Amarth. But that's a very good sign though. It's a very enjoyable album by Be'lakor. I'll definitely be checking out some more of these guys. Next album was Classic 78. So when I did the KISS tier ranking, one of my subscribers said, have you heard of Classic? I said, no, I haven't heard a classic. So I checked them out, and holy crap, they sound like Kiss. They absolutely sound like Kiss, except it's their own original content, which is so damn enjoyable. I loved it. I really did. I love all their songs. It sounds like Kiss. It's just absolutely amazing. From the 70s, Kiss from the 70s. It's just a fantastic band they are. They sound like Kiss. I love Mean Business, Passion, Love, Rock and Roll You, World on Fire, American Made, Hot on Her Feels, just fantastic songs. So the next album I checked out was Iced Earth, Burnt Offerings. Very enjoyable album, Burnt Offerings. Dante's Inferno is the classic that closes this album. I absolutely love that song. But Burnt Offerings is an enjoyable song. Last December as well, The Diary. One song I didn't really enjoy was The Purest Spirit. That was sort of it was weird. I didn't really enjoy Creative Failure as well, but Burning Oasis was fun. Brainwash was enjoyable. So this was a very enjoyable album. Probably still give this an 8. If it wasn't Dante's Inferno, to be on it, probably give it a 6. But thank God Dante's Inferno lifted this album up. So it was a very enjoyable album by Iced Earth. Dimmerburger, Puritanical, Euphoric, Misanthropia. Yeah, look, so this album was enjoyable. I love the build up of the album, especially the instrumental, Fear and Wonder. Blessings Upon the Throne of Tyranny, a fantastic song. And then Architecture, Genocidal Nature, enjoyable song. Indoctrination, a very good song. One thing I didn't like was the title track, Puritania. I didn't like that. It was weird, to be honest. But overall, it was a very enjoyable album. Probably give this a 6.5 or 7. There are some flaws on this album. Like, I didn't really enjoy those cleaner vocals. The clean vocals in some parts didn't fit the songs. But yeah, overall, it was still a very enjoyable album. The next album I checked out was none other than the Thyades Murder, Human Target. Like, I did a review for Thyades Murder on Review Nation. A very enjoyable album. It's very heavy. It's deathcore, death metal based. Welcome Oblivion, Eternal Suffering is my favorite songs. Eye for an Eye is an also enjoyable song. I've listened to this album about 15 times. A very enjoyable album. But yeah, New Gods is an enjoyable song. Human Target, Death Squad Anthem, like these are all very enjoyable songs. I'm loving how heavy and gritty Eternal Suffering is. Atonement's enjoyable as well. To close off discovery of albums I heard in July was none other than Tool Enema. Oh, this album, so when Sony deleted all my Tool videos, I said, God damn it. There's nothing much I can do about it now. I'm not reacting to Tool anymore on the channel, so I'll be doing reviews and everything. But my mate convinced me, say, hey, since you're not doing Tool on your channel anymore, let's listen to Tool. I want you to listen to Enema, his favorite album. So yeah, we just listened to the album, and it was a very enjoyable album, I gotta say. Steve Fist is amazing. Eulogy is fantastic. H is amazing as well. 46 and 2, all these amazing songs. I loved Hooker with a Penis, that was enjoyable. Push It was enjoyable as well. Maynard is so damn aggressive in this album. And Third Eye, Enema's amazing song as well. What really bothers me is the interludes throughout these songs. I mean, you don't really need so many interludes. I don't like Ions, to be honest. I know it's a build up to Third Eye, but I didn't really enjoy that. And Useful Idiot's a weird interlude as well. So there are some unnecessary interludes. So with that, I'd probably still give it a 9. But it's all over the place in my opinion with the interludes. But yeah, a very enjoyable album. Like, Danny's drumming in this is absolutely insane. I loved the album overall. So guys, I think that's all the albums I checked out in July. So you can tell I check out a lot of music, even when I'm not even reacting, because I absolutely love music. Already in August, I already got some albums planned I'm going to check out. But guys, if you enjoyed this new spin-off of Discovery, comment down below, and also comment below what albums you checked out as well in July. So keep the discussion going in the comment section below, and I will see you in next time. What is happening, guys? My name is Jamie. Welcome back to Review Nation. Well, you know what, guys, you clicked on the thumbnail and you're wondering what the best albums for the first week of August. Well, yeah, I've checked out 4 albums from the newly releases this weekend. The music has been pretty good. And so I checked out 4 albums, and I'm going to do basically a speedy review for you. And to see if maybe you guys can get into the bands as well. First of all, shout out to my lovely patrons on Patreon. The Review Nation is basically a review show where I just review albums for you, tell you the bits, the best moments and the best parts of the album, and then you decide whether you want to listen to the album or not. But let's now get on with the first album, and it's none other than our Aussie band Lorde. Lorde is an Australian metal band that produces unbelievable music. I've reacted to 2 songs. I mean, they incorporate power metal along with symphonics at times. But then they are very, very good at their stuff. First of all, they released the album Fallen Idols. Fallen Idols is a pretty good album in my opinion. Like first of all, it starts with United Welcome Back, and it's hard and energetic and quite fast, but yet heavy. Loving the use of the guitar solos throughout this song. It's a finely calibrated song as well. It's a well accomplished album overall, but it focuses on many different themes as well. It sounds fresh and grandiose at times, but ideally it is really putting out a statement saying we are still here, we are still heavy as anything. We get some really cool and heavy songs as well. Loving the guitar riffs throughout this album, along with his vocals. His vocals are unbelievable in this. Loving his operatic vocals at times and his high falsetto. But overall, this is a power metal based album, I would say. At times they incorporate some different subgenres as well. Probably the heaviest song on the album is Chaos Reigning, with an amazing guitar riff. Very funky, very cool guitar riff. But then you get a bit of a breather on track 7, Counting Down the Hours. A very melodic song. You could say it's sort of maybe a ballad, but it's still quite heavy. But it gives you a break from all this heaviness. And then it leads on to The Edge of the World, which I believe is probably the heaviest on the album, and it incorporates some harsh, aggressive vocals as well, and including a few blast beats. And at times there are some death metal elements, at times there's also some power metal elements. All these choruses on this album are quite sing-alongable, and they're quite catchy and melodic. They have some really great soaring choruses. I love how they're using a little bit of synthetics in the songs as well, incorporating choir throughout Kill or Be Killed, and an amazing closer in Master of Darkness. Yeah, this album is a pretty good album in my opinion, and I would say that you go ahead and listen to it. Link will be in the description as well to check out this Lorde album. It's a fantastic album. It's around 56 minutes, and the songs go average of around 5 minutes. The longest song is the last song, which is Master of Darkness, and that is a really tight and cohesive song. All this album is really focused, but yet passionate, and it's very percussion soaked. Like the drums and the mix and the overall layering in this is fantastic production. Strikingly brilliant, and I'm going to give this an 8 out of 10. Yeah, this was a fantastic album. A really fast, energetic, bold and breathtaking album at times, but yet ambitious as well. But at times it's very stylistic as well. But also, they are very talented because you get amazing guitar solos throughout some of these songs, or most of the songs. But my favorite on the album would probably be Counting Down the Hours. I love that song, it is fantastic. But Immortal and Fallen Idols is an amazing song as well. Nod to the Old School, fantastic, along with Chaos and Raining. So those are my favorite songs. This album will get you wanting to listen to more of this band, because damn, this is a fantastic album and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So I'm giving this an 8 out of 10. Alright guys, so the next album I checked out was Carnifex and their album World War X. Alright, so here's a problem with Carnifex. This is the first album I checked out from Carnifex. And they're death metal, deathcore. So they're on the borderline of death metal, deathcore. Okay, so World War X, the song was fantastic. Loving the grittiness, hard aggression of the guitars. His vocals were excellent. Like, this was a great starter to the album. Visions of the End was a good song. This Infernal Darkness and The Eyes of the Executioner. But then that stops. It just stops then. I'm going to be brutally honest with you guys that I really enjoyed the first half of the album, and the second half it went bleh, because it was the same repetitive stuff on this album. How many times do you need to repeat a breakdown throughout some of these songs? There are unnecessary breakdowns, there are unnecessary stop and starts. There were some cool moments, but seriously, it would sound like I was listening to one friggin' song. I'm so glad it ended. I'm so glad it ended shortly. It's around 35 minutes. But damn it, to me, this is a very disappointing album. A very disappointing album. His vocals are good. No Light Shall Save Us featuring Lisa Glues is a fantastic song, and I thoroughly enjoyed that. But the World War X, Visions of the End, This Infernal Darkness, and Eyes of the Executioner, great songs. But you can go All Roads Lead to Hell, Brushed by the Wings of Demons, Hail Hellfire, and By Shadows Thine Howled. Yeah, it's the same old stuff that we heard from the previous few songs, and it gets boring. This album gets boring, and I gotta be brutally honest, it gets boring, and I kind of wish that the album would stop. I've listened to it 2 times. I can't listen to the 3rd time, to be honest, because it's basically the same old breakdowns, the same old thing. It's just repetitive. This album is repetitive. They could do something a little bit different, change the riffs up, change the different timing, but it's just the same thing. One thing I can say is his vocals. His vocals are very good. He's got that harsh aggressive vocals and the deathcore vocals as well. But one good thing is I love how they incorporated a little bit of deathcore and a little bit of death metal throughout the song, but at times there are some elements that are metalcore as well, especially the breakdowns. Like, they're really experimenting throughout this album as well. But yeah, really predictable breakdowns are very generic. To me, it's generic. It's a generic deathcore album, and I'm giving this a 4 out of 10. One thing I will commend Carnifex is their atmosphere. They provide this atmosphere which is fantastic throughout some of these songs. And damn, it feels so evil, especially as No Light Shall Save Us, especially quite evil, fearing, very atmospheric. But from then, they're very good at creating atmosphere, this band, and at times it's piercing to your ears in a good way. But yet, I'm gonna say that World War X is probably the catchiest song. My favorite song from this album would probably be World War X and No Light Shall Save Us. And from then, that's about it, to be honest. So Narnia released a new album this week called From Darkness to Light. A very enjoyable album in my opinion, really good. This was the first ever Narnia album I listened to, and I discovered it through Apple Music, and I said, oh, we're going to check these guys out. They are fantastic. This is a great album in my opinion. I absolutely love it. So Narnia is a band from Sweden. They're a Swedish band. To me, with the lyrics, I think they're Christian metal. I'm going to say they're Christian metal because they talk a bit about Jesus and everything like that. But they incorporate some neoclassical elements as well, which is fantastic. I absolutely love how bands do that. But really, they're also quite progressive. And this album, From Darkness to Light, is a fascinating album in my opinion. A Crack in the Sky is an amazing song. You Are the Air That I Breathe is an amazing song as well. There's some really tasty guitar solos throughout this song. But his vocals are starring throughout throughout the songs as well. The vocalist Christian, absolute stars in this, really stars. He's got a wonderful voice. From then, it's got some really cool, catchy melodic choruses. It does. Loving the guitar solos. Really nice keyboards as well throughout. It creates this atmosphere. This album's well focused. It's quite fresh. Sounds fresh, but at times it sounds like it's from the 90s or something like that. But they managed to keep it fresh. Feels heartfelt, especially the song The Wall That Tore the Land. That is such a beautiful song, and it's a nice little rest from all the craziness from this album. The Wall That Tore the Land is such a beautiful song, especially that conclusion when everyone's saying hallelujah, amen. Oh, that is such a beautiful moment of the album. It's very heartfelt. It's quite melodic, and I absolutely love that part. I love that. Then goes to Sail On, I Will Follow, and this 2-part song, which is an absolute epic, about 8 minutes. Oh wow, it's tasty. It's a very tasty song. But overall, From Darkness to Light, a very enjoyable album, and I love the harmonics throughout. At times it's poetic, but it's also quite. I'm loving the drums throughout this album as well. The mixing overall sounds fantastic. Like, you wouldn't think this is from 2019, to be honest. The way they provide this amazing layering throughout this album. There's a nice different styles. The lyrics overall are pretty strong and tells a story as well. Nice elements of Christian along with inspirational rock as well. Metal, incorporating a few metal elements along with neoclassical elements as well, along with the keyboards and the guitar solos, neoclassical guitar solos. Overall, it's a fantastic album. I really did enjoy it. So with this, I'm going to give this a 7 out of 10. A 7, I'm probably going to give it a 7.5, but a solid 7. I don't think it's as good as Lord's Fallen Idols, but it's right up there. Alright guys, so the last album we are going to talk about is the band Northlane and their album Alien. So Northlane are an Australian metalcore band. They have made some really good albums in the past, but I was a bit reluctant in actually checking this one out. But god damn it, I'm so glad I did, because holy shit, this is a fucking pearler. It is. You know what, Northlane experimented on this album, and god damn it, it paid off with songs like Details Matters and Gin and Eclipse, which sort of a ravey sort of dancing feel to the song. But my god, it tells the story of the lead singer, I believe Marcus, who is now the lead singer of Northlane. I think he was a replacement for Adrian. I'm not too sure, I think he was. But I've seen Northlane about 4 times. I really enjoy their music. But yeah, so this is all about Marcus. Amazing ride, this album. It is absolutely amazing, because you could say this is a concept album. The story starts off, so Details Matters, I believe, is nothing about the actual story of what Marcus is going to tell. But then it leads on the bloodline, the bombastic guitars and electric elements along with the drums. This is a really cool song. It's very different, and then it leads on to 4D. There's definitely a struggle. I think the lyrics are saying that Marcus was really struggling in his childhood. It leads on to Talking Heads, and I love the vocal effects throughout that song as well. It's all signaling about anxiety and all the voice in the back of your head. It leads on to Freefall. This song is really raw, but it's also very experimental. Reading the lyrics, I think it's basically about Marcus's parents and maybe the actual trauma Marcus experienced throughout his childhood with his parents. Leads on to Gin. Yeah, this song's amazing. It is absolutely amazing. Loving how heavy this song is, but also incorporating that really experimental style as well. It leads on to then Eclipse. This is a really interesting metalcore song that I really never thought I would hear. Like, this is sort of a new wave of metalcore here, and this is fantastic. I mean, they incorporate these electronic elements along with a dancing vibing beat as well. You think you're not listening to a metalcore song, but you are. And the pure emotion Marcus delivers throughout this song with his vocals, are just heartbreaking in my opinion. It is just heartbreaking. The feeling of the song sounds like a four to the floor party dance song. That's what it sounds like. But yeah, there's a lot of frustration building within him in this song. I believe this is all about his dad as well. But overall, the lyrics in this album are so damn strong. If you listen to this album, yeah, you'll start to fall in love. You read the lyrics as well. It's a whole story. It's basically a whole story of what Marcus has been through throughout this terrible childhood he's had. Leads on to Riff, which is an absolutely awesome song. Paradigm's fantastic. Throughout most of this album, after Eclipse, Riff, Paradigm, Vultures, all fantastic songs. It's heavy, it's gritty. I'm gonna say Vultures is probably the heaviest song on the album, but then it leads to Sleepless, a really soft, slow song. I think this is all about Marcus's sister and everything like that, and how she was on drugs, and how Marcus's mother did nothing to stop her from being an addict. And yeah, an absolutely incredible album this was. Yeah, so with Northlane's Alien, I am probably going to give it a solid 9 because this was a fantastic album. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's one of the best albums Northlane have put out. And damn, you really get to know the vocalist of Marcus of Northlane as well. But yeah, it was such an enjoyable album. So I'm gonna say that this week of releases has been just fantastic. Narnia was great. Northlane was fantastic. Carniflex was, yeah, that was my least favorite. And Lorde was just terrific as well. There's a whole lot more newly releases that I didn't get time to check out. But out of the 4 releases I checked out, I'd probably have to say Northlane was my favorite album because this is after repeated listens, and Narnia is fantastic as well. Lorde is magnificent. Carniflex, I only listened to it twice, but Lorde, Narnia, and Northlane are are repetitive listens. They are, because in Northlane you get to, not only that, in Northlane you get to explore some more stuff on this album as well and understand the story. Narnia, it's such a awesome album that you need to listen to it over and over again. But Lorde, oh wow, repetitive listens. I've listened to this album probably about 6 times. Absolutely love it. Yeah, so guys, that's where I leave you for this episode of Review Nation. You know what, every week I will probably put out an episode of the albums I heard recently, that have just dropped. And this is a fun way to also get you involved with the new albums as well and try to explore. So links in the description will be below if you want to check out all the albums. And yeah, so enjoy the metal, guys, because there is so much out there. Next week, Slipknot releases their newly released album. I'm definitely going to do a full review. Of that album once it comes out. Honestly, I cannot wait. But I know that I'm going to listen to this countless times. Absolute countless times. But what I do know is there are a few interludes on this album, which I'm a little bit worried about. But you know what, Solway Firth and Unsainted have just been fantastic songs so far. And honestly, I cannot wait. But I do believe that this album is going to be a very heavy album. Yeah, so I'm pretty excited about that. I've already pre-ordered the shirt. I've already pre-ordered the album. So I am friggin' excited. So let's do it. Guys, I hope you did enjoy this episode of Review Nation. So there'll be I'll probably release another episode of Review Nation with a Nightwish song review as well throughout this week, and full album review with Arch Enemies album review later on this week as well, as this is one of our Patreon requests. So guys, I hope you did enjoy it. So comment below what you thought about this formatted speedy review episode. And also, if you have heard these albums, do you agree or disagree with my opinion? Subscribe if you want. Keep the discussion going in the comment section below. I just love comments, guys. Just comment down below. Comment whatever. Subscribe if you want. And I will see you in the next one. What is happening, guys? My name is JB and welcome to Albums I Have Explored in August. You know what, guys, over the last 30 days I've explored some great albums. I've listened to a lot of music from the past, from the latest releases and everything like that. And you know what, there has been some really great music as well. What you're going to see here is basically speedy reviews of the albums I've listened to this month. And you know what, let's first get on with the plugin of Discord. If you ever want to join Discord, click the link below in the description to access the Discord. You can also get early access videos as well now, since I don't have a Patreon anymore. So all my early access videos will be going onto Discord. So join Discord, communicate with other subscribers over Discord, and it's just a really fun place in the Horsey Legion. Alright guys, this month I've definitely explored some more black metal, death metal, doom metal. Definitely checked out a whole discography of a band that I absolutely love now. Let's get on with the first album, and this is none other than Cellar Darlings' The Spell. Look, this album is fantastic. It really is a trippy album as well, and I absolutely really enjoyed my first listen. My first ever listen, I fell asleep in bed, and I tried to listen to it a second time and I fell asleep. It's got this strange vibe, but I finally listened to the third time and I finally got through. It's just a fantastic album. It's a concept album. It's all about death, and it's just a brilliant album. My definite favorite songs from Cellar Darlings' The Spell is The Pain, Death, The Spell, but Freeze, I really love Freeze as well. Overall, these songs are fantastic. There's sort of interludes throughout this album, but it builds up, like it really builds up this album to the finale of Love Part 2 and Death Part 2. I think Death's got a grip of this individual, and she's trying to maybe kill herself, but she can't kill herself, but at the end she finally dies. But overall, a very enjoyable album. I loved it. I just love the grittiness, progressive tones throughout this album as well. It's just so damn good. Really reminds you of something out of Tool. Now the vocalist is actually a female. She has a fantastic voice, absolutely amazing voice. I believe she's also a lead. I believe she was the vocalist from Elevate as well. Overall, she's got a beautiful angelic voice at times, and the melody of some of these songs are just fantastic. So for Cellar Darling, The Spell, I give this an 8 out of 10. The next album I checked out was a band called Eldritch and their album Reverse. Very enjoyable album. This album was released in 2013. Now I did check out, now this was indeed one of our patron requests, not for the album, but I checked out 2 songs from the band Eldritch, and they were Reverse and Slavery on the Line. And you know what? I really enjoyed this sound, the really harsh, aggressive sound as well. Really enjoying the vocals and the overall progressive elements and how really powerful the instrumentals are throughout this album. You know what? It starts off with an amazing song called Reverse, and then leads on to Slavery Online. But you got amazing songs like Suffering Degree. You got My Sharona, the cover, which I believe is actually better than the original. And you got the last song, which is an absolute fantastic song, Little Irwin. And overall, this album is fantastic. A very enjoyable listen. Like the albums, it's a very enjoyable listen. It is a really enjoyable listen, and I absolutely love the overall tone of this album. The overall production, the mixing is fantastic, and for this album I'd probably give this an 8 out of 10 as well. Okay, so the next album I checked out was the Anthropocene Extinction by Kettle Decapitation. Wow, okay, this album is fantastic. Now I didn't expect to enjoy this album. This is sort of a grindcore album. It was a very enjoyable album, heavy breakdowns along with harsh aggressive vocals, along with also clean vocals as well. I love the Prophets of Loss, We Fucking Die Tonight, and Manufactured Extinct. But overall, these songs are really cool. Now, really strong message as well throughout this album. It's all about the damnation of mankind and how we have destroyed the earth. They're really heavily on how they are hating mankind, and this is all about the damnation of mankind as well. The lyrics overall are really strong, and you can't help but enjoy it. Got amazing songs like The Prophets of Loss, The Mammals in Babylon. It's really good. Track 11, Ave Exictum, which is basically instrumental that leads on to Atmospheric Pacific Grim. A very enjoyable album. I loved it. I really did. I really enjoyed the grindcore elements, the strong grittiness of the guitars and bass as well. Awesome. The drums were absolutely fantastic in this album. Overall, I'd probably give this a 7 out of 10. Okay, so the next album I checked out was Carnifex World War X. World War X, or whatever you want to fucking call it. Alright, so World War X, yeah, okay, it's not a really, it's a deathcore album. The album's got some good songs on it, like World War X is a great song, and up to the 4th song, okay, then it gets quite repetitive. There's so many breakdowns that are very predictable, and in my opinion, I don't really actually enjoy this album, to be honest, but in my opinion, it's not my taste. It's not, because how many friggin' breakdowns do you have to repeat in a song? It's very predictable in my opinion. It's not a really enjoyable album. Like, you got some good guitar moments and good, awesome drumming. The vocals are good, but they can be quite repetitive. I think with Elisa, that was a great song. Can't remember what the song was called, but it was an enjoyable album up to the 4th track. From then it was repetitive. I'm so glad it was 35 minutes long, but to me it seemed like an hour. So for this album, I'll probably give this a 3 out of 10. So the next album I checked out was The Boats of Glencarrig by Ahab. And they are a funeral doom metal band. Now, they are just a fantastic band. I've explored their whole discography, so I really do enjoy their songs. I really do. I love the doom metal elements throughout some of these songs and the harsh vocals as well, along with the clean vocals. He's got great vocals. You got amazing songs like The Isle, The Thing That Made Search, and then you got The Weird Man, which is 15 minutes long. It's such an enjoyable album. It really is. It's an experience. It's all about the Pacific and it's all about the ocean. It's just friggin' awesome, this album. The Boats of Glencarrig is definitely a journey. You close your eyes and you picture that you're on the ocean and you're on an adventure, and it was a very enjoyable album. So for this album, I'd probably give this a 9 out of 10. Ahab are a fantastic funeral doom metal band. They do funeral doom very, very well. It was the first ever funeral doom album I checked out, apart from Soul of the Sun, Songs from the North, Disc 3. But this was a very, very enjoyable album. Okay, so the next album I checked out was Alien by the band Northlane. Northlane are an Australian metalcore band, and they really, really outdone themselves with this album. It's a concept album. The lead singer Marcus had basically telling about his childhood, about his parents, about his father. But you got amazing songs like Bloodline, 4D, Talking Heads, Gin, Eclipse, a really ravey feel to the song. And then you got Vultures and an amazing closer, Sleepless. Really soft, nice ballad, really soft song, but also quite heavy. I really did enjoy this album. Love the concept of this album. I did a mini review a few weeks ago. And yeah, my rating would probably drop now. I'd probably give this an 8 out of 10 just because there are some flaws on this album. First of all, I think the tracking's a little bit wrong in my opinion. Because it was such great music I listened to this month, this album drops to an 8 now because there's a lot better music than this album, to be honest. So I'll give this album an 8 out of 10. Okay, so the next album was From Darkness to Night by the band Narnia. Narnia, very enjoyable band they are. I really did enjoy this album. I love the progressive elements as well throughout this album, and also got this really nice symphonic feels throughout some of these songs. A Crack in the Sky is an amazing song, lovely guitar solo, You Are the Air That I Breathe, some really melodic choruses. The War That Tore the Land is a beautiful song. Sail On, I Will Follow, and From Darkness to Light Part 1 and Part 2 are just fantastic songs. They are epic in my opinion. Really enjoy his vocals as well. So with Narnia, I'll probably give this a 7 out of 10. Dimmu Borgir and their album For the Tid. Okay, so I got some problems with this album. I didn't really enjoy this album. To be honest, I didn't enjoy it. The vocals were a bit strange in my opinion. It was the overall instrumentals as well. And I'm gonna be brutally honest, I kind of wanted this album to end. Like, I listened to it a few times and I didn't gravitate towards it. Weird black metal, it was really weird. Like, they had the sort of symphonic feels, really airy moments, but you just had straight, hard, heavy instrumentals with drums, guitars, without the symphonic elements. I feel this album would have been a lot better. The vocals, on the other hand, were okay, but I did check out another Dimmu Borgir album this month as well. But in my opinion, Forward Tid will probably get a 3 out of 10 for me. So yeah, I'll give this a 3. The next album I checked out was Fallen Idols. This album was released this month. A very enjoyable album, repetitive listens. United Welcome Back, Immortal, Not to the Old School, really heavy and gritty. Chaos Reigning, Counting Down the Hours, a beautiful slow ballad song that I absolutely love. Overall, these songs are fantastic. Their average time length of 5 minutes, but it's a very enjoyable album incorporating power metal, death metal at times, but the guitars are absolutely fantastic. With Lord, the album gets a lot better throughout the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th listen. It's a very, very fun album to check out. So with Fallen Idols, I'd probably give this an 8 out of 10. Okay, so the next album I checked out was Forgotten Paths by the band Saw. It's folky black metal, and this is black metal done right in my opinion, unlike Dimmu Borgir's Forward Tid. This is a really fun black metal album. I love the folky elements throughout some of these songs, like Forgotten Paths, Brawn, and Monad, whatever you call it. But all these songs, apart from Exile, are 10-minute plus songs. Very enjoyable songs. Some really awesome changes, time signatures throughout some of these songs. So I really did enjoy this album. There are only 4 songs. The album's about 36 minutes, but very, very fun album to check out. This album is on repetitive listens as well. Can't help but enjoy. Love those clean vocals at times throughout some of these songs. So with Saw's Forgotten Paths, I'd probably give this a 8 out of 10. The next album, so the next band I checked out was Satricon, Now Diabolical. Now Diabolical. So after I filmed Black Discovery, I definitely checked out this whole entire album. The first Satricon song I checked out was The Pentagram Burns. Very enjoyable song. I loved it. I really did love it. And from then I said, I gotta check out the whole album. And I did. I checked out Now Diabolical. This album has a few flaws in it. It does, basically, it sounds the same. There are some interesting moments of the album. Now Diabolical is a fantastic song. King's a good song. The Pentagram Burns is a masterpiece in my opinion. And then you got the Right of Our Cross, The Darkness Shall Be Eternal. To the Mountains is a fun song, 8 minutes. But this album sounds the same. It does, and it just loses its steam after A New Enemy. And this was very disappointing. This is the first Satricon album I checked out. I did enjoy it. I dig his vocals, but I wanted something different. And for me, this album is monotone. It sounds the same at times, and it's basically got the same sort of ad-libs as well. So with Now Diabolical by Satricon, I'd probably give this a 5 out of 10. Still better than Dimmu Borgir's Forward Tid for sure. Okay, so the next album I checked out was the Black Metal Kings, Bathory, and their album Blood, Fire, Death. Okay, so check this album out. And it is a fantastic album. It is. I love the black metal elements throughout these songs, like A Fine Day to Die, those cymbals, that guitar riff, I love that. Blood, Fire, Death is an amazing song as well. An absolute masterpiece, 10-minute song. Really enjoyed the song. For All Those Who Died, Holocaust is a great song as well. This is a masterpiece. I love this album. This is a fantastic album by Bathory. It's the first album I checked out by Bathory. Very enjoyable album. give this a really high rating as well. All themes on Vikings as well. So this is a very, very enjoyable album. I loved it, I really did. I dig his vocals as well, I dig his instrumentals. The production is okay in my opinion, but I understand the black metal production now. So with this album, I'll probably give this an 8 or even, let's say, a 9 out of 10. I loved it. The next band I checked out was Power Trip, and their album Manifest Decimation. Right, so this was an enjoyable album. So Power Trip are a thrash metal band, but they really remind me of something. They really remind me of something from Slayer. Like, they're really an awesome thrash metal band. I loved it. Love Manifest. Love their self-titled track, Manifest Decimation, Murder's Row, Drown, Power Trip, and even the Hammer of Doubt. Very enjoyable songs. Awesome guitar lead. The vocals are amazing. They're harsh and aggressive at times. I believe that the second album by Power Trip was a lot better, but for this album I'd probably give this a 7 out of 10. So after Power Trip's first album, checked out Power Trip's second album, and this was a very enjoyable album. The best album for sure. One of the best thrash metal albums I have heard in my life. Executioner's Tax, Swing of the Axe is an amazing song. Crucifixation is an amazing song as well. Firing Squad. What these songs manage to do is they just bleed into each other, which just sounds like one big song. A very enjoyable album by Power Trip. And Nightmare Logic, I would probably give even an 8 out of 10. I loved it. Okay, so the next album I checked out was Slipknot, We Are Not Your Kind. I basically did a 24-minute review, so we're not going much into it. But you know what? This album is definitely growing on me. Like, in my first initial listens, I weren't very impressed. The second, third, fourth, fifth, oh wow, this album is fantastic. The only song I do not like from this album is My Pain. That is a horrible song. They tried to do something similar to Danger Keep Away. It didn't work in this. I don't enjoy this song, My Pain. But the rest of the songs, like Orphan, The Red Flag, Critical Darling, all these other songs like Solway Firth and even Not Long for This World, very, very enjoyable songs apart from My Pain. So with this album, I'd probably change this to an 8 or even 9. Probably give this, still give this an 8 out of 10 because there are some flaws such as My Pain, which is like a 7 to 8 minute interlude, which is just not acceptable in my opinion. And this is what really downgraded the album. The rest of the songs are absolutely brilliant. Spiders is even a grower as well. Okay, the next album I checked out was Tool 10,000 Days. So, as you know, I'm not reacting to Tool anymore, but I'm basically reviewing. I will give you a full album review for Tool. Can I just say that I was very impressed with this album. I was. Vicarious is an amazing song. Jambi, I still can't get around with Jambi, to be honest. But Wings for a Marie Part 1 and 10,000 Days Wings Part 2 are absolutely amazing songs. I love some of these songs as well. Like Rosetta Stone is an amazing song. Maynard's vocals are on another level in this album, along with Danny Carey's drumming and Adam Jones' guitar work. Throughout this album, it's a very enjoyable album. It really is. Ride In 2 is an amazing. The Pod is an amazing song. I love the lyrics of Tool as well. Really sending a strong message. For this album, 10,000 Days, I probably give this a solid 8 out of 10. Next band I checked out was Ahab again, and their album The Giant. This is definitely my favorite albums from Ahab. For sure, this is amazing album. This is. I just love this funeral doom they incorporating throughout this album. His vocals are fantastic, incorporates his clean vocals as well. Aeons Elapse is an amazing song. Antarctica, the Polymorphosis, holy shit, that guitar riff, dun 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 dun, absolutely fantastic. This album is a very headbangable album. Even though it's slow, you can't help but headbang to this album. Got amazing songs like The Giant, Fathoms Deep Below. Whole absolutely amazing journey they put you through. You just close your eyes, you picture yourself on the ocean in the Pacific. A fantastic album in my opinion. So for this album, I'm giving this a solid 10 out of 10. This is a perfect album, perfect doom, funeral doom album, and this deserves a 10 out of 10. There's not one bad song on this album. There's not one song that is weak on this album. 8-minute plus songs. Some songs go for 13 minutes. Damn. Very enjoyable album, so a solid 10 out of 10 for me. Next album was Winter Sun. This was Winter Sun's first album. I'll probably say it's the weakest album because you got Time, which is an amazing album, and you also got The Forest Seasons, an amazing masterpiece of an album, which is a solid 10 out of 10 for me. The self-titled album is definitely the weakest. There are some good elements, death metal elements, and folky elements as well. You got amazing songs like Beyond the Dark Sun, Battle Against Time, Death and the Healing. I just feel it lacks a little bit. The production does lack. Like, I don't think the production's that good. Got Time, The Forest Seasons, which is enjoyable, so much better albums than the self-titled album of Winter Sun. But for this, I'd probably give this a 7 out of 10. So the next band I went back to was Cradle of Filth, and their album, The Cruelty and the Beast. A fantastic album. I loved it. It's all about Bathory, all about Elizabeth Bathory, who basically killed virgins and everything. I'm loving the concept of this album. It's just fucking fantastic. It is amazing. Danny's vocals are just exceptional in this. Now, I love the overall production of this album. It's scary, especially wearing these headphones. You got Danny whispering in your ear, then you got Elizabeth Bathory whispering in your ear as well. It's really eerie. Drum mix isn't as good as the other Cradle of Filth albums I heard, but that's just one negative. It's a very solid album in my opinion. I think it's one of my favorites. I think it's definitely my favorite album by Cradle of Filth. But for this album, I'd probably give this a 9 out of 10. Got amazing songs like Lust More Than Wargasms, Beneath the Howling Stars, Cruelty Brought These Orchards. Amazing songs. I loved it. I really did. Cradle of Filth can't do anything wrong in my opinion right now. I'm going to the concert in 10 days. In 10 days, that's right. So I'll be putting out a review after I go to my first ever Cradle of Filth concert. Then we went back to was Ahab again, and their album, The Core of the Wretched Seas. Fantastic album. It's amazing. This is Ahab's first ever album. Funeral Doom Metal as well. Really slow songs, but so damn good. Old Thunder is an amazing song. There's one part where it says Ahab. I absolutely love that part. And it's got an awesome melody to the song. Below the Sun's an amazing song. The Pacific's also a good song. There's no clean vocals in this album. It's just harsh and it's just really deep growls. It's got really good growls as well throughout this album. Ahab's Oath is an amazing song. The Hunt, The Sermon. This album's about over an hour long. Probably my second favorite album from Ahab. I really did enjoy it. Really awesome repetitive listens as well. I'd probably give this a 9 out of 10. I just feel that The Giant's a little bit stronger than this album, but yeah, this gets a solid 9. So also from Ahab, I checked out The Divinity of Oceans. Look, it's an enjoyable album, but it's definitely not my favorite. I think it's my least favorite album from this band. They did something different. They did, and I don't think it worked. There are some enjoyable songs like Redemption Lost is a good song, Tombstone Carousel, and Yet Another Raft of Medusa. But this album doesn't grab me like The Giant and The Core of the Wretched Sea. This is the second album. I enjoyed it, but it's gonna take a few more listens to enjoy it. So for this, I'd probably give this a 7 out of 10. So the next band I checked out was Opeth and their album My Arm Your Hearse. An enjoyable album this is. This is a fantastic album. Opeth can't do anything wrong. I know I was supposed to react to it. I was in a stage where I needed to listen to another Opeth album, and because there was so many Patreon requests and everything like that, I just said, oh god, I just have to listen to this album. I gotta listen to this album. I have to, and I'm so glad I did. When is amazing song, the Amen Corner, Demon of the Fall. I love that song. Michael's vocals are just outstanding in this album. Credence is an amazing song. Epilogue is a beautiful instrumental that just finishes this whole concept. Credence is an amazing song. All these songs are absolutely fantastic. Loving April Ethereal. Oh, very enjoyable songs, and even love the covers as well, like Circle of the Tyrant and also Remember Tomorrow. It's a very enjoyable album and I absolutely loved it. I've listened to this album probably about 5 or 6 times now, and this to me gets a solid 9 out of 10. They're one of my favorite Opeth albums I have heard. I believe that Still Life is probably better, and Blackwater Park is the OG in my opinion. But yeah, this is better than Ghost Reveries, I'm gonna say. But My Arms, Your Hearse is an amazing album. I absolutely loved it. Next album I checked out was Dimmu Borgir's Stormblast. Look, it was a lot better than Forfeited, for sure. It was a lot better. Instrumentals were good at parts. Got nice guitars throughout some of these songs. Enjoyable songs, some of them. His vocals were a lot better. Look, there are some weaknesses throughout this album as well, but overall, it was an enjoyable album. I still think that Puritania was the best Dimmu Borgir album I've checked out, but Stormblast was okay in my opinion. I'd probably give this a 6 out of 10. Still enjoyable album. So Taya, The Shadow Self I checked out. Still got to do an album review for this, but there are some very enjoyable songs. Innocence is an amazing song. Love the piano throughout that song. Demons in You with Elisa White Glues. Now, what this song reminded me of was Psychosocial, like the guitar riff. Dun, 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 dun. Really reminded of Psychosocial by Slipknot. But there was some. It was a very enjoyable song. Taya's vocals are absolutely outstanding in this album. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's a fun album. But it's a really fun album, but at times I feel that this album's a bit generic. It is a little bit generic, but it is still an enjoyable album, and I absolutely loved it. So for this album, I'd probably give Taya, The Shadow Self, a 7 out of 10. So I basically did a whole album review for Haken and Aquarius. But you know what? This album is just fantastic. It is, and just think this was their debut album. The Point of No Return's an amazing song. Aquarium, Eternal Rain, Drowning the Flood, Sun, Celestial Elixir. Amazing songs, to be honest. I'm not going to go right through it. A very enjoyable album it was. Love the progressive elements. Love the strange eeriness of some of these songs as well. So with Haken Aquarius, I'd probably give this a solid 9 out of 10. It gets so much better in the second, third, and fourth, fifth listens. Alright, so the next band we checked out was Maelstrom and their album Hell Weaver. Wow, okay, so Maelstrom and Eterna, Hell Weaver, is the debut album. Really enjoyed this. Sort of reminds me of something like Amaranthi, the synths and everything like that, along with the death metal element vocals. My mate didn't really enjoy this album, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. I really did. Songs like Hell Weaver, Affection Flame, Terminal Creation, Endgame, Chronicle. This is a fantastic album. It is. And what's amazing, it incorporates those clean vocals, especially throughout the piano rendition of Hell Weaver. It's an enjoyable album, it is, but at times there are some flaws. Like there are some really heavy synth elements which really drowns out the vocals sometimes, and the overall mixing isn't as great as I thought. I checked out Hell Weaver on a reaction. I had to check out the whole album. In the Absence of Light is fantastic, and From the Dark is a fantastic song as well. So with this album, I'd probably give this a solid 7 out of 10. So the next band I checked out was none other than Dream Theater, When Dream and Day Unite. And this was you definitely saw my reaction to this album. Dream Theater's When Dream and Day Unite is an enjoyable album. Like, Charlie is a fantastic vocalist. He is. I absolutely love songs like Yet Say Jam and The Killing Hand, Afterlife, The One Who Helped to Set the Sun, and also a song Only a Matter of Time. Unfortunate Lies is a fantastic song as well. So overall, this album is very enjoyable, but unfortunately, I don't want to listen to it again. Like, nothing really gravitates me back to this album. Like, I want to listen to Images and Words instead, and Awake, and I want to listen to more Falling into Infinity. I want to listen to anything that's James Labrie. Hopefully that feeling wanting to go back to this album is gonna come back, but at the moment I've only listened to about 2 or 3 times. Very enjoyable album, but the weakest album by Dream Theater by far. Some killer songs as well. So with this album, I'd probably give this a 7 out of 10. I still stand by my decision. Alright, so the next band I checked out was Suicidal Angels and their album Years of Regression. Endless War is a fantastic song. Born of Hate is a magnificent song as well. I think this band would be classified as heavy metal and at times thrash metal. Incorporate a few thrash metal and heavy metal elements throughout some of these songs, And there's strong political songs as well, really strong messages. I love the Sacred Dance of Chaos, an absolutely amazing 7-minute masterpiece in my opinion. Now, this album was released this year in August. Very enjoyable album. Bloody Ground's an amazing song as well. Some really heavy elements throughout some of these songs. I think they incorporate death metal elements as well. I don't know what their genre would be. I could say thrash or heavy metal, but for this album I'd probably give this a solid 8 out of 10. The next band I checked out was Pathology Reborn to Kill. Okay, so this album, I didn't really enjoy this album, and you can't pick up a melody. This is sort of grindcore, but I think it's bad grindcore in my opinion. I didn't really like it. Nothing like Kettle Decapitation, which I absolutely loved. It's not very good in my opinion. I didn't really enjoy this album, to be honest. Empathy Ends was a fun song, I suppose, which was 1:50. But yeah, this album's definitely forgettable. For this album, I'm going to give this a solid 2 out of 10. The next band I checked out was none other than Black Metal King's Emperor, and their album In the Nightside Eclipse. A very enjoyable album. I love his vocals. I really do love the production as well. Distant but very goddamn atmospheric. Into the Infinity of Thoughts is an amazing song. Cosmic Keys to My Creation and Times. Inno a Satana. I Am the Black Wizards, absolutely amazing songs. I really enjoyed the changes. There's some awesome sexy changes throughout some of these songs. Inno a Satana is just an amazing song in my opinion. And they also did an alright cover of Fine Day to Die, Bathory's song. I prefer Bathory's, to be honest. I didn't really enjoy Emperor's version. It was still fun, but there's something missing, like the drums were a little bit different. What an amazing album this was. It was, and to listen to Emperor's first ever album, I'd probably give this a solid 8 out of 10. I loved it, it was fantastic. So the last album I checked out for this month was the band Agalloch, another black metal band, and their album The Mantle. Look, I checked one song, I Am the Wooden Doors, on this channel, I believe, and that was a fantastic song. Basically checked out the whole album and I loved it. In the Shadow of Our Pale Companion is fantastic. It's just an atmospheric, beautiful album. They incorporate acoustic guitar throughout some of these songs. The Odal's amazing song. Absolutely love the Hawthorne Passage. Wow, incredible song. You Were But a Ghost in My Arms is a fantastic acoustic song as well. It's just an amazing experiencing listen to this album. It is the acoustic vibes you're getting throughout the song, along with incorporated a lot of those electric guitars. It's just fantastic, and the vocals were absolutely fantastic. The harsh, aggressive vocals, along with the clean vocals as well. Very enjoyable album. A solid 9 out of 10 in my opinion. Fantastic album. You definitely got to check this out. So the link in the descriptions will be all the albums I checked out for this month. My least favorite would definitely be Pathology Reborn to Kill. My favorite would probably be, wow, I got a few favorites. Probably gonna say Ahab the Giant, because that's a fucking amazing album. And even The Mantle Agalloch is an amazing album as well. Hope you did enjoy the albums I have explored in August. Guys, check out these albums as well. Check out all these albums. I think you'll love them. Really, it's been a great month of music in my opinion. So join me at the end of next month as I give you the albums I have explored in September. And also comment below what albums you want me to check out on my own time as well. So guys, I hope you did enjoy albums I've explored in August. Join me next month for albums I have explored in September. Comment below what you thought about this video. It's a long video as well. And also give me some recommendations for albums I should check out for this month. Drop a like, subscribe, and I will see you in next one. What is happening, guys? My name is Jamie and today we are doing another special video of albums I heard in September. Being a fantastic discovery in just discovering new bands. I have discovered a lot of new bands this month and I really want to share all the bands and albums I discovered this month. It'll be the same format, just quick speedy reviews. I'll give you the rating at the end of each album I sort of do the speedy review of. But you know what, I'm pretty excited because I have explored a band this month that I just couldn't help myself, and it's Opeth. To a lot of albums by Opeth, I just couldn't control myself. I needed to listen to Opeth because they are such an amazing band. Michael's vocals are just absolutely incredible. His cleans, his growls. Wow. There's only one album that I didn't really enjoy. I'll get to that soon. But let's now kick off with our first album of the month, which was Tool Fear Inoculum. Now, Tool Fear Inoculum, I did hear back in August. I feel like it was part of September as well. I mean, this is a fantastic album. I really do enjoy it. Love Maynard's clean vocals. But the star of this album is Danny Carey, along with Adam Jones. The guitar work in this is just fantastic. The climatic build-up, especially through songs throughout, like Numa and also Tempest. But it's the overall journey you are getting throughout this album. Sure, there are some complaints about this album, such as a much more meatier breakdown in Invincible, but overall, it's just a stellar album, and for this album now, I'd probably rate it a 9 out of 10. So the next album I checked out was the band Death and their album Leprosy. Wow, a fantastic album. I absolutely love it. Love Chuck's vocals, loving those guitar riffs and the awesome instrumentals. I mean, this is pure death metal at its best, and I absolutely love it. Love the song Leprosy, a nice, really long song, but my favorite song from probably out of the album is Pull the Plug. I love that song. Overall, there are 8 songs on this album, but it's just a stellar album in my opinion. I love it. Chuck's vocals are incredible. Love his harsh, aggressive vocals. He's got amazing voice, and I'm really excited to check out some more Death. I don't know, guys, comment below if you want me to do an album review for Leprosy, because I loved it. Loved the long song at the start, Leprosy, but it just builds on to Born Dead and then Forgotten Past. Absolutely magnificent band they are. But Pull the Plug is just an amazing song, one of the best Death songs I've heard. But it's just amazing just discovering this band called Death. For this album, I'd probably give it a solid 8 out of 10. Okay, so the next album was Dimebooga and their album Enthroned Darkness Triumphant. Fantastic album this is. It is. I may be a little bit harsh on Demu, but I gotta say that this album, thank God I heard this album, because I nearly gave up on it. Didn't like For the Tid, their first album, and didn't really enjoy Stormblast as well. But thank God we got this album. Like Spellbound by the Devil is just a fantastic song, along with Tormentor Christian Souls. I just love how they incorporate the black metal elements along with the symphonic elements as well, and it really works in a mixture of extreme metal. I just love the overall atmosphere Dimebooga are providing throughout this album, and for me, I'd probably give this a solid 8 out of 10. Probably The Night Masquerade is just a brilliant song. So I really enjoyed his vocals as well. His vocals are more harsher and are more aggressive throughout the other albums I checked out, which was Stormblast and that first album, which I absolutely did not like that first album. It was horrible. Yeah, I'd give this a solid 8 out of 10. It still didn't blow my socks off. I still think Puritania, that other album, was just a fantastic album, blew my socks off. This album is very good and it's close to fantastic. Okay, so the next album I checked out was Opeth's Damnation. Wow, okay. So with an album name like this, I thought this was going to be a very heavy album, but I was completely wrong, wasn't I? It's one of the softest Opeth albums I have heard, but damn, it is such an enjoyable album. It is. My first initial listen, I was a bit underwhelmed. Windowpane's a fantastic song. In My Time of Need is a magnificent song as well. That guitar solo in Windowpane is just fantastic. But what song really gravitated was In My Time of Need. I love that chorus. Ending credits, Hope Leaves, To Rid the Disease, and Weakness, all fantastic songs. It's a very strong album, very strong. And it's amazing how Opeth experiments with their sound. And Michael is a genius. Michael Actervald is absolutely a genius. It took me a while to really get into it, but once I finally got it, wow, okay, album deserves a solid 8 out of 10 because I friggin' loved it. It was great. And then we went to Opeth Heritage. This album is very interesting to me because I did not expect this, to be honest. I thought it was going to be another Opeth album. I'm going to see some really heavy guitars, awesome drumming. But my God, this was like something out of Yes or in the 70s prog. This was unbelievable. This was prog rock. How I do appreciate them changing their sound. They drastically changed their sound from Watershed, which I also listened to this month as well. It's a very interesting album, in my opinion. It is. The Devil's Orchard's a good song. Folklore is very interesting, very weird and feminine as well. I don't know whether I enjoy this album or not. I've only listened to it twice and I don't want to go back to it. I don't want to go back to this album, unfortunately. Folklore's a very interesting song as well. I don't know, it's going to take me a couple of more listens, maybe 2 or 3 or 4, 5, 6. But for this album, I'd probably give this a solid 7 out of 10. Michael's vocals are fantastic. There are no growls. It's just basically clean vocals. But with this album, it's very different to Watershed. I really enjoyed Watershed, which I will get to in a few minutes. But yeah, this album is very different. Did not expect it. So the next album I checked out was Hybrid Nightmares and the album Almagist. I saw these guys during the Cradle Filth concert because they opened for Cradle Filth, and I decided to check out the album. Fantastic. You guys need to check it if you like death metal / black metal or extreme metal. It's a very enjoyable album. Terra, Luna, Mercuria are fantastic songs, along with Jupiter, a hit song, nice guitar solos throughout this album, and I really do enjoy it. Well, I just feel there are slightly problems with the mixing throughout this album. It's still a very cool album to listen to. And there are strong synths throughout this album, which sort of remind me a bit like Amaranth, a stronger and heavier Amaranth. But I really do enjoy the elements of symphonics as well. It's a cool album. His vocals are really good. Best bet is Jupiter. The song is just fantastic. But for this album, I'd probably give this a solid 7 out of 10. Okay, so the next album I checked out, or one song, was Bell Witch and their album Mirror Reaper. Oh, okay, so this song, or this album, well, it's basically one song, but this song is an hour and 24 minutes. It's Funeral Doom. I'm gonna say it's Funeral Doom, and it's very slow. It's just an amazing ride. It is. I really enjoyed it. I really did. I love the guitar work throughout this. What I was very disappointed in was the climax. There wasn't much of a climax. I was expecting a bigger climax at the end, but unfortunately we just got a phase out. And that to me doesn't sit well with me. So for this album, I'd probably give this a solid 7 out of 10. The next album I checked out was Cannibal Corpse and their album Kill. Yeah, okay, so I'm not a really big fan of Cannibal Corpse, so decided to check him out. Friend and I were listening together. Time to Kill is a cool song. Make Them Suffer is a very good song as well. And Death Walking Terror, I really did enjoy that song. I just feel this is brutal death metal. And do I enjoy this genre or not? I'm not too sure. I think this is maybe a bit too brutal, but I can appreciate the guitar work, can appreciate the awesome drumming along with the vocals. But for me, I don't think this is the band that I can actually get into. And for me, I'm probably just gonna rate this album probably a 7 out of 10. The next band I checked out was Balfagor and their album The Last Supper. Oh, we have some very serious problems with this album. We do. I did not enjoy it. My mate didn't enjoy it at all. He hated it. I hated it. The Last Supper was the most decent song out of the album. A Funeral Without a Cry was good. Impalement Without Mercy was alright. March of the Dead, The Rapture of Coronation, Engulf in Eternal Forest were all crap in my opinion. Drowned in Excrements they were okay. This album, it sounds the same. It sounds the same. It's the same old riffs, the same old vocals. And to me, it is not a very good album. So for this album, I'm probably giving this a solid 2 out of 10. Balfagor was a band that me and my mate wanted to find out more. And we checked out the next album, which was Lucifer Something. We couldn't even get past the first song. I don't know, there was something wrong with the production, but we did not enjoy this album at all. Okay, so the next album I checked out was Somewhere in Time, Iron Maiden. Fantastic album it is. I still stand by my 10 out of 10. I reacted to this album and I love it. Called Somewhere in Time is a fantastic song. Wasted Years, that guitar lead by Dave Murray. Whoa. Heaven Can Wait, Heaven Can Wait. But The Loneliness, The Long Distance Runner, still my favorite song off the album. I fucking love it. Stranger in a Strange Land, absolutely magnificent song. And Deja Vu is fantastic. And Alexander the Great, what an amazing guitar solo you get throughout that song. Adrian Smith's writing is just brilliant. I love this album, I really do. And it's a solid 10 out of 10. Alright, so the next album I checked out was Dream Theaters. The last Dream Theater album I checked out was Octavarium. And you know what? It's a hit and miss for me. It is. I don't think this is my favorite album. And I'm going to be brutally honest, I don't think it's my favorite album. Dancer Lies Within, These Walls, I Walk Beside You are fantastic songs. They are. I Walk Beside You is U2 inspired. Panic Attack is awesome. Sacrifice Sons, the masterpiece, and the masterpiece Octavarium. What I really do enjoy about this album is how out there they went, Dream Theater. Dancer Lies Within is a lovely ballad. I Walk Beside You is U2 inspired. And Never Enough is Muse inspired, definitely. James LaBrie incorporates these Muse inspired vocals, which I'm not a really big fan of. And Never Enough by far is the weakest song off the album. Sacrifice Son is just a fantastic song, and none other than the Octavarium. So I still stand by a solid 8 out of 10 for this album. I've already done a review for this, but it's Age of Excuse by Moi. Enjoyable album, it is. I love it. It's black and death metal, black metal. I love this. I love this genre. I love these vocals. I really love the guitar style, the tremolo picking as well. It's a very enjoyable album. Age of Excuse 2 is fantastic. I think Age of Excuse 5 is my favorite of the album. It is not done yet. I love that. Absolutely. Love the overall intensity of this album. Very enjoyable album. Dynamic in range. Melodies seep in your mind here. And you can't get it. Can't get the melodies out of your head. Age of Excuse 1. Wow, okay. Got this awesome guitar lead that you just can't get out of your head. So I love it. So probably I'm going to change this to a 9 out of 10 because I love this album. A band called Tribulation and the album down below. Look, a very enjoyable album. I did enjoy it, really did. It's sort of gothic, but incorporate those harsher vocals. It is an enjoyable album. It's a bit like Cradle of Filth, you could say, except it's slower than Cradle of Filth. But I really enjoy the intensity. The Lament is probably my favorite off the album, along with Nightbound and Lady Death. But I feel like this album does drag a little bit in my opinion, but it's still a cool album. Nice guitar solos throughout this album as well. So for that, I'd probably give this a solid 7 out of 10. Okay, so the next album we checked out was Satricon Rebel Extravaganza. Alright, so this album, very cool black metal album. I really like Satricon, and this has really cemented its place. Tied in Bronze Chains was a fantastic song. Filth Grinder was magnificent. End of Journey was such a weird song. It's got that atmospheric black metal, which you can't help but enjoy. His vocals are insane. Love the guitar work. Love the insane drumming. Wow, match made in heaven in my opinion. Very enjoyable album. Probably give this a solid 8 out of 10. My mate really wants me to get into Ghost. I don't really like Ghost, but I'm kind of enjoying the music now. So my mate is doing pretty well trying to get me into Ghost. But the first album I checked out by Ghost was the album Meliora. Wow, okay, so they are a really interesting band. I love From the Pinnacle to the Pit. Love that song. I really enjoy Mummy Dust from this album. Also with this album, you have this song called Square Hammer, which is in the deluxe edition, where I really did enjoy. I've got to say, guys, I didn't like Ghost at first, but I got to say that this album has made me kind of enjoy their music. I've heard this plenty of times now. I got to say that he is Mummy Dust, From the Pinnacle to the Pit, and even Spirit, along with Sirisi. I don't know how you say that. This album is a solid album, it is, and it's very enjoyable. It's got that old sound, which you can't help but enjoy. that 80s vibe, 70s vibe. Very interesting band they are. I've got to say I'm going to give this album probably a solid 8 out of 10. So the next album I checked out was again Ghost. My mate wanted me to check out another album. Infestistuyamam, whatever it is. Enjoyable. Another enjoyable album by Ghost. So this is a band that I didn't really like at first, but now I'm starting to actually enjoy their music. It is. Secular Haze is a fantastic song, along with Year Zero. What I really did enjoy was Gule Zombie Queen. That was interesting. Like, his vocals, Tobias's vocals, I think that's his name. Very interesting. So I really do enjoy his vocals. I don't know, maybe I am actually liking Ghost now, but for this album, probably give this a solid 7 out of 10. There are some weaker songs, like Death for Satan's Eyes I didn't really enjoy, and Body and Blood I didn't really enjoy as well. Overall, I did actually enjoy most of this. So the next album I checked out was Dawn of Infinite Fire, and a black metal band called Azagrom. Interesting band they are, because they are all girl black metal band. I really did enjoy this album. I've only heard this twice, but damn, it really packs a punch. It's heavy, it's gritty, and it's a hell of a lot better than Balfour Gore. It is. So this is really a solid album. They Crawl from the Broken Circle. It's just a fantastic song on Abomination's Altar. Amazing. Beyond the Black Vortex. So heavy and gritty. Her vocals sound like a man. They do. Her vocals are just absolutely fantastic. If you like black metal, you gotta check out Azagrom. Damn, you will love it. You'll love the fast tremolo guitars. You'll love the drums. They're an all-girl band. But damn, they do pack a punch. Pack a punch and hit you right in the stomach. Okay, for this album, I'd probably give this a solid 8 out of 10 because I really did enjoy it. Alright, so the next album I checked out was a band called Skeleton Witch and their album Devouring Radiant Light. Okay, this album really surprised me. Fan of Shadows was a fantastic song. I thought they were black metal, but then they changed to thrash. Then they changed to black and death metal. I don't know what their genre is, to be honest. But the first time listening to this album, I was so impressed. They incorporate symphonic elements. They incorporate amazing guitar leads. They incorporate amazing drum fills as well. Incorporate amazing vocals. This album is perfect in my opinion. I absolutely loved it. There's not one bad song off this album. Not one bad song. And for this album, I gotta say When Paradise Fades is just a fantastic song, along with The Vault, which is one of my favorite songs. I'm gonna have to say that this album gets the solid 9 out of 10 because it's such an enjoyable album. I've heard this about 5 times now, and this album does not get old. Okay, so the next album I checked out was Hours of the Nightingale and the band Trees of Eternity. Now, this was like Swallow the Sun, except you have a female version singer, which was Aaliyah, who unfortunately died. Her vocals are just so angelic in this. It's very doomy. It's got that Swallow the Sun feel. Eye of the Night is fantastic. Broken Mirror is a fantastic song as well. I really did enjoy it. It's fantastic sleeping music. Go check it out. I'd give this album probably a solid 8 out of 10 because this is like Swallow the Sun female style. Very enjoyable. Basically the whole entire band from Swallow the Sun, apart from Miko, is in this album. If you like Swallow the Sun, you will love Trees of Eternity. So the next album I checked out was Opeth Watershed. Oh, what a fantastic album this is. It is. Michael's vocals are just fantastic. His growls are incredible along with his cleans. You can tell they're really changing the sound here. Heir Apparent, The Lotus Eater is just a fantastic song. I love the ballad burden. That guitar, especially at the end, how he's just fucking around and it's going out of tune. Porcelain Heart, I've definitely heard that song before. Heard it on a live stream. But Hessian Peel, Hex Omega, this album is just perfect in my opinion. One of my favorite Opeth albums. Checking this out, Watershed. Oh, what a fantastic album. The Lotus Eater is such a beautiful song along with Burden, but Heir Apparent, wow. Or even Coil with the female vocalist. Wow, absolutely fantastic. For this album, it's a solid 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10, I gotta say. I don't think it's as good as Blackwater Park or Still Life. I still think it might be better than Ghost Reveries. This album is right up there in my opinion. The next album was Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. Okay, this was a very enjoyable album. There's full review coming next week for Iron Maiden. I did. Be Quick or Be Dead is fantastic. Loving the AC/DC style by Iron Maiden. From Here to Eternity sounded very much like AC/DC. Afraid to Shoot Strangers is just fantastic. What I really did enjoy is how Bruce's experiments with his vocals. Very different Iron Maiden album, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was something very different. The Fugitive, Chains of Misery, and Weekend Warrior. This has an interesting song as well. Sort of a glammy metal song. I really did enjoy it. To close off the album though, Fear of the Dark. So I might hold off with my ranking for Iron Maiden's Fear of the Dark, but you damn well know that I've really enjoyed this. The next band was a band called Sludge. Esoteric Melanchology. Alright, so this was a pretty good album. War Squids was an awesome song. Crop Killer was fantastic as well. It's sort of technical death metal. I have to definitely listen to it a few other times. Listen about twice. I really did enjoy the guitar work throughout this album. I'm gonna give this probably a solid 8 out of 10 because it's very enjoyable. Alright, so the next album I checked out was Northern Chaos Gods and their band Immortal. This was one of the most friggin' fun black metal albums I've ever heard in my life. The bouncy guitar riffs, the galloping drums. It is so damn fun, this album. It is Mighty Raven Dark. What an amazing 10-minute song that was. Northern Chaos Gods was brilliant. Gates to Blast Cry, or whatever you want to call it. Fucking magnificent album this is. It's a very enjoyable album. Fun, galloping riffs. It's just fun black metal. Mate was right. It was fun black metal. My mate wanted me to check out Immortal, so we did. And wow, it's just fun. It's a fun black metal album. For this, they don't take it too seriously. These vocals are just fantastic. For this, I'd probably give this a solid 9 out of 10 for this album. This was brilliant. Alright, the next album I checked out was Opeth and their album Orchid. This is the first ever Opeth album. I wanted to check it out, and I was so surprised. Michael incorporates those black metal vocals. This sort of sounds black metal. The production overall is very good. Under the Weeping Mood, I gotta say, is just probably one of the best Opeth songs in my opinion. In the Mist She Was Standing, incredible. The Twilight Is My Robe, wow, absolutely fantastic. And even the last song, Apostle and Triumph, I just love it. It sounds like Opeth. You got the acoustic guitar moments in an Opeth song. It's not Opeth without that clean guitar. They were 19 or something when they wrote this. It's just incredible. It gets a solid 9 out of 10, guys. This is one of my favorite Opeth albums. Orchid is just an incredible album. I loved it. So the next album I checked out was Blut or Snord and their album Hallucinogen. Interesting album, very interesting. I'm not a really big fan of this album, unfortunately. It's got the black metal elements, got the atmospheric black metal, but the vocals, I could say this is sort of an instrumental band because the vocals are so distant. Silbiges is a nice song. It is a very nice song. There's a lot of chanting within this album. I wouldn't say it's my favorite album of the month. It's an instrumental album along with vocals in the distance. It was a very interesting album, very weird, and I don't know. I'd probably give this a solid 6 out of 10. I don't know. Gotta listen to it more. I checked out Opeth's new album as well, but there will be a full album review this week. But I also checked out a band called Catatonia and their album Brave Murder Day. Look, I wasn't a very big fan of Catatonia on that last album I checked out with the cleaner vocals. I didn't really enjoy that album. It was something else. My mate gave me another album to check out. I didn't really enjoy it. But this, holy crap, I really enjoyed this album. Really did. Michael's on vocals. That's probably why I enjoyed it. It was sort of like a doomy Opeth. I absolutely loved it. The Brave is a magnificent song. Rain Room. Friggin' enjoyed this album. Michael's vocals are just fantastic. Incorporates harsh vocals along with aggressive vocals as well. It was doomy Opeth and I loved it. A 9 out of 10 I give this album. Very enjoyable. Alright guys, so that's about all the albums I checked out. I don't know if I missed anything. I'm not too sure. But that's basically all the albums I checked out. So guys, link will be in the description for all the albums I checked out in September, and you can always check them out yourself. So comment below what albums you're going to check out. And And also, yeah, so keep the discussion going in the comment section below, and I will see you in the next one. What is happening, guys? My name is Jamie, and you know what? It is time again for the albums I've explored for this month. October has been a great month to explore new albums, to old albums as well. But you know what? I had such a fun time discovering new bands, new music that I really want to share with you guys. Some of these bands, some of these albums were just fantastic. Plenty of 9s, plenty of 8s, maybe a 10 as well. If you haven't seen albums I explored in August, September, it's basically speedy reviews of the albums I have discovered during the time period of that month. And you know what, I'm pretty excited because there are so many bands that I did check out this month that I need to really share with you. All the album links will be in the description below, so you guys can check out the albums as well. But you know what, guys, let's get on with these speedy reviews. So the first album I checked out for October was the band Def and their album The Sound of Perseverance. I love this album. I just love how proggy it is. It's a fantastic album. Chuck's vocals are just exceptional. The guitar solos on this is fantastic. It's a proggy death metal album. I just love how proggy this album is. Spirit Crusher is such an amazing song, along with Scavenger of Human Sorrow. Gotta say, Flesh and Power It Holds is such a powerful song. But Spirit Crusher is just one of the best Def songs I've heard. To conclude the album, you got The Moment of Clarity, which is just such a beautiful conclusion to an album, in my opinion. I really love this album. I've listened to this album countless times this month. And I gotta say this album really grows on you. The Scavenger of Human Sorrow is just one song that just kicks off this album. This album is such full of surprises. Def's The Sound of Perseverance gets a solid 9 out of 10. One of my favorite Def albums. So the next band I checked out was Ghost and their album Prequel. This was their last album they released back in 2018, I think. And you know what? It's such a solid release. It's a solid release, and I loved it. I just loved the epilogue of this album, Ashes, really gives you a perspective of what this album's about. Maybe this is all about the Black Death. Just to bleed on to the next song, which is Rats, which is one of the best Ghost songs in my opinion. I absolutely loved it. Love how he rolls his R's. Rats! That's absolutely awesome. You have Faith as well, which is such a stellar song in my opinion. I really love the overall chorus, the soaring chorus. And then you got this amazing song called Dance Macabre. Is such a catchy 70 vibe song. Really did enjoy this song. Probably one of my favorite songs off the album was Witch Image. One of the best Ghost songs in my opinion. Definitely my top 10. Absolutely love that song. And then you got this really nice drawing. Sounds a bit like Nightwish, Winter Sun, Dream Theater, all in one. Halvertis Fonster. That's an amazing song. I love the instrumental parts of Ghost as well. Just incorporates these really beautiful melodies. I think they incorporate all melodies off the album for this song. So I just love how they go back to the melodies. And to end the album is Life Eternal. What an amazing, beautiful song this is. It's such a good song. It's melodic, it's catchy, fantastic way. Just conclude the album. One of the best Ghost albums in my opinion. Absolutely loved it. I'd give this a solid 9 out of 10. So last month I finished Dream Theater. This month, oh boy, I went to James LaBrie. That's right, I went to James LaBrie, and the first album I checked out was Impermanent Resonance. Holy shit. All I can say is, wow, this album, I thought coming in, James LaBrie would be quite ballady, quite soft, with his soft voice. It'd be soft music. Holy shit, I was completely wrong. This is a melodic death metal album, and I just absolutely love it. Harsh vocals by the drummer, Garrison I think his name is. Absolutely fantastic. I just love I love his vocals. Love his vocals. harsh, aggressive vocals throughout some of these songs. You got these harsh vocals and got Labree's soft vocals as well, but he can incorporate those aggressive vocals. But yeah, this is a lot heavier than Dream Theater for sure. Sure, there are some ballads. Overall, this is a really cool album. Really cool. Some of it's a bit poppy, but that's James Labrie incorporating those poppy choruses. It's quite melodic. There's a certain song structure to the songs. There are some awesome instrumentals, awesome guitar solos as well. The harsh vocals just make it so much aggressive. Agony's a fantastic song, along with Undertow and Sleight of Hand. Back on the Ground is an amazing song as well. These songs are quite short, not as long as Dream Theater songs, but I absolutely loved it. James Labrie really shone on this album. The songwriting is just fantastic. So the next album I checked out was Static Impulse by James Labrie. Okay, so this I believe is a lot heavier, and this is indeed one of my favorite albums. So in Northern Form Permanent Resonance, I'd give this a solid 8 out of 10. Wow, okay, this is aggressive, this is heavy, and this is quite proggy as well. There are some really cool songs like One More Time, Jekyll or Hyde. Euphoric is such a awesome song. I love the instrumental break throughout this song. And then you got these nice poppy moments as well throughout this album. But this is a straight off heavy album. Another melodic death metal album. It's brutal, it's harsh, it's aggressive, and James Labrie incorporates those harsher vocals throughout some of these songs. This Is War is so damn heavy. One of the heaviest Labrie songs I've heard. It's aggressive. James Labrie and also the drummer vocalist incorporates those harsher vocals. There's even screaming vocals that you can't help but enjoy. For Static Impulse, I'd probably give this a 9 out of 10. I loved it. Okay, so the next band I checked out was Elder and their album Reflections of a Floating World. Look, this album was okay in my opinion. It was quite proggy, and at times it was quite doomy. There were sort of doom elements throughout this album. Sanctuary is a good song along with The Falling Veil. This album is a good album. It's not the best album I've heard. There are some missing potential elements, like I would like to hear some harsh vocals throughout this album. It mainly had clean vocals. I don't think it had any harsh vocals. It was sort of a rocky, doomy album. The production was okay. Overall, these songs are pretty long. You had Blind that was over 13 minutes. That was a pretty cool song. But most of these songs, there are only 6 songs on this album. Reflections of a Floating World, I'd probably give this solid 7 out of 10. Okay, onto my Opeth journey. I have indeed explored all of Opeth now, and I absolutely love this band. I gotta say, Opeth have entered my top 10 favorite bands of all time. I absolutely love them. I love Michael's vocals. Michael's vocals are fantastic. I love the instrumental parts, the beautiful melodies you're getting throughout some of these songs. So the next album I checked out for Opeth was Deliverance. Oh wow, what an album this was. One of my favorite albums, I gotta say, definitely my top 5 favorite albums for Opeth. I absolutely love it. Reef is such an amazing song. What is so good about this song? How crazy and violent guitar riffs, the bass as well, the drums are intense. It's quite melodic as well. Throughout this album, you get amazing intros and you get amazing outros as well, such as Deliverance, which is one of the best outros in my opinion. Wow, I love the Deliverance outro. I love that. And then you got A Fair Judgment. It's the overall guitar melody throughout the song, which is just so good. I love it. And then you got this really nice interlude for Absence, My Friends. I love that. I love the interlude. Then leads to Master's Apprentice, another masterpiece of a song in my opinion. Most of these songs are over 10 minutes. And to conclude it is By the Pain I See in Others, which is another stellar song. Not too sure about the conclusion though. Like, there are 4 minutes of silence and you get these weird parts. But overall, Deliverance by Opeth gets a solid 10 out of 10. I loved it. It's one of my favorite Opeth albums. The next band I checked out was Septic Flesh, their album Codex Omega. This was a really good album. I really did enjoy how dark and how heavy this album was. This is I could say this is technical death metal. Love the harsh, aggressive vocals throughout some of these songs. Third Testament was fantastic. Dante's Inferno was a magnificent song. Faceless Queen was a fantastic song as well. The album's quite cohesive and it's quite strong. I really love the overall guitar melodies throughout this album. Nice bass tone. The production is fantastic. Mixing is really good. It's a solid 7 out of 10. Really did enjoy it. Alright, so we checked out another James LaBrie album, Elements of Persuasion. Alright, so this album is quite proggy. This album is quite proggy. It's not as heavy as the other albums I checked out. The guitar solos on this is just fantastic. Crucify is an amazing song. Alone's a magnificent song. Freaks is a really weird song. I love how James LaBrie he utilizes his vocals throughout that song. Freaks, how he just goes. Overall, it's a pretty good album. Smash is a fantastic song. Pretender is a good song. In Too Deep, one of the best James LaBrie songs I've heard. I loved it. The lyrics overall are very strong, and to end the album is Drained. So overall, this gets another solid 9 out of 10. I loved Elements of Persuasion. The next band I checked out was Merciful Fate. Their album, Don't Break the Faith. A good album. It was a good album. Like, King Diamond's vocals are just amazing. His falsetto is fantastic. I just feel the production isn't as good, in my opinion. You got amazing songs like Nightmare's a fantastic song, along with The Oath. I just love the overall context of this album. I don't know, it took me a while to really enjoy this album. Like, I did listen to it a few times. It's an okay album. Probably give this a solid 7 out of 10. The next album I checked out was again by Opeth, and it's Sorceress. Okay, Sorceress is a fantastic album. I love it. Sorceress is an amazing song. The Wildflowers, Will-O-the-Wisp, I just love the build up, the anticlimactic feel throughout some of these songs. Chrysalis is an amazing song as well. And then you got Strange Blue, Era, just amazing songs. This album really flows so well together. Very well, and I absolutely love the way the album flows. I love how soft and angelic the middle part of the album is, like Sorceress 2 and The Seventh Sojourn, which really sounds quite tribal. Does sound like it's from a video game or something like that, but I just love how proggy, how different this album is by Opeth. Production on the other hand, look, I don't mind the production. I love how retro this album feels. Michael's vocals are again exceptional, mostly all clean. Even the deluxe edition, such as Persephone, The Ward and Spring, amazing songs. I absolutely love this album, I really do. So with Sorceress, I'd probably give this a solid 9 out of 10. The reason why it's not getting a 10 out of 10 is probably the production. If the production was a little bit cleaner, it'd probably give it a solid 10. Alright, so the next band I checked out was Nile and their album Those Whom the Gods Detest. This is a very Egyptian-filled like album. I just love how heavy it is, how gritty it is, and how it's really quite... It's got an Egyptian intercontinental feel throughout this album. Kafir is an amazing song, along with Utterance of Crawling Dead. Those Whom the Gods Detest is a fantastic song. It's also a proggy technical death metal album as well, and it's such an enjoyable album. It is. Overall, I just feel there are some weaker songs like Hittite Dung Incantation. The Eye of Ra is okay in my opinion. This album is good. There are some repetitive moments throughout this album which just keeps the score a little bit lower. I do like it. This album does grow on you, but I'd still probably give this a solid 7 out of 10. The next band I checked out was Agalloch and their album Ashes Against the Grain. A fantastic album. This is a fantastic album. This is a black metal album, and I just love the shrieking vocals throughout this album, along with the clean vocals as well. The acoustic tone, how the grittiness guitars really are a beautiful combination for this album. The overall melody. Limbs is a beautiful song. Falling Snow is an amazing song as well. Fire Above, Ice Below, one of the best Agalloch songs I've heard. Probably the worst song on Agalloch's discography is The Grain. That song is horrible. Horrible. It's a horrible song. I hated it. I really hate it, and this is a terrible way to end the album, which was such a strong album in my opinion, and again you get the song The Grain, which just lowers it down. So what was going to be a 9 will drop to a 7, because Even the Grain's about a 7 and 8 minute song, and I did not like it. It's just like weird ambient noises, weird guitar noises as well. It's horrible. I hate it. So for this album, I'd probably give this a solid 7 out of 10. Okay, so the next band I checked out was Symphony X and their album Iconoclast. Look, it's fantastic. I wanted my mate to actually really get into Symphony X, and I got him into Symphony X with this album. First time I heard this album as well, and wow, this album blew my mind. I love it. I love how proggy it is. It's so damn gritty, it's so damn heavy as well. Russell Allen's vocals are just fantastic. Iconoclast, one of the fantastic openers to the album. You got When All Is Lost, an amazing song, along with The Lord of Chaos, and then Rain and Madness. Wow. Overall, I just feel this album is a concept album as well. Maybe talking about machines taking over the world and all about technology. It's a stellar album in my opinion. I friggin' loved it. It was so good. It's great repetitive listens. Got nice guitar solos, nice bass leads throughout this album. And overall, this album just really flows. There are some slower songs. I give this a solid 8 out of 10. So the next band I checked out was Dimmu Borgir and the Spiritual Black Dimensions. Wow, this album is a hell of a lot better than the other Dimmu Borgir albums I heard, apart from Info and Darkness, which is still one of my favorite albums by them. I'm really growing to enjoy this band now. Reptile's a good song. Dreamside Dominions is a good song as well, along with Promised Future Aeons. And Arcane and Life Force Mysteria, what a fantastic way to end the album. Symphonic, black metal, really did enjoy it. Extreme metal as well, really reminds you of something like Cradle of Filth. But Cradle of Filth just do it slightly better in my opinion. I just really enjoy Dimmu Borgir's take on this album. Like, their songs are pretty catchy, they're quite melodic as well. You get some nice guitar leads throughout this album, nice guitar solos. But it's a good album in my opinion. Solid 7 out of 10. I loved it. Okay, so the next band I checked out was 1349 and their album Hellfire. We sort of had a black metal night, my mate and I. When we were listening to albums, we first had Dimmu Borgir and then we had 1349. So 1349 was an artist I randomly picked. I'm so glad I did, because this is a stellar black metal album. It's black metal and it's fantastic how heavy it is as well. His vocals are really dark and demonic and quite Satanish as well, but I love the overall proggy parts. Like, there's a song that's about 14 minutes long, and that is Hellfire, the self-titled track. I loved it. It's quite heavy, it's quite gritty. Production wise, it's quite clean. I mean, it's not blurry, it's not buzzing. You can hear it. It's clear black metal, and I love it. I really love this album. Hellfire is great. Hellfire is a great album to really relax and put your mind at ease. It's heavy, but his vocals, his shrieks, really set you in that mood. I loved it. So for 1349 Hellfire, probably give this a solid 8 out of 10. So the next album I checked out was Baby Metal, their new album Metal Galaxy. Fantastic album it is. Oh yeah, so I did a full album review for Baby Metal, Metal Galaxy, and there's nothing more I can say. It gets a solid 7 out of 10. It's definitely not the best Baby Metal album, but I understand how good it is. Like Shanti Shanti, a great Bollywood song. Feels like it's something out of Bollywood. And they go, oh man nya nya nya, oh man nya 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 nya. Love that song as well. It's quite catchy. But In the Name of it's so damn tribal, so damn heavy, close to death metal as well. Different sort of songs throughout this album. It's quite poppy, it's quite heavy, it's quite melodic. So yeah, I'd still give this a solid 7 out of 10. Alright, so the next band I checked out was again Symphony X and their album The Odyssey. The Odyssey is a fantastic 24-minute song. I did a full reaction to that. Decided to check out the entire Odyssey album, and wow, this album is fantastic. Should have ended the album with The Odyssey and not The Masquerade. Maybe had The Masquerade and then you have The Odyssey. But I understand what they were doing. Accolade 2 is an amazing song. Did a full reaction to that as well. Incantations of the Apprentice, again a fantastic song. Wicked is an amazing song. The Awakenings is a good song as well. Like, these guitar solos are amazing, quite proggy, elements of progressive metal. This is a really strong progressive metal album. Love also the symphonic elements you're getting throughout this album as well. gets a solid 9 out of 10. I loved it. The Odyssey. Great album. So the next band I checked out was Edge of Insanity and their album Crimson. Now I believe Michael Ackerveld was on this album as well, incorporating those vocals and I think guitar, I'm not too sure. But this basically is one song that is about 40 minutes. And while this song is fantastic, I love the death metal elements. This is sort of a melodic death metal album, melodic death metal song, you could say. Really some cool elements. I love how they keep the melodies throughout most of these songs, and it just flows like a full song. There are 8 parts of this song. You got Crimson Part 1 all the way to Crimson Part 8. But there are some good parts of the song, like these breakdowns, like these unpredictable moments, guitar solos as well that are off the hook. Amazing how you can have a 40-minute song be so enticing. There are some really drawing moments that just keeps you into the elements of this song. For this album, it gets a solid 8 out of 10. I loved it. Okay, so the next album I checked out was Lacuna Coil's latest album, Black Anima. Well, okay, so this is sort of a metalcore based album, along with elements of maybe death metal as well, but overall I really enjoyed this album. It's a really good album. Reckless is an amazing song along with Layers of Time. I really enjoyed how different this album is. Like, it's very different to Delirium, very different, but it's also got the same elements as Delirium. Those harsh aggressive vocals are still there. Christina's vocals are again stellar in my opinion. Save Me is a great song. The End Is All I Can See is a magnificent song as well. This album flows very well. There are some negative parts of this album as well, like there's some predictable breakdowns, but you get some good guitar tones, good drumming. One of the best Lacuna Coil albums, I've got to say. I think it might be better than Delirium, I'm not too sure. But for this album, probably give this a solid 7 out of 10. It was a very enjoyable album. Okay, the next album was again Opeth, and it was Morning Rise. Wow, okay, so this album is one of the best Opeth albums in my opinion. I absolutely love it. Advent is a fantastic song, along with The Night in the Silent Water. Got Nectar as well, into one of my favorite songs of all time, Black Rose Immortal. What an amazing song it is. It's sort of a black metal atmospheric album. Michael's vocals are just fantastic. They are. Album gets a solid 10 out of 10. Absolutely loved it. So the next album was Pale Communion by Opeth again. This is a very different Opeth album in my opinion. Just love how subtle it is. Sort of an unplugged session. Eternal Rains Will Come is just a great introduction to introduce this album, and what this album is going to do. It's going to put you in a relaxation mood. Moon Above, Sun Below, a magnificent song about Cusp of Eternity as well. River is a great song. Voice of Treason and Faith in Others. What a fantastic end to the album. Album is beautiful. It's a beautiful album. A lot of acoustic parts, a lot of clean parts as well, and also you get some different elements of guitar tones throughout this album. Drums are excellent. Michael's vocals are again fantastic. Beautiful, clean vocals. Solid 9 out of 10. Really enjoyed it. Alright, so the next band I checked out was Sleep and their album The Sciences. Alright, so my friend said this is stoner doom metal, and I can understand why it's stoner doom metal. It's really interesting as well. Like, the lyrics overall are basically drug related, like marijuana and everything like that. But it's a really soothing album as well. There are a lot of doom elements, a lot of drawing guitars, get some nice guitar solos, really awesome clean vocals as well. I'm not too sure about the lyrics though. Lyrics are a bit fucked up. I really did enjoy this album. It actually feels like you're on a high or something like that listening to it, and it's really good sleeping music. Some of these songs go for about 13 minutes, like Sonic Titan as well, and Geezer Butler, along with Antarcticans Forward, which is probably one of my favorite songs on this album. Sleep is a really good band, and I really have to check out more of their stuff. But for The Sciences, I will probably have to give it a solid 8 out of 10. Alright, so the next album I checked out was Seventh Wonder and The Great Escape. This album's good. It is good. There are some really soft parts, there are some quite ballady parts as well, and it's sort of got a power metal, prog metal vibe. Wise Man's a good song. Alley Cat's great. The Angel Maker's good, and then it drops off a bit like King of Whitewater, Long Way Home, and Move On Through. There are some really soft parts of this album. And you got this 30-minute masterpiece, which is one of the greatest Seventh Wonder songs I've heard, which is The Great Escape. The Great Escape's amazing, absolutely amazing song. I just feel from track 5 to 7 is just a weak link on this album. It's just a build up towards the 13-minute masterpiece, The Great Escape. I understand what they were doing here. There are some really good songs on this album, really good songs. This really reminds me similar to Octavarium. We have where you have one of the greatest songs of all time, and you have some mediocre songs. So for this album, I'll probably give it a solid 8 out of 10. Okay, so the next band I checked out was Paul Bearer and their album Sorrow and Extinction. Yeah, this album was pretty good. I really did enjoy it. It's got this got a rock vibe. I wouldn't say it was the best album. It's got this... Again, it's doom metal. Devoid of Redemption's a good song. Foreigner's a good song as well. It's just mainly clean vocals. It's rock metal. It's rocky doom metal. Really did enjoy it. The drawing guitars as well. They really hold those chords. It's a solid album in my opinion. Long songs as well. 10 minutes, 12 minutes. It's a solid 7 out of 10. Alright, so the next album I checked out was Melancholy by Shadow of Intent. This album was really good. It's a concept album as well. Baron and the Breathless Macarisms, a fantastic song. Along with Melancholy as well. There are some melodic parts, really melodic parts. You get these really guttural vocals as well, along with the high vocals, which I really do enjoy, the high streaks and fry screams throughout this album. There are some awesome guitar solos. Probably the dreaded Mystic Abyss is probably my favorite song off the album. It's a really long instrumental. This is a deathcore album, but a deathcore album done right. I really did enjoy the overall story of this album. The Dirge of the Void is another great song, along with Sonic Odyssey. Amazing songs. Along with Grave Singer as well. All these songs are quite melodic and they're quite catchy. They all incorporate those symphonic elements, really replicating maybe Flesh God Apocalypse. This is a lot heavier than Flesh God Apocalypse, but they're on the extreme deathcore, on the extreme metal side as well, incorporating a lot of deathcore. There are some awesome breakdowns throughout some of these songs, unpredictable moments. You're getting some awesome guitar solos. A solid 7 out of 10 for Melancholy. Okay, so the next album, unfortunately I checked out, was Infinite Annihilator and their album The Battle of Yalabadov, whatever you want to fucking call it. My mate enjoys Infinite Annihilator, and I said, yeah, we'll check him out. So I checked it out, and yeah, I hated it. I really did. Let's move on. There's the best song, Swinecologist. That's an awesome song. Swinecologist is fun song. This album's way too extreme for me. I didn't enjoy it. And for this, I'm giving it a no score. A no score. For me, it's a no score. But for you probably think it's an 8 or 9. But yeah, I did not enjoy this album, to be honest. Okay, so the next album was Rhapsody of Fire and their album Triumph of Agony. This is an awesome album. It is. I love the symphonic elements. Love the operatic vocals as well. And the story of it, talking about elves, talking about a sword, talking about one man's possession of a sword. I really did enjoy how good this album was. It was awesome. There are some awesome guitar solos throughout this album, along with some amazing vocals as well. You get some prominent bass, you get some symphonic elements. Incanto dal Vento. I love how they speak Italian throughout this album. And The Mystic Prophecy of the Demon Knight, a 17-minute masterpiece in my opinion. I just love how it just ties the whole story together. Fantastic album in my opinion, loved it. Maybe give it a solid 8 out of 10. Okay, so again, Symphony X, and checked out The Divine Wings of Tragedy. What an amazing album this was. A solid masterpiece of an album. I loved it, really loved it. The Accolade. Beautiful song The Accolade is, along with The Sins and Shadows, Pharaoh, The Eyes of Medusa, all these amazing songs. And then you got the masterpiece The Divine Wings of Tragedy, which is an amazing song. I reacted to that. This album is very similar to The Odyssey and very similar to The Great Escape by Seventh Wonder, where Symphony X really execute that build up to the song with The Divine Wings of Tragedy. And the next song after that is just an amazing song, is Candlelight Fantasia. What a way to just end the album with The Divine Winds of Tragedy. It's just a stellar song in my opinion, and I absolutely loved it. I love the album overall. The album gets a solid 9 out of 10. It was very enjoyable. Russell Allen's vocals are just fantastic. Again, a prog metal album, but a prog metal album done right, and I loved it. Next album I checked out was Descender by the band Avandra. Wow, okay. What can I say about this band? They're a prog metal band. Imagine Porcupine, Opeth, and Dream Theater together. This is what they would sound like. This is a fantastic album. It is. Got some really nice acoustic vibes. You got Beyond the Threshold Part 1 along with Beyond the Threshold Part 2. A 2-part song which is just fantastic. Got some awesome guitar solos, melody as well. Got the melodic chorus. His vocals are just fantastic. A Decision Must Be Made is a magnificent song. And A Narrow the Meaning of You. What an amazing song as well. But one of my favorite songs off this album, Adder's Bite, which is just, holy shit, absolutely amazing. The melody on Adder's Bite is just amazing in my opinion. I loved it. Love how melodic it is. I just love how slow building this song is. Introduction, nice introduction, closes off with such a big bang to the song. And then you got Derelict Minds, which features Kevin Moore. You got some really nice keyboard moments by Kevin Moore as well, incorporating that atmospheric vibe. Derelict Minds is fantastic. And then you got QE, which is just incorporates other melodies from different songs. Overall, Avandra Descender gets a solid 9 out of 10. What a way for their debut album. Yeah, Avandra are going to be a really good band, really great band in my opinion. The next album was Ghost's first album, Opus Eponymous. Wow, okay. So this album is stellar in my opinion. I loved it. So at first I didn't really enjoy it. This was back in 2014. Second time I listened to it again. Okay, so I understand who Ghost are. Ritual is such an amazing song along with Conclave Con Dio. Elizabeth is an amazing song as well, and Satan Prayer, and Genesis, and instrumental to close off the album as well. Wow, okay, so Tobias' vocals are just fantastic, and I just love his vocals. Really love the guitars, the 70s vibe, the 80s vibe you're getting throughout. There are some really satanic lyrics as well, but who cares about the lyrics? This is a really stellar album. Opus Eponymous is such one of the best Ghost albums in my opinion. Is better than Infest for sure. This is a stellar album. Opus Eponymous gets a solid 9 out of 10. Very enjoyable album. Okay, so the next album was the Vampire Chronicles, Fetus Dis Vampires. Okay, so this was very surprising. This popped up on my Apple Music recommendations, and you know what, I checked it out. This is a sort of a black metal, gothic metal album. There's sort of black metal vocals in it. The shrieks are amazing. You get some really symphonic elements. You get a nice story as well. It's awesome. You get some really nice guitar moments throughout this album. It's a really cool album. It's really cool, and how fast and heavy it is, and how gothic it is as well. A fun album. It's sort of melodic black metal, but it's such an enjoyable experience. It's around an hour, but it's got some really cool moments that you can sing along with. This album gets probably a solid 8 out of 10. The next band was Horner, and their album In Vagtags Eflossuf Iskandhavni, whatever you want to call it. This is Horner, a Finnish black metal band, and while they do black metal right, incorporated these amazing blast beats. The production overall is pretty good. You get some really nice guitar tones, get some really shrieky vocals as well. It's a stellar album in my opinion. It's very fun, reminds me of bands such as Immortal. It's a fun black metal band, and I really enjoyed Horner. This was a really enjoyable album for what it was. The percussion was amazing, get some really nice drum fills. But Horner, In Vagtags is a fantastic album. Maybe a solid 8 out of 10 I'd give it. So the next band I checked out was 1349 again, and their new album, The Infernal Pathway. Alright, so I might do a full review for this, but this is a fantastic black metal album. Abyssos Antithesis is a fantastic song, along with Enter Cold Void Dreaming as well. Had amazing songs like Tunnel of Set 9 and Tunnel of Set 10, and then you get Dod Scamp as well. It's a black metal album, again another black metal album. His vocals are fantastic, production is so damn good in this as well. I loved it, really good. I'm not gonna reveal my score for this one, but it's quite up there. Alright, so the final album I checked out for October was a band called Before the Rain and their album One Day Less. If you like doom metal or funeral doom, you will like this. It's very similar to Ahab, Swallow the Sun. This band is fantastic. Get some really nice clean vocals, get some really nice harsh aggressive vocals. If you like a mixture of clean, you like the mixture of harsher vocals in doom metal songs, you love this. Wounds of Rejection is such a fantastic song, along with You, My Ruin. Paragraph is a really nice talking part, but it really matches along with the instrumentals. Frameless is an amazing song. You get Be Mine, which is about 16 minutes. That's a fucking amazing song as well. Amazing guitar solos. And One Day Less. Oh, that bloody melody on One Day Less. You will absolutely love it. One Day Less is a magnificent album. Before the Rain, what an amazing band they are. Gets a solid 10 out of 10 for me. I loved it. A solid 10 out of 10. Probably the best album I checked out for October. Absolutely loved it. So guys, that's where I leave you. 4 albums I've explored in October. So join me next month for the albums I've explored in November. I'm sure I'm going to have plenty of other albums I'm going to explore. So guys, comment below what albums you are going to check out. So keep discussion going in the comment section below. And I will see you in the next one. What is happening, guys? My name is Jamie and today we are doing albums I have explored in November. This is going to be a series, a part 2 series. First, because I've listened to a lot of albums this month, and I thought I'd give you, the first half of the month albums I've been listening to. Ever since I've quit reactions and I've gone completely with reviews and original content, I've indeed listened to some amazing albums, amazing new bands that I've never heard of before. And you know what? This basically, I'm here to share with you guys the albums I've listened to. Now, this is going to be a very fun episode. There's going to be 2 parts in the series. I think we'll be going through around maybe 20 albums this episode, and then we'll finish off another 20 next episode, as I am still exploring new music, so it's very exciting. I really am enjoying it. Alright, so let's get on with the first album, which is Before the Rain, Frail. A fantastic album it is. Before the Rain, One Day Less was hands down the best album I had listened to back in October. It's doomy metal. It incorporates funeral doom along with just normal doom itself, and I absolutely love this album for what it actually is. This album is heavy, it's gritty. I love the growls as well. It just creates an element of surprise, and The World's End There is such a fantastic song, but you get amazing songs, 17-minute songs like Frail and A Glimpse Towards the Sun. It's just overall a stellar album in my opinion. Really love it. You know what? I think I may review it. I think one day I will review this album, and I think I will also review Before the Rain, One Day Less as well, because again, Before the Rain gets a solid 10 out of 10 for Frail. It's another fantastic album. This is their sophomore album as well, and for them to get another 10 out of 10, you fall in love with this album at first glance. Go fucking check out Frail by Before the Rain. Bad Wolves released an album called Nation. Now, this is their sophomore album. I was going to review this. I still may review this. Tell you guys that maybe don't listen to this album. It's a complete waste of time. It is. It's a very disappointing album. I'll Be There is a good song, I suppose, and Killing Me Slowly as well. Sober's fun. Back in the Days is a good song. But overall, the rest are pretty crap. The songs are crap, they're generic. You get some awesome instrumentals, guitar leads. Overall, it just feels so hollow and shallow, this album. And it's a complete waste of time if you want to listen to it. You know, some of you guys may enjoy this album, but for me, I don't really enjoy it. And for this album, it's a very disappointing album. The first album they released, which was Disobey, that was an absolute fantastic album. A solid 8 out of 10 for that. For this album, a 2 out of 10. It was absolutely disgraceful by Bad Wolves, and I did not enjoy it.
You think this is a fucking game? I canceled the bill, I came to bring the pain. You fucking censorship.
I mean, surely they got some melodic songs, but at times it sounds generic, and it's a very disappointing album, in my opinion. So that's why it's going to get a 2. So the next band I checked out was A Sense of Gravity and their album Atrayment. Now, Atrayment's just fantastic. It's very progressive. At times incorporates death metal, deathcore. It's a very interesting album. It is. Drowning in the Ink is another amazing song. And this album's about an hour and 8 minutes. But overall, there are so many different transitions throughout this album, just like Reclusive Peace, along with Manic Void to just conclude the album. It's just brilliant. The guitar leads, the amazing vocals, along with at times power metal vocals, incorporating those death metal vocals and deathcore elements. It's a very enjoyable album. A Sense of Gravity, Atrayment, I'd probably give this a solid 8 out of 10. So the next band I checked out was Arcturus Sideshow Symphonies. A very enjoyable album it is, incorporating a few power metal elements along with nice progressive elements throughout this album. Hibernation Sickness completes a great song, along with Moonshine Delirium, which is really good, but Hafsa, what an amazing song that is. I really love the intricate drum patterns, the drum fills throughout. Overall, it's another really good album to listen to. If you like stuff like Sonata Arctica and stuff like Camelot, you would love the progressive elements. You would love, and even if you love Opeth, you would love Arcturus. There's no doubt you will enjoy this album. So for this album, probably give this a solid 7 out of 10. So the next band I checked out was Inquest, The Odyssey of Eternity. Great album this is. This is heavy friggin' album. It just reminds me, there's a lot of gent in this album. Enter Tony Lafarge, amazing song. Along with Reiterate Cycles of Celestial Fears, fantastic, and the Algorithmic Alignments, amazing songs they are. This album really reminds me of like Meshuggah. There are certain jet elements, certain transitions, time signatures throughout this album, and awesome drumming and nice guitar, but the bass is so damn prominent. At times it's a bit distorted, but it's a very enjoyable album. And Yearn to Return, Liquidation Falls, another amazing song. Close to 8-minute song this is, but it's one of the best songs off the album, I gotta say. So with Inquest, The Odyssey of Eternity, I'd probably give this a solid 8 out of 10. Okay, so I've already done a review for this, but this month I checked out The Warning again, and it was Queen of the Murder Scene. Great album this is. This is a very good album. The reason why I went back to this band is because I felt that maybe I dismissed this band a little bit too early, and after my reaction I actually did really enjoy Dust to Dust, and I decided to because I get plenty of abusive comments from that reaction that I did for Dust to Dust, so I decided to maybe redeem myself and actually give The Warning another chance. Dust to Dust, Crimson Queen, and The One are just amazing songs, but I love The Sacrifice along with Dull Knives Cut Better. But Queen of the Murder Scene and Psychotic is so damn melodic, it's so damn good. You know what, Benny's vocals are just fantastic. They are. These three girls just play so well. they remind me of a Young Rush. They do. It's at times it's progressive. This album's progressive. I love The Hunter, and The End is such a beautiful song. Overall, this album is 51 minutes. It's a concept album. It's all about a person, an individual, going through this psychological phase and entering towards insanity. And it's just the overall ride you are getting throughout this album. So with The Warning, Queen of the Murder Scene, I'd still stick with a solid 9 out of 10. A fantastic album. Alright, so this is exciting. I have discovered a fantastic band on my discovery for November. It's Anorexia Nervosa and this album Druden House. Wow, okay. So this band is sort of a black metal symphonic band. It's kind of like Dimmu Borgir on steroids. I'm telling you, it is. It's so damn heavy, it's so damn gritty, and it's just an intense fucking album. It's just incredible. Doleful Night in Thelema, his vocals are just magnificent. The Druden House anthem, amazing songs. God Bless the Hustler. All of this album is just solid in my opinion. It's one of the best albums I've heard this month. I gotta say, it's so damn intense. This is symphonic black metal, incorporating symphonic elements. It is completely black. They are a French band as well. I absolutely love this band at the moment. For this album, God, it gets a solid 9 out of 10. Absolutely love it. I also checked out The Script, Sunset and Full Moons. Now this is not metal, this is pop, but I really do enjoy The Script. I've seen The Script 3 times. They are an Irish band. This album, I'm slightly disappointed on this album. I am. It's a good album in my opinion, but it's not the best. Like, Freedom Child was pretty good. If you haven't listened to Freedom Child and you want to listen to something other than metal, listen to Freedom Child. It's fun. But again, this is a much more older The Script, and they're more mature. And you get make good songs like Run Through Roars, Something Unreal. I like Underdog in The Hurt Game. It's good, but at times it sounds a little bit cheesy at times. They've gone away from rock all the way to pop. That's it. It's a pop album, I gotta say. And this is probably the only pop album I like for November. I don't know why I put this on, but of course I've revealed to you all the albums I've listened to in November. I enjoyed it. At first I wasn't very impressed with it, but it slowly grows on you. It does. It's about 30 minutes long, so it's a quick listen. Listen to it about 10 times. But for this album, I'll probably give this a solid 6 out of 10. Okay, so another fun band I checked out was Hemina and their album Synthetic. Okay, so if you like Dream Theater, if you like Opeth, you are gonna fucking love this. This is fucking fantastic. Symphony X is very similar to this as well. It's progressive, it's beautiful, and at times there are harsh vocals along with clean vocals as well. You will love this album if you like Opeth, Dream Theater, or Symphony X, because this is brilliant. This is brilliant. To Conceive a Plan is amazing. This album just flows like a masterpiece. Now, Hemina I believe are an Australian band, so I never heard of this band before at all, and this was a huge fucking surprise. So, To Conceive a Plan is an amazing song, along with What I See, Conduit to the Sky, Divine to end the album. A solid 9 out of 10 for this album. Okay, so the next album I checked out, I've already reviewed it, but it's Alcest Spiritual Instinct. This album's fantastic, it is. Protection's amazing, Sapphire's amazing, L'Île de Morts is amazing as well, and Spiritual Instinct, I love Liardens de Minute, amazing song. Overall, this album is stellar, and it gets a solid 8 out of 10. I'm not going to go much through it because it's just a brilliant album. Okay, so the next album I checked out was again The Warning. I am going to review it for you guys as well. There'll be a full video review for The Warning 21 Century Blood. But 21 Century Blood's amazing. I love it. I love this album. This is great. Shattered Hearts, Magnificent, Survives, fantastic. Really cool songs like Runaway, When I'm Alone, melodic. At times there are some ballady songs as well. Black Holes is an amazing song as well. So this is really fun. These girls really know how to rock out. The listener's experience is fantastic. So I'm not going to give you my rating for this, but I got to say it's pretty high up. Okay, so the next album I checked out was Mayhem and their album Damon. It's the first ever Mayhem album I checked out, and I was pretty impressed. Straight off the bat, it goes full force here. The Dying False King is amazing black metal, along with Worthless and Abominations Destroyed, probably one of my favorite songs off the album. I like the bonus tracks as well. The bonus tracks are good. His vocals are just so intense. I just feel that Anorexia Nervosa's vocalist is much more intense than this. If you listen to Anorexia Nervosa, trust me, you're in for an intense ride. This album is very good, but nothing compared to Druiden House, the album I listened to. Now, this album was released this month as well. It's a good album. It's a pretty good album. Probably a solid 7 out of 10. I don't think it's the best black metal album I've heard. It's still a fun album though. It's fun. It's got these catchy riffs as well. Very similar to maybe Immortal. But I do love the overall lyrics as well. Quite demonic. I don't think the lyrics make sense. But it's black metal. It's just a really good album. So the next album I checked out was In Flames, Sense of Purpose. You know what? I think I might do a review for this later this month or something. But In Flames, Sense of Purpose is fantastic. It is. I was a bit underwhelmed at first, because I thought, wow, is this what In Flames sound like? Because I'm a big fan of old In Flames. Like, I love the death metal In Flames. Like, Only for the Weak, the song. I really love Just As Race, the album. So I was a bit shocked to actually listen to this album. My mate said, you gotta listen to this album. Like, you haven't heard New In Flames, so I'll give you New In Flames. So he gave me New In Flames and I listened to it. Okay, so I gotta say Alias or Alias or whatever. I think that Alias is a great song. It is. It's so damn melodic and catchy, and I really do enjoy it. So overall, this is a pretty good album. Like, I really love the guitar lead, and his vocals are pretty good as well. Very different to the old In Flames. Again, they incorporate the same sort of elements of old In Flames as well. So I really love the breakdowns, I really love the transitions throughout this album as well. So with Sense of Purpose, maybe a 8 out of 10. It was a very enjoyable album. As you listen to it a few more times, you really start to enjoy it. The next band I checked out was IQ, The Road of Bones. Alright, so I did a reaction to The Road of Bones and Without Wars, and I was very impressed. So I decided to just check out the whole fucking album. And you know what? This was a great album. It was an hour and 42 minutes this album is, but it's just an amazing ride. If you like proggy metal, proggy rock, you will love this. I love the guitar solos throughout this album. I really enjoy his voice as well. From the Outside In is an amazing song. The Road of Bones is great. Without Wars is magnificent. 19-minute masterpiece. Along with Ocean's fantastic. 10 Million Demons. Can I say what an amazing song that is? Really do enjoy this album. Just check it out, guys. Just check out IQ. It's a great album. You know what? I think I might review this album actually later on throughout next month. So I'm not going to give you a score for this, but you know it's going to be high. I also checked out Sense of Gravity again and their album Travail. This is a very good album again by Sense of Gravity. Different incorporating different elements of death metal, proggy metal as well. Really do enjoy Wraith along with Trichotillomania, an interesting song, along with Answers Lost. Yeah, so it's a pretty stellar album again. If you want to listen to some really different, disjointed metal, listen to Derail. Great album this is. Probably give it a solid 8 out of 10. Oh, okay, so I'm pretty sure I found one of my top 10 albums of the year, and this is none other than Rotting Christ the Heretics. What an amazing album this is. I think I've become a fan of Rotting Christ, because I've also checked out another album for Rotting Christ as well, but that'll be later next episode. But this episode, Rotting Christ the Heretics, what an amazing album. In the name of God, heaven and hell and fire, God and fear, the voice of the universe, new Messiah, the Raven. Oh, what a fantastic album it is, and hallowed be thy name. How catchy and melodic this album is. How catchy melodic Hallowed Be Thy Name is. This is one of the best albums of the year. I love it. I really love how simple it is as well. Like, it's simple. The lyrics are simple. There's not many lyrics to the album, but it's just got such catchy riffs, catchy melodic choruses as well. It's just a stellar album in my opinion. With Rotting Christ the Heretics, I'm going to give this a solid 9 out of 10. This was fantastic. Maybe I will actually review this. Next album I checked out was Blind Guardian Twilight Orchestra. Blind Guardian released an album called Legacy of the Darklands. Okay, so this was a very interesting album. It's just orchestra along with Hansi's vocals. That's all you need to know. Telling a big story as well. I did enjoy this, but I actually fell asleep halfway through it. I did. Listening to it with a mate, and I fell asleep halfway through it, so I missed a bit of it. It's an enjoyable album in the first half. Point of No Return's a good song. I like that song. The Gathering's fantastic. I do like the overture. That's good. But I gotta say that this is definitely not my cup of tea, unfortunately. I'm actually not going to give it a no score because I don't know what I'd actually score it. This album is a good album, but I don't think I could actually score this album. Really way too different to the stuff I listened to. Last month it was Infinite Annihilator, and I basically gave that a 0 because I hated that album. This month it's going to be Blind Guardian, because I can't really score it. It doesn't mean that I hate it. It's probably up between 5 and 6, but at the moment I can't actually score it. I gotta listen to it again. The next band was Dark Tranquillity and the album Atona. This is a great album. It's fast, it's energetic, it's heavy, it's death metal. I love how melodic this album is. Encircle's amazing, Atona is amazing. And with Forward Momentum, really love the transitions, the awesome guitar solos, along with the harsh vocals. His vocals are just outstanding in my opinion. This album is so melodic and it's so damn catchy as well, and I really love the drums in this. The overall production is just brilliant. I absolutely love it. Yeah, this album, Atona, Dark Tranquillity, I think I might give it a full review one day. 8 out of 10, really did enjoy it. Of course reactions have stopped, so I'm no longer doing any reactions anymore, but I did check out Iron Maiden No Prayer for the Dying, and you know what guys, I was pleasantly surprised. A lot of people talk bad about this album, but I really enjoy it. Tailgun is an amazing song. Was really surprised that Bruce Dickinson swore in that song. Really was surprised. Like, whoa, what is this? What is this? Holy Smokes, the magnificent song. No Prayer for the Dying. I love that guitar.
Times when I've wondered, and times when I've cried, when my prayers they were answered.
Public Enemy number 1. I really love The Assassin. Hooks on You and Bring Your Daughter to the Slaughter. I love that chorus. That chorus is so damn good. And Mother Russia. What an amazing upbeat song that is. I love it. Songs are short. Songs are pretty short. I think the longest is about 5 minutes. But it's a great album in my opinion. I really did enjoy it. Not going to give you the score. Not going to give you that score. I will be definitely doing an album review for that. But yeah, No Prayer for the Dying. What a really good album. I don't know if it's as good as Fear of the Dark, but No Prayer for the Dying is another really good album by Iron Maiden. I loved it. So this will be the last album for episode 1, and it's Anorexia Nervosa, New Obscurantis Order. Alright, so if you want intense black metal, symphonic metal, you gotta listen to this. I mean, throw Demo Booger aside, listen to this, how intense this album is. Mother Anorexia is just incredible. Sabermatter, Dolorosa, amazing song. Even Order Ab KO, The Scarlet Communion, wow, another amazing song. It's so damn intense. His vocals are just absolutely insane. He's one of the best vocalists I've heard. Honestly, he's definitely one of the best vocalists I've heard in my life. It's amazing how intense his vocals are. I keep saying how intense Anorexia Nervosa are. I still gotta listen to some more of their albums. I think there's one more album that I haven't listened to. My mate was listening to it. He said, wow, this is so damn good. This is intense. This is the black metal I like. He loved it. I loved it as well. For this, I'm probably gonna give this New Obscurantis Order another 9 out of 10. It was fantastic. It seems like there's not one bad song by these guys. Not one bad song at all. So guys, that's where I leave you for episode 1 of the albums I've explored in November. Join me in 2 weeks as I give you part 2 of the albums I've explored in November. The albums I would recommend would definitely be Sense of Gravity, Hemina, and Anorexia Nervosa if you like it, and also check out Before the Rain. And Inquest is a good band if you want really heavy gritty deathcore along with death metal, along with progressive Meshuggah vibes if you like that. But overall, another good first half of November albums I've listened to. There's gonna be plenty of other albums I've listened to, but that's why I've had to split it up in the series. So guys, comment below what albums you're gonna check out. Keep the discussion going in the comment section below. Subscribe if you want, and I'll see you in the next one. What is happening, guys? My name is Jamie, and today we are doing our albums I've explored in November. Welcome everyone to episode 2 of the albums I've explored. You know what? It's been a great month. This time 2 weeks ago, basically gave you speedy reviews of 18 albums I checked out for the first half of November. Now this episode, I'm going to give you another 20 or 22 albums I have explored in November. Okay, so let's kick off with the first band. It's Följungen. I think that's how you pronounce the name. Följungen, and their album Lucifer Is. What an amazing album this is. I really do enjoy it. Now, they are a German black and death metal band, but I just really love the overall transitions you're getting throughout this album. It's just fantastic. Leviathan, Viva la Inquisition, along with Blut, Samen, Aude.
Blut, Samen, Erde. Blut, Samen, Erde. Die letzten Meter tanzt die Hand des...
Such fantastic songs they are. These songs are quite proggy as well, and they also incorporate black and death metal throughout this album. As you go throughout this journey of an album, the first part of the album gets quite is heavy and quite black metal-ish. As you move on towards the conclusion of the album, it gets more like progressive death metal, and I just absolutely love this crazy transition you getting throughout this album. It's quite firing, the production's fantastic, it's a great album to listen to. This really, at first, it sort of reminds me of a heavier Rammstein. They are basically a simple band, but if you discover more amazing German bands like Följungen, you're gonna absolutely love this album. So overall, with Följungen, I'm gonna give this a solid 9 out of 10. So the next band I checked out was November's Doom, was the band November's Doom, and their album Nephilim Grove. What Oh, okay. So this is a doom metal band. They've been around for quite a long time, and we decided to check out Nephilim Grove. This was a really good album. I did enjoy it. Nephilim Grove's a great song, along with the Deja and Black Light. It's pretty cool. I have heard this album twice, and this album does grow on you. These songs are averaging around 6 minutes. It's a pretty enjoyable album. It's a doom metal album if you like it. At times they incorporate death metal, so it's sort of death doom metal. So I really love the overall craziness of this album as well. It's pretty fun. These vocals are really good. With it's at times it's quite an average album as well. There are some things that I really wanted to hear from this band, such as intricate guitar licks, but it's a good album in my opinion. For November's Doom, Nephilim Grove, I'm gonna give this a solid 7 out of 10. Alright, so the next band I checked out was Esoteric and the album Empiric Existence. Esoterica just released the album Empiric Existence, and I think this album is one of the best albums of the year. This is fantastic. It's just the craziness of this album as well. It's like you go through an adventure. The first song is 28 minutes long, and it's just an adventure. And then you got Rotting in Deregulation, which is a lot faster and heavier. This has got everything. It's got these incredible screams throughout this album. At times they incorporate doom metal, funeral doom metal, like drone metal, death metal. It's a crazy combination of doom genres on this album. It's just fantastic. These songs are quite long, average around about 15 to 16 minute songs. And Tim Yatra is still a good song. It's a great transition to Consuming Lies, and I really do enjoy this album overall. It's definitely one of my favorites of 2019. Hands down in my top 10 albums of the year as well. So Empiric Existence, maybe give you a full album review later on, but I'm going to give this a solid 9 out of 10. Right, so the next band I checked out was Catatonia, Night is the New Day. Catatonia is a band that I really started to really enjoy. Checked out their first album my mate gave to me, and I didn't really enjoy the album. I enjoyed this album. Night is the New Day is fantastic. It is. It's melodic, it's catchy, incorporate doom elements as well. You can tell this is sort of a doom themed night we were having, but I really did enjoy it. Forsaker, The Longest Year, New Night, Inheritance, Day in the Shade, and Departed are all amazing songs. Departed is such an amazing song. The lyrics are so strong, talking about the death of his brother. I really love the overall tying of this album. It's dark, it's doomy. And it's fantastic, and I really do enjoy this album for what it is. At times I incorporate really heavy elements throughout this album, like the drums are fantastic, the guitars are fantastic as well. And it's quite fast, some of these songs, but his vocals are just soothing and fucking fantastic. It's very relaxing. At times it's quite depressing listening to it. I had nearly cried listening to Day in the Shade and Departed. Very sad songs indeed. But for Catatonia Night and Day, I will probably give this a solid 8 out of 10. The next band I checked out was Blind Guardian and A Night at the Opera. So Blind Guardian is a very interesting band in my opinion. I just love the symphonic elements they incorporate throughout this album. Really do enjoy it. I kind of wish this was actually their latest album where it was just orchestral. This had orchestral feel, but also had guitar, had drums, and it was just fantastic. Precious Jerusalem's a fantastic song, and overall it's pretty good. Now this album did grow on me. I did take a couple listens to really I understand what this album was about, but I really did enjoy it. Hansi's vocals are just fantastic in this. As always, I love the times, the aggressive vocals you're getting throughout this album as well. Very enjoyable album, I gotta say. For A Night at the Opera, Blind Guardian, probably give this a solid 7 out of 10. Alright, so the next album I checked out was Iron Maiden, The Final Frontier. Listen, so this is probably one of the weakest Iron Maiden albums in my opinion, and I will be giving you a full album review for Iron Maiden Final Frontier. I'm not going to reveal much, but I'm going to say the best song off the album is The Talisman and When the Wild Wind Blows. When the Wild Wind Blows is definitely one of my favorite songs of 2010s for sure. I love this song. I love When the Wild Wind Blows and the story of it and everything like that. All about doomsday preppers. Absolutely love the overall story of that. This album is a very weak album in my opinion, and I've got to be brutally honest. It's a weak album. I'll give you a full album review for that later this month or the next year. But for The Final Frontier, Iron Maiden, I'm not going to reveal that score, but it was a disappointing album. Now, Bruce Dickinson's vocals weren't up to par in my opinion. Now, I understand he went through the throat cancer and everything like that. To me, he didn't sound very good on this album, but he sounded a lot better as the album progressed. At times, it sounded generic, and it didn't sound like Iron Maiden in my opinion. And this was a very disappointing album. But let's move on. So the next band was again Följingen and Monument Ende. Now, this was a really interesting album. Följingen incorporates more orchestral parts. Like Lucifer Is was just a fantastic album. I just loved it from the first song to the last song. This album, yeah, a little bit of a mixed feelings. Kylie Eliason's a good song. Monument Ende is fantastic. I love the self-titled track. And Between Lethargy, what an amazing song that is. But overall, yeah, it's an alright album. Now for this album, probably give this a solid 6 out of 10. To me, it's a disappointing album after listening to their latest album. The next band I checked out was Eden Weit im Grab and their album Noctodreise. Alright, so this album is okay. I do enjoy Trom Tot, which is a good song. At times I incorporate orchestral elements. This sort of symphonic German metal band, I really do enjoy the overall intensity of some of these songs. Bon Voyage is quite catchy. Bon Voyage, really do enjoy it. Die Astale Wildnis is a good song as well. Limbus, De Existe Durchschlagen, that's a great song as well. Kampfband auf dem Ausschreien, good song, really do enjoy that song. It's an enjoyable album for what it is. I like her vocals and I like his vocals as well. Really remind me of something like out of Epica, like a German Epica maybe. For this, probably a 7 out of 10. So the next album I checked out was Incantation, Onward to Golgotha. Now Incantation is a brutal death metal band, I gotta say. And did I enjoy this? Look, I did enjoy it. Love the craziness of this album. It's quite brutal death metal. Golgotha is a good song. Blasphemous Cremation is a good song as well. Deliverance of Horrific Prophecies, that's an amazing song. Now his vocals are very deep and demonic, and at times I didn't really enjoy it, I gotta be brutally honest. Onward to Golgotha is an okay album in my opinion, but this album probably give this a solid 5 out of 10. If you don't like brutal death metal, I wouldn't recommend this album for you. One album I would recommend for anyone, Wayland's Throne, and the album Curse. What an amazing album this is. It is. I think I'm actually doing a full album review for this. This is black metal at its best in my opinion. Jörmungandr, Jörmungandr, a fantastic song. I love First Light, but The Name of the Wind is such a great melodic black metal song. Really love the craziness of this album. You got really fast, heavy moments, along with lovely acoustic clean guitar moments. At times sounds like Opeth. I really love it. There's crazy different genres. At times sounds like Agalog, Alcest. I love Wooden's Throne, how they are so experimental on this album. It's black metal at its finest in my opinion. Solid 9 out of 10 for this album. Alright, so another funeral doom metal band I checked out was Shape of Despair and the album Monotony Fields. A very enjoyable album. This is very slow, doom, death, funeral doom metal, and I love it. Shape of Despair is a fantastic band. They are. First album I checked out, I was like, whoa, I'm in love with this band. I just love the sound of that doom snare. The echo throughout your ears, reaching the innermost is another great song. And The Blank Journey, good song as well. Monotony Fields, Descending in a Night, so much good songs on this album. Withdrawn's an amazing song. This is a really enjoyable album. Really love the down-tuned guitars, her vocals in the distance with the choir and everything. It just makes this album epic. His vocals, and also those clean vocals. Wow, I love his transitions to clean and aggressive vocals as well. Those growls are so damn in your face and I love it. Very similar to Ahab. I gotta say, they're very similar to Ahab. Love the funeral doom atmosphere you're getting throughout this album. Monotony Fields, Shape of Despair, a solid 9 out of 10. Alright, so the next album I checked out was Cold Rain and the album Fateless. Now, if you don't know who Cold Rain are, they're a metalcore Japanese band. Didn't realize Japanese could have metalcore bands. Loved it, absolutely loved it. Envy's a great song. Feed the Rise is a good song. A Decade in the Rain, so melodic. You wouldn't think they were Japanese, to be honest. You got Durham Grey, which sound very, very polar opposite to Cold Rain. Cold Rain sort of follow this commercialized American sound. I really love the commercialized metalcore sound on this album. Now, I discovered Cold Rain through Metal Burb's channel. Metal Burb reacted to another Cold Rain song, which is a Cold Rain album I gotta check out. But I really did enjoy it. This is one of the best metalcore albums I have checked out. It was released in 2017. Really did enjoy the genty elements, the breakdowns. R.I.P. is another great song. This is a really enjoyable album. I recommend this if you like metalcore. If you like metalcore, I recommend you to check out Cold Rain, or if you just want to experience something else. So with Cold Rain, Fateless, I am going to give this a solid 8 out of 10. This was a fantastic album. The next album I checked out was again Shape of Despair, Alone in the Mist. A very disappointing album in my opinion. This was the album after Monotony Fields, This was a very disappointing album or EP. I believe it was an EP. The production is horrible on this album. It's not very good. It doesn't have those doom elements like Monotony Fields does. It's Funeral Doom, but his vocals are so damn distant. I didn't enjoy this album at all. It's around 15 minutes, 6 songs. It's a very disappointing album, it is. So for Alone in the Mist, Shape of Despair, one of the worst doom metal albums I checked out, I'm gonna give this a solid 5 out of 10. It's a very disappointing album. Alright, so the next band I checked out was Steel Panther, Heavy Metal Rules. So this is a band that I do really enjoy. I love their parody side, and I got a few mates that really enjoy Steel Panther. So the hell I got into Steel Panther was through my mates. Like, I do really love their first album. I love songs like Death But All But Metal, Weenie Ride, really enjoyable songs. Now this album is a very disappointing album. It is. The lyrics are crap. His vocals are okay. They incorporate different sort of genres. It's not as glammy as the other albums. It's a disappointing album in my opinion. I suppose the best song is Fuck Everybody and I'm Not Your Bitch. They're alright songs, and I Am Buying What You're Selling is so damn different and polar opposite to what Steel Panther is. Heavy Metal Rules Steel Panther. I hate to say this, but I'm going to give you a solid 2 out of 10. A very disappointing album. Alright, so the next album I checked out was Night with Century Child. Now, I don't know whether the review is going to come out before this video or after this video, but I gotta say, Slaying the Dreamer is one of the heaviest Nightwish songs I've ever heard. It's an enjoyable album, very enjoyable. Beauty of the Beast is an amazing song, Blessed Child's fantastic. It's got that strong, epica feelings this album does. Love the symphonic orchestral feels throughout this album, but Slaying the Dreamer, holy shit, absolutely insane. Insane song, I love it. Lagoon's a good song. Enjoyable album it is. It's a really enjoyable album. It's hell of a lot better than their last album. Talia's vocals are just fantastic. I'm not going to review the score on this album, unfortunately, so I don't know whether I've done the review before or after this video, but I gotta say I really enjoyed this album. Okay, so the next album I checked out was Sons of Apollo and the album Psychotic Symphony. If you like Dream Theater, if you like Opeth, if you like Porcupine Tree or Vandra or any other prog metal band out there, you are going to love Sons of Apollo. If you like Circus Maximus, you're gonna love Sons of Apollo. This is a fantastic album. It is strongly recommend you listen to this album, Psychotic Symphony. It's just a brilliant album. Mike Portnoy, he was in Dream Theater, is the drummer, along with Derek, who was also the keyboardist from Dream Theater, ex-keyboardist from Dream Theater before Jordan joined. He's also the keyboardist on this album. And these two just, these two just go so well together. The crazy solos throughout some of these songs like God of the Sun, along with Divine Addiction and Opus Maximus, amazing songs as well. And then you get these crazy guitar riffs, amazing solos, and his vocals. At times he incorporates those screams, those harsh, aggressive vocals. Like, I think it was Signs of Times, I think that's the song. Labyrinth's fantastic song. This is a great prog metal album in my opinion. This is their first ever album. And Sons of Apollo, Psychotic Symphony. Wow man, a solid 9 out of 10. A very enjoyable album. I loved it. Opus Maximus is a great instrumental, really beautiful 11-minute instrumental that could probably rival a Dream Theater instrumental in my opinion. Really enjoyed this album. I loved it. The mixing was fantastic. Honestly, cannot wait for the new album to drop. Okay, so the next album I checked out was Dark Fortress and the album Lem. Okay, so this is a great death metal album, melodic death metal maybe. This album goes from strength to strength. This album is a very powerful album. Lem's an amazing song. It's sort of a black metal-y song, as well as Kills Over is another great song. Really love Satan's Bled along with Wraith. Very different song to the entire album. This album does get quite progressive. They incorporate black metal elements throughout this album. Black and death metal, progressive metal. Very, very cool band they are. Redivide is an amazing song. This album's magnificent. For Dark Fortress Lem, probably give this a solid 9 out of 10. Fantastic album. The next album I checked out was Dimmu Borgir Death Cult Armageddon. A disappointing album it is. What happened to Enthroned Darkness? What happened to the other albums I've checked out from Dimmu Borgir? One of the weakest albums for sure by Dimmu Borgir. Over symphonic, over orchestral. It was very disappointing. What you thought was going to be really heavy and gritty turned out to be soft in my opinion with some of these songs. To be honest, I didn't really enjoy this album. With Dimmu Borgir Death Cult Armageddon, my mate didn't enjoy this album at all as well. Probably going to give this a solid 4 out of 10. This might be your favorite album by Dimmu Borgir, but for this, I didn't really enjoy this album. Okay, so the next band I checked out was Azagrum, Protestus Magicum Diaboli. Well, okay, so checked out Azagrum, Infinite of Dawn. Fantastic album, quite chaotic and quite crazy and black metal. Now this is black metal, but it's sort of black and doom metal maybe. They incorporate doom elements throughout this album. I absolutely love how they do it. I love the clean guitars throughout this album. Leviathan, wow, what an amazing song Leviathan is. Absolutely love that song. This is a great black metal album and I really love it. They incorporate doom elements throughout some of these songs, but they also incorporate fast blast beats as well. So with Azagrum, Protestus Magicum Diaboli, probably gonna give this a solid 8 out of 10. The next album I checked out was Blood Incantation, Hidden History of the Human Race. Wow, okay, so I'm not too sure if I'm going to do a review for this, but this was a fantastic album. It was. One of the negatives was the production on this album. I wasn't too keen about the production. I felt at times I felt really muffled. But this album, it's sort of technical, it's technical death metal. And I really love these songs. Love awakening from the dream existence to the multi-dimensional nature of our reality. That's a fantastic song. 18-minute song as well. Very enjoyable. His vocals are dark and demonic. At times reminds me of Michael from Opeth. Some sexy guitar leads, some sexy drumming as well. This album is fantastic. For Blood Incantation, only problem is the album's too short. For this album, probably gonna give this a solid 8 out of 10. Straight after that album, I checked out their first album, Starspawn. Wow, okay. So Starspawn, Vitrification of Blood Part 1 is one of the best songs I've heard this year. I loved it. I love Vitrification of Blood Part 1. It's such an enjoyable song. There are awesome guitar moments. There are awesome drummings as well. Kiaplasma's another great song. Hidden Species. So Part 1 and Part 2 really blend into each other. It's like one gigantic song and I love it. This album is stellar in my opinion. It's probably better than the second album, I gotta say, because the production's a lot better. For Starspawn, I'm gonna give this another 9 out of 10. Very enjoyable. Alright, so the next album I checked out was Death Heaven and their album Sunbather. Alright, so this was a good album in my opinion. It reminds me of Alcest. It's got that Alcest feel, got that atmosphere, shoegazy feel throughout this album. Really love Dreamhouse. Vertigo's an amazing song, and then you got the Pecan Tree, which is just amazing as well. His vocals at times are very aggressive, at times he incorporates his clean vocals. Really enjoy this album overall. Sunbather Death Heaven is a good album and I will definitely recommend it to you guys if you like Alcest, if you like sort of black metal stuff as well. This is sort of black metal, it's got elements of black metal, it's got crazy blast beats throughout some of these songs and the guitar is fantastic. So for this album, Sunbather, I'm gonna give this a solid 8 out of 10. Very enjoyable. Alright, so the next album I checked out, artist called Anis Grosem, and the album The Crypts of Sleep. Now I believe he's a drummer, so this was all about incorporating his drumming and everything in songs like this. It's a good album in my opinion. It does showcase his drumming. I don't know, at times I didn't really enjoy it, at times I did. Oceanborn is just not a very good song in my opinion. There's just so many transitions that you just get caught up and there's just so much going on. Hail Satan is just a fantastic song, it is.
Hail Satan, just a feeble scheme in the machine of lies. Embrace the fear, roll the dice.
But Beyond the Boundaries of Death, The Crypts of Sleep is also a good song, and Anima Inferna is a great song as well. Incorporate clean guitars, strong electric guitars as well. The production is fantastic. So with The Crypts of Sleep, Anis Grosem, I'm gonna give this a 5 out of 10, probably 5. The songs didn't really gravitate towards me, like The Sow, The Seeds, The Earth, Silence Speaks, but Hail Satan's just one of the best songs I've heard. Alright, so the last album I checked out was Alcest, Les Voyages d'Islamie, I think that's how you pronounce it. This album, hands down better than Spiritual Instinct. It is. I love it. I love this album. It's very relaxing. I love the title track. I love Beings of Light. Ninja's shrieks are just out of this world in my opinion. Very distant. at times incorporates black metal, at times incorporates soothing parts throughout this album. It's a very enjoyable album, crazy blast beats at times, but blast beats that are quite relaxing to you. This is an album that you can fall asleep to. Really love it. It's one of the best Alcest albums I've checked out for sure. So Les Voyages de l'Ami, I'm going to give this a solid 9 out of 10. Fantastic album. That's it, guys. That's all the albums I've explored for November 2019. So join me this time next month as I will give you the albums I've explored in December. There's certainly album reviews that I will put out as well. I definitely listened to a lot of albums this month, probably over 40 albums this month. And it was such an enjoyable ride. I've experienced some great albums, some not so very good albums. For the Rain, The Frail's an amazing album that was on episode 1. Even Love Dark Tranquility, Atoma, amazing. Even Cold Rain, Fateless was an amazing album as well. Crazy black metal, death metal, metalcore albums, fantastic. Albums I would definitely recommend is Before the Rain, The Frail. Most of the albums I would actually recommend you to listen to because I think you will enjoy them. All the albums I checked out for episode 2 will be in the description so you can easily find them. Guys, so comment below what albums you're going to check out. So drop a like, subscribe if you want, and I will see you in next one. Welcome to Review Nation. You probably thought I forgot the albums I have explored in December since you haven't seen a video for over a month of the albums I've explored, but guess what? I didn't forget it. I've been doing a lot of reviews, a lot of videos instead. And you know what, guys? Today, basically going to give you all the albums I checked out in December, and it's a truckload of albums as well. So sit back, relax, have a beer, and just join me as we go through all the albums I listened to in December. So first of all, let's kick off with Katatonia, Viva Emptiness.
Will I come alone? Will they let me out to take the test? All alone.
A very interesting conceptual album this is. It really is. It's about an individual that is struggling throughout life that eventually goes into the mafia. And this person really experiences really heavy shit in his life. And I love songs like A Murder. But Jodas's vocals are just fucking fantastic, and I love the overall doomy elements you're getting throughout this album. It's fantastic. Will I Arrive, 1 Year From Now, A Premonition, a lot of emotion conveyed throughout this album. And I love this album overall. It's just really ties into be one big story. Alright. Alright, so next album I checked out was Chaos Born by Catamania. A very interesting album this is. This is a black metal album, a symphonic black metal album maybe. I love his harsh aggressive vocals throughout this album. The Fierce Shadow is a great song along with The Fallen Angel Part 2. Really interesting songs overall. It provides such an atmosphere, a very atmospheric black metal album, and it's just such an enjoyable experience. If you like black metal, I would definitely recommend Catamania. But Catamania, I'll probably give this a 7 out of 10. Okay, so the next album I checked out was Skeleton Witch, Beyond the Permafrost. really interesting album. Last Skeleton, which album I checked out was their last album, and that was sort of very black metal thrash album, but this is more of a thrashy album, and I love it. It's a very short album as well, and there are some really short songs, really like Upon Wings of Black. Remains of the Defeated and Within My Blood. Got really some thrashy guitars, thrashy drums, and his vocals are just really good. I believe this is a different singer, but I can really dig his vocals, and I'm really quite shocked of how thrashy this album is. But for Skeleton Witch, it's a great thrash metal album, and I would probably give this a solid 7 out of 10. Oh, yes. Cheers. Oh, so good. Anyway, Periphery 4, Hail Stan, was the next album I checked out. I really wanted to check out this album, see if it would make it to my top 20. Unfortunately, it didn't. It was really close, and I think it's a really good album. I really do enjoy Reptile. They are fucking brave, putting a 16-minute song as their first song. Blood Eagle's a good song. There are some generic songs as well. I just love the flow of the album. There are some filler songs on this album, which really downgrade the score, in my opinion. Sentient Glow's a good song. Along with a really cool song to end the album, which is Satellites. So Periphery 4, Hail Stan, I'd give this a 7 out of 10. Alright, so next album I checked out was Celestial Entrance by Pagan's Mind. I did enjoy this album. I love his vocals. His vocals are fantastic. Incorporates those power metal vocals within progressive metal, and that's a really cool outcome. Through Osiris's Eyes, I checked out months ago, and I really did enjoy it. Dimensions of Fire is fantastic, along with a really long instrumental, which is Back to the Magic of Childhood Part 2, Exploring Life. I really love that instrumental. One of the best songs off the album. But for Pagan's Mind's Celestial Entrance, I probably give this an 8 out of 10. Look, there are some negatives on this album. First of all, it's a little bit too long. It does draw a little bit. There are some moments where I wasn't too sure whether it was supposed to fit on this album. But I love the lyrics overall. Lyrics-wise, it's pretty cool. And Dreamscape Lucidity is one of the best songs off the album. Alright, so we went back to Symphony X and I checked out Paradise Lost. A very cool, interesting album. Really love the symphonic elements. Symphony X have really changed their sound over the years. Paradise Lost is no different. Really love the song Paradise Lost. The Sacrifice is a great song. And Revelation. What an amazing song that is. Set the World on Fire is very heavy and gritty. Russell Allen's vocals are just fantastic. A good mixture of symphonic elements, a good mixture of proggy elements, making it quite progressive symphonic metal. And I really do enjoy this. Serpent's Kiss is an amazing song, but overall Paradise Lost is such an interesting conceptual album by Symphony X, and I loved it. For Symphony X, Paradise Lost, giving this probably a 9 out of 10. I will definitely be reviewing this album this year, later on this year. Alright, so the next album I checked out was the black metal band Taki and their album Norwegs Vapen. What an interesting album this is. All kinds of great song, Nordbundet. It's very heavy black metal. It's very black metal. And Maya, what a fantastic fucking song that is. It's incredible. For the first time ever, I heard a banjo in the middle of a fucking song. Maya's a great song. A really great, innovative song. Never heard of a banjo in a black metal song before. Vil Atili Klada og Kaita is a great song as well. A very enjoyable album. I really did enjoy it. For Taki, Norwegs Vapen, I'd give this probably an 8 out of 10. Alright, so next album I checked out was Fit for an Autopsy, The Sea of Tragic Beasts. But very melodic deathcore, and I love it. The Sea of Tragic Beasts is a great song. I love the Gojira vibes throughout this album, especially that guitar slide, fantastic. Shepherd's a great fucking song. Your Pain Is Mine is a great song. Mourn is a magnificent song. Birds of Prey, what an amazing song that is. It creates this atmosphere. It's great atmospheric deathcore and I love it. I love the melodic parts, I love the clean vocals, love the harsh vocals. It overall just ties up to be one of the best deathcore albums of 2019, and I was very pleasantly surprised. After I did my top 20 albums of the year, I would definitely put this in my top 20 albums of the year because that was a fucking great album, The Sea of Tragic Beasts. For Sea of Tragic Beasts, Fit for an Autopsy, I'm giving this a 9 out of 10. Great album, doesn't overstay its welcome. Also checked out another Catatonia album called Dead End Kings. One of the recent ones, I was very impressed with this. They incorporate a few electronic elements and synths throughout this album, which you really can't help but enjoy. The Racing Heart's a good song, Leech is a great song, Lithian, First Prayer, and I love Dead Letters, really do. Overall, it's another great sounding album, quite atmospheric, very depressive, but not the best Catatonia album I checked out. Viva Emptiness is close to my favorite Catatonia album, and Dead End Kings is not far behind. But for Catatonia Dead End Kings, I'd probably give this an 8 out of 10. Alright, so the next band I checked out was The Ocean and the album Pelagio. Now the last album, which was Penzoneric or something like that, was a fucking fantastic album. I love that album. It's all about Earth, it's all about the continents and everything like that. While The Ocean provide an album called Pelagio, and this is all about the ocean. It's about the journeys throughout the ocean. And what's absolutely amazing in this is the atmosphere they provide throughout this album. It's a very proggy album. His vocals are harsh and aggressive at times, but it incorporates those clean vocals, and they are absolutely fantastic. Love the guitar solos, love the guitar riffs, very catchy fucking songs as well, melodic at times. But as you go throughout the album, it becomes more doomier. The songs become more longer as you dive deeper into the ocean. And I fucking love that concept. Pelagio, The Ocean, 10 out of 10. Probably one of my favorite albums of the decade as well. which I have to do a video soon. Okay, so the next album I checked out was Obsequy, The Palms of Sorrowed Kings. Fantastic album this is. It feels like you're in a battle. Yeah, it's got that natural sound as well. It's quite atmospheric. The mixing on this is just fantastic. This is another black metal album. Really reminds me of bands like Agalog. I love the overall transitions of the clean guitars, the really soft ambient tones throughout this album. The Palms of Sorrowed Kings, the title track's fantastic. Lone Isle's another great song. And there are a few interludes, but these interludes just intertwine with each other, and I love it. I love it how this album just bleeds onto each other's songs. Yeah, for Obsequy, The Palms of Sorrowed Kings, 8 out of 10. Okay, so the next band I checked out was Les Discrets, and the album September et Sistiniers Penses. I don't know how you fucking pronounce that. Great album. This is very atmospheric, cleaner vocals. Love the transition of his vocals and hers vocals. They are fantastic. Quite heavy album. It's quite a heavy album, but it's also soft in parts, and I love it. This really reminds me of like bands like Alcest. It's got that very shoegazy vibe, and I love it. Wouldn't call it black gaze, call it shoegaze, and I love it. I love the overall atmosphere they provide throughout this album. Chanson de Ottoman, what an amazing song that is. It's a very atmospheric album, and I love it. It's a great album. At times there are some folk elements which you can't help but enjoy, but for Les Discrets, a 7 out of 10. So the next album I checked out was Anorexia Nervosa, Exile. Interesting album it is, it really is. Now, did I enjoy this album? No, I didn't. It's the overall production. It's the overall how different this album is to Druden House. I was a bit disappointed in this album. The other Anorexia Nervosa albums have been just absolutely 10 out of 10s. This one is a very disappointing album. It's an interesting concept as well. Don't understand what the concept of the album is, but I just don't like the sound of this album. The drums sound like it's played with a tin can or trash can or something. I don't like the overall tone of the guitars. The vocals aren't very good as well. It must be a different vocalist because I didn't really recognize the intensity. I didn't get the intensity vibe. It's a disappointing album in my opinion for Exile Anorexia Nervosa. Oh wow, I hate to say this, a 2 out of 10. Okay, so the next album I checked out was Hooded Menace, Asarium Silhouettes Unhallowed. Very cool album this is. This is a Death Doom album. It is. I love the harsher vocals, love the grittiness of the production as well. The production's at times muddy. Sempiternal Grotesqueries, what a great song that is. I love Chanel Reflections, great song. Ties in with that doom element. Doom element, very doomy, very atmospheric, and I love the overall production of this album. This album was released in 2018 and god damn it, it shows it. It's got that really old school doom metal feel, which you can't help but enjoy. But for Hooded Menace, Soaring Silhouettes, and A Hallowed, I will definitely review this as well. I'd probably give this an 8 out of 10. It was a great album. Okay, so the next album I checked out was Wilder Run and the album Veil of Imagination. What a fucking great album this is. It's a brilliant album. This was after I did my top 20 albums of the year list. The Unimaginable Zero Summer, along with Over Resolution and Tyranny of Imagination, and also When Fire and Rose Were One, is just very an Opethian feel. Like, it does sound like it's from Opeth or something. But then you got Sleeping Ambassadors of Sun, Scentless Core, which sounds very similar to like Symphony X, and Far From Dreams Unfurl, and Scentless Core, which sounds very power metal, sounds something like out of Camelot. I love the different varieties, different sounds they provide throughout this album. It's just a fucking great album to just explore. I mean, it's just brilliant. Now they incorporate folk elements throughout this album. They tie in with death metal elements as well. Really interesting growls sound like Michael Ackervale. I love that. For Wilder Run, Veil of Imagination, I am going to review it this month. I'm not actually going to reveal my score for this. Alright, so the next album I checked out was Hoth and the album Oathbreaker. An interesting conceptual album. I think it's a concept album, and I love the up and downs throughout this album. They incorporate black metal throughout some of these songs. They also incorporate progressive elements, like some of these songs about 8 minutes. And I love Unending Power, really interesting, got amazing guitar solos, got amazing little acoustic sections as well throughout the songs, and Serpentine Whispers, another great song. I love the overall feel of this album. It's a very atmospheric album. It's a very fucking enjoyable album. But for Hoth Oathbreaker, I'm giving this an 8 out of 10.
Corruption fills his mind with hate all along.
Okay, so the next album I checked out was Whitechapel Mark of the Blade.
The future is like staring at the
This was a very interesting album. The Valley was an amazing album. Check out Whitechapel or a deathcore album in case you didn't know. And I love it. They incorporate new metal elements. They incorporate it's like deathcore new metal, and it's fucking fantastic. The Void is amazing. Mark of the Blade is amazing. Phil's vocals are incredible. I love the guitar solos, especially throughout the latest ones. An amazing song. Most of the album is just tied in with those harsh, aggressive vocals by Phil. Decennium is an amazing song. It's about 6 minutes. Oh yeah, what an incredible album this is. I really did enjoy it. Seems like Whitechapel are a great deathcore band, which I need to explore more. But for Whitechapel Mark of the Blade, a 9 out of 10 for this album. Alright, so the next album I checked out was Why? Oxo, Xo, or whatever you want to fucking call it. I don't know what I thought about this album. It's avant-garde doom metal. It is, and it's got these really weird names. It's weird because you get some really interesting melodies, and this was released this year. This was released in 2019 last year. And I don't know if I enjoyed this or not. It's really all over the place. It's quite doomy as well, but it's really all over the place. Mainly harsh vocals, but you also got this female vocalist as well, which incorporates operatic vocals, incorporates clean vocals. So it's a really interesting album. Like, this is an acquired taste. If you like avant-garde doom metal, you'll probably like this. It's a very interesting album. There are so many transitions. I don't know if I enjoyed this as much as I thought I did, but I don't know if I could actually rate this. If I could rate this, I'd probably give this a 5 out of 10. But yeah, at the moment I would give it a 5 out of 10. I've listened to it a few times. These songs are pretty long as well. It's got those doom length songs. If you check out this album and let me know in the comments what you thought about this album. Alright, so the next album I checked out was again Katatonia, The Great Cold Distance. Did enjoy it, but I just feel it's one of the weakest albums. My Twins, a great song. I enjoyed Leaders as well. There are some really good songs, but at times this album does sound a little bit generic. Like, I just feel this is one of the weakest Katatonia albums. The Viva Emptiness is a hell of a lot better than this. Yeah, My Twins are a very catchy song and I love it. Gets stuck in your head. I just feel that the previous albums like Night is a New Day and Last Fair Gone Deal are so much better than this album. And also the other album I checked out, which was Tonight's Decision, is a hell of a lot better than this album. But for The Great Cold Distance by Katatonia, I give this a 6 out of 10.
Will you wake us up before it is time?
Alright, so the next album I checked out, At the Gates, and their album At War with Reality. An interesting melodic death metal album, this really is. So I did really enjoy this album. There's quite a few songs. I think I might review this album one time. This was released back in 2014. Interesting melodic death metal. I did enjoy their last album. I do really enjoy his vocals. Some of the songs are quite intense. Love the guitar melodies. Love the solos throughout some of these songs. Awesome drumming as well. For At the Gates, At War with Reality, give this an 8 out of 10. Alright, so the next album I checked out was Iapetus. I don't know how to pronounce it, but the album The Body Cosmic. Interesting album was released last year. The Body Cosmic is an interesting song, and also for Creatures Such as We, really interesting technical death metal. Maybe it's technical progressive death metal. I do enjoy this, and it provides you this atmosphere. His vocals are very interesting as well, but I really do enjoy the instruments throughout this album, really do. And the Star of Collapse is an 18-minute masterpiece. Really did enjoy it. Yeah, if you listen to this album, you gotta close your eyes, and it's like an adventure. It's like an adventure, especially when you go into bed or something. You feel like you're in a cosmic outer space or something like that. And I love how they do it. Not to mention, look at that fucking artwork. It looks absolutely amazing. But for Iapetus, for Iapetus, The Body Cosmic, I'd probably give this an 8 out of 10. The next album I checked out was Abigail Williams, The Accuser. Interesting album. I checked out Abigail Williams' Walk Beyond the Dark, and it's one of my favorite. It's definitely my favorite albums of 2019. Check out Yakuza by Abigail Williams. It's a lot rawer. Yeah, the production's is a lot muddier, and it's not as cleaner as Walk Beyond the Dark. I do enjoy this album, like Path of Broken Glass, a fantastic song. Of the Outer Darkness, really interesting lyrics overall, different to Walk Beyond the Dark. Definitely all about darkness, this album. So I really do appreciate this album overall. Yeah, it's a very heavy fucking album. Walk Beyond the Dark is a lot tamer. This is a very heavy black metal album. So I really do enjoy this album overall. But the Yakuza Abigail Williams, not as good as Walk Beyond the Dark in my opinion. I give this a 7 out of 10. The next album I checked out was a band called Owlcrusher and their self-titled album. Feeble Preach is a great song. It's a 16-minute masterpiece of a song. This is blackened death doom. Love the grittiness of those guitars and how fucking slow it is. The drums sound fucking amazing. This album is absolutely fantastic. Would have liked more songs on the album, but there are 3 songs that are above 10 minutes. There are only 3 songs off the album. Owlcrusher, the album runs about 40 minutes as well. So there's not many songs off the album, but there are some great moments, and he's high, and he's just black metal shrieks are just fantastic. Owlcrusher, I'd probably give this a 7 out of 10. Would be a 9 if there was more songs. Okay, so next album I checked out was the band False and the album Portent. Love that album cover. The album cover is fucking amazing, and I really do enjoy the artwork. Definitely the artists that did the album covers, Ms. Moore and Abigail Williams this year. This album cover is just absolutely amazing, but we're not talking about the fucking album covers, we're talking about the actual album itself. Really interesting album it is. I heard this a few times, and I feel this really does grow on me. But the vocals are interesting because they're really sharp vocals. It doesn't sound like a normal black metal vocalist singing, because he really cuts those words. And it just sounds like he's singing higher all the time, like higher, higher. It's just really an interesting album. The instrumentals, on the other hand, are just fantastic. I feel this probably would have been stronger as an instrumental. Not a very big fan of the actual vocals on this album, but for False Portent, I can really appreciate the intricate instrumentals you're getting throughout this album, like the drums and the guitars are fantastic. Doomy elements throughout this album as well. It's just fucking fantastic. So for False Portent, I'd give this a 6 out of 10. Okay, so the next album that I am going to review, Oak and the album Lone. Fantastic album this really is. Now, Oak are from Portugal, and they create funeral doom so well. This band Oak provide that atmosphere. His vocals are fucking insane. The guitars are amazing. The drums are fantastic as well. Some really slow building songs such as Mirror is an amazing fucking song. Sculptures just bleeds onto Mirror. It's a very atmospheric song. I'm not going to reveal my score of Oak, but I gotta say, if you like Fear No Doom, if you just like doom metal, you gotta check out Oak, because it's fucking amazing. We're going deep into black metal now, and the next album was Burzum Philosophim. Now, all I can say is Varg Vikernes is a fantastic, he's just such a really talented artist, since he is a one-man band on Burzum, and I do really enjoy this album. Dunkelheit is a great song, it is, and that bloody synth, dun, dun, that bloody synth you get throughout this song is so damn allergic, is so damn catchy. The buzzing bees guitars are fantastic as well. The production sounds like shit, but it sounds very atmospheric at the same time. You just can't help but enjoy it. What is such an interesting song is Rundgang die Transcendentalien Cell de Singularität. I've probably butchered it, but it's 25 minutes long. And you got the same melody. Like, I want to see a reaction to this actually. And they'll be sitting there for 25 minutes listening to the same bloody melody. It's a very interesting song. I loved it. This is the song that makes me fall asleep. It's the over repeated melody. Like, I'll basically play you a clip, and that's all you get throughout the whole entire 25 minutes. Minutes. And the album kicks off very strongly and it ends very strongly. It's a classic in my opinion. It's probably a classic for a lot of black metal fans as well. Philosophim Burzum. I give this a 9 out of 10. Alright, so this is an EP I checked out, which was Mayhem's Death Crush. Interesting album it is. I know I reacted to Death Crush on Discovery, the actual song. I didn't really enjoy it. Now, this was released in 1987. Now, I know a bit of history on Mayhem, and I don't think Dead was actually on this album. I think it was Maniac on vocals and another vocalist as well. I don't think it was Dead on this album. But his vocals are just fantastic. Now, this album's a very interesting album, really is. It's not black metal per se. Probably gonna get hate for this, but it just sounds like maybe thrash or something like that. But it's a very interesting album overall, and I just love the guitar riffs throughout this album. Love the drums are very impactful. Necrolust is an interesting song. Chainsaw Gutsfuck, what a interesting song lyrically it is. It's an acquired taste. Like, if you really get into black metal, if you really get into the production itself, you start to really enjoy this album. So for Mayhem Death Crush, I'm going to give this a 6 out of 10. Alright, so I also checked out another Mayhem album, and it's Mayhem Grand Declaration of War. This was after De Mysteriis Dom Sentata, and this was after Euronymous was killed, and they basically had to do a whole different lineup for Mayhem. I believe Neko Butcher created the band again, and you have Mayhem, the Grand Declaration of War, and this is a very avant-garde black metal album. Could you call this black metal or not? I don't know if you could, but it's a very interesting album. In the Lies Where Upon You Lay, those guitar riffs are just fucking fantastic. They are. The production is way too clean, really clean. I do enjoy this album. It's a conceptual album. It's all about war, Grand Declaration of War. And it's a very interesting album. Probably gonna say it's probably the weakest album from Mayhem. But for Grand Declaration of War, I'd give this maybe a 7 out of 10. It's still a very enjoyable album. Alright, so the next album I checked out was Mord as Stigmata and Dreams of Quiet Places. Wow, all I can say is wow, a great album this is. Now, if you like Magua, you're going to love Mord as Stigmata. This is sort of a black metal album, a very atmospheric black metal album. Very sounds like something like out of Magua. Like they haven't done something, Mord as Stigmata haven't really done something different. It does sound the same as Magua, some songs. Exile's great, Between Walls of Glass is a magnificent song. Void Within, Into Soul is a great song as well. It's a short album. Spirit Into Crystal was a great 9-minute song and I love it. I love the atmospheric vibes. It's a very interesting album. So if you like Magua, you're gonna love this. It's Mord as Stigmata, Dream of Quiet Places. I'm giving this an 8 out of 10. I checked out was Candlemass and their album Nightfall. This is a very cool album, it really is, and I fucking loved it. This was fantastic. This is a great doom metal album, traditional doom, but goddamn, it's so damn good. The Wells of Souls is an amazing song. At the Gallows End, I loved You Are Bewitched. Doo-doo-doo. It's an absolutely fucking amazing song. Love the guitar solos. Love how energetic this album is, but it's doom. It's got that Black Sabbath vibe as well. Like they are inspired by Black Sabbath. I love his vocals, really do. I'm definitely exploring some Candlemass. And I gotta say that I'm doing an album review for this month for Candlemass as well. And this is the actual album I'll be doing a review for. Not gonna reveal the score, but all I can say is that I fucking well enjoyed it.
Once I saw him, I was dying and I'd soon be dead. 3 angels.
Alright, again I checked out Mayhem and their album Chimera. Now Maniac was on this album with vocals, and Maniac was also on vocals as well for the Grand Declaration of War. Really did enjoy this album. One of the best albums in my opinion by Mayhem, and I fucking loved it. Whore is a great song. Dark Night of the Soul. It's very black metal, this album, very black metal. But my death, what an incredible Mayhem song. That is one of my favorite songs of Mayhem of all time. I loved it. You Must Fall is a great song. Sword of Dreams and Chimera. This album's so strong overall, and I love this album. This is fantastic. For Mayhem Chimera, I'm giving this a 9 out of 10. This was a great album. So the next album I checked out was Catatonia again, Tonight's Decision, and all I can say is this is better than The Great Cold Distance. And it's better than any other Catatonia album I checked out. Tonight's Decision is such an enjoyable album. It is. I love the synths throughout this album. In Death, a Song is one of my favorite songs of Catatonia. I love that guitar melody. Had to Leave's incredible song, Ride in the Bliss. I've played this album countless times now, and I think this is a fucking great album. It's a brilliant album by Catatonia. Jonas's vocals are just fantastic. I love Black Sessions, My Devotion, and even Fractured. I'm going to do an album review for this. I'm doing an album review for every single Catatonia album this year, and I can say that Tonight's Decision at the moment is my favorite album by them, and I love the overall progression throughout this album. The lyrics are so damn depressing. It gets you in that mood. This is quite a fun album to listen to. Fun album sonically to listen to, but lyric wise, it's not a fun album. A very enjoyable album by Catatonia. I loved it. Alright, so again I checked out Mayhem, Auto Ad KO. And this is when Attila joined the band again after being in De Mysteriis Dom Satana. Auto Ad KO is a very interesting album. Production wise, it's a very muddy album production wise. It's an interesting album overall, very interesting. It's avant-garde, again, avant-garde black metal. Enjoy this album, love Attila's vocals, absolutely fucking fantastic vocalist he is. Really cool guitar moments, awesome drumming. The production on the other hand is very, very, very gritty and muddy, not as clear as Chimera or the Grand Conjure or the Grand Declaration of War, but it's still an enjoyable album. One of my least favorite albums, Auto Ad KO by Mayhem. I'd give this an 8 out of 10. Alright, so let's bite the bullet, and I'd also checked out Esoteric Warfare by Mayhem. Interesting album it is, it really is. Attila on vocals again. Again, the production's slightly better. It's still got that muddy tone. The guitars really at times grungy and gritty, and I do enjoy Attila's vocals. Malab's a great song. Do enjoy that. Posthuman's a good song as well. Interesting album overall. It really is. Again, it's got that avant-garde sound by Mayhem that they're really experimenting. I just feel that Daemon is so much stronger than the two albums I've mentioned. The two albums, Auto Ad KO and Esoteric Warfare, the latest album. But for Mayhem Esoteric Warfare, I'm giving this a 7 out of 10. Band I checked out was Golgoroth and the album Destroyer. Interesting album it is. It's quite a short album. It's about 35 minutes, but damn, it packs a punch. You know, Gull's vocals are just really cool, and I love how heavy this album is. Awesome black metal album, it really is. There are times there are some negatives. It's the overall melody. Really love Destroyer. Open the Gates is a great song, and The Virgin Born is a fucking amazing song as well. But some of these songs are quite fillers in my opinion. Like, you got The Devil, the Sinner and His Journey. It to me is a filler song. And there are some filler songs, but for a 35-minute album, you shouldn't have a filler song. You should have straight out bangers. But for Golgoroth Destroyer, I'd give this a 6 out of 10. Alright, we are going back to Burzum now. And this was the album, I believe, before Philosopher. And this is the album Vis Licita Os by Burzum. I really enjoy this album. Now, I gotta be brutally honest, I haven't heard all of this album yet, because every time I've heard this album, I fall asleep. I do. I usually listen to it in bed, and I probably fall asleep in the first song. And I think I definitely made it to the second song. I don't think I've heard the third song, but I've wake up throughout the fourth song. And that's an amazing instrumental. This album's a very interesting album, really is. I don't know if I can give you a score yet, but I feel this is a fantastic album by Burzum. It really is. Dead Som in Gangva, what a great song that is. I love the instrumentals throughout this song. I love the drums as well. The drums are so damn good. The buzzing B guitar is fantastic as well. Varg's vocals are just really good as well. I love his vocals throughout this song. It's just fantastic. But so far, I'd give this an 8 out of 10. This is a very enjoyable album. I don't think I've heard the third track because I always keep fucking falling asleep. But I have to listen to it. I gotta listen to it. I always keep falling asleep during this album. If I can't sleep, I always put this album on and I just fall asleep like that. It's such a relaxing album. Okay, so the next album I checked out was Crip Sermon and the album Ruins of Fading Light. I heard a lot of people rave about this album. Saw a lot of this album on the year-end list for a lot of people. So I checked this out and I gotta say, it's not my cup of tea, this album. Like, it's doom metal and everything, but I just can't get over those vocals. I just don't like the vocals, and that, I gotta be brutally honest. There's some awesome instrumentals, there's some awesome melodic moments throughout this album. Key of Solomon's a great song. I love the Ruins of Fading Light. That's a cool song as well. I just can't get used to the vocals, unfortunately. Maybe one day I will enjoy this album, but at the moment, the Ruins of Fading Light is not my cup of tea. And I love doom metal, but I don't like this sort of doom metal. And for Crip Sermon, the Ruins of Fading Light, I hate to say I'm going to give this a 5 out of 10. I thought I'd enjoy this, but unfortunately I didn't. It's the overall vocals which are very disappointing in my opinion. Obsidian Tide and the album Pillars of Creation. Cool album this really is. If you like Opeth, you're gonna love this. It's got an Opethian feel and I really do enjoy it. I really do. The guitar riffs are amazing, got some amazing solos as well. Those vocals are very interesting. Sounds like Michael Akervale throughout old Opeth, and I love those progressive death metal elements. These songs are fantastic, they really are. Love the little piano section throughout the Humbinja and of Millennial Vengeance. Really interesting song overall. It's a concept album as well. I think I might review this. Because this album is definitely a grower. But Obsidian Tide, Pillars of Creation, give this an 8 out of 10. The final album I checked out was it's very hard to pronounce. I'm just gonna call it FV New. To me, it looks like Funeral Fuck. That's what it looks like. And the album Carnal Confessions. Alright, so this is a fantastic, epic doom metal album. It really is. It's such an enjoyable album. I love the lyrics on this. I love the lyrics. The lyrics are amazing. Absolutely amazing. And this is Epic Doom. Chris Seven were trying to be Epic Doom and they failed. This is amazing. This album's fantastic. It really is. Gets some awesome vocals. Harsh, aggressive vocals throughout Chapel of Abuse. That you get some awesome vocals. You got a transition between aggressive vocals and clean vocals. I love how epic this album is. Epic doom metal at its best, in my opinion. One of the best albums of 2019 for doom metal. This was released last year as well. Fantastic album. Paul Sisters Nazareth is a great song. To Those in the Grave is another great song as well. The whole album's fantastic. It is. For Carnal Confessions, I'm giving this a 9 out of 10. It's such an enjoyable album. So guys, that's where I leave you for Review Nation's albums I've explored. I hope I got you into a few bands. Hope you're going to check out some of these albums as well. Guys, comment below what albums you're going to check out. Comment below also what you thought about this video as well. So keep the discussion going in the comment section below. Subscribe if you want, and I will see you in the next one. Welcome to Review Nation and welcome to the new Discovery series. And you know what guys, I'm very excited. We're going to have an action-packed season this year with plenty of bands that will be featured on the channel, plenty of old bands, plenty of new bands, plenty of unknown bands that you guys may discover. And all in all, this is season for you to discover new music with me. And as we go throughout today's episode, you're going to discover artists you've never seen before. But trust me, these are all discoveries that I absolutely loved this week. Let's get on with the metal releases of January from the 6th to the 12th. First of all, it's Cannibal by Bury Tomorrow. An awesome metalcore band. I'm just loving the overall progression of this band. There are some really nice gritty guitar riffs along with an awesome breakdown. His vocals are just absolutely fantastic, but not along with those cleaner vocals as well throughout the chorus, which is so damn melodic. It's a very cool song. If you like metalcore, you will love the song Cannibal. I love the lyrics overall. Definitely talk about the trials of life and everything like that. I was absolutely amazed of how good this song was. One of the best metalcore songs of the year so far. Coming in is another metalcore song, and is Polaris and their song Hypermania. I absolutely love Polaris. I love Dichotomy, the album, and Mortal Coil. Absolutely magnificent albums, but they are going to release another album this year. They released another single, and then they release Hypermania, incorporating elements of punk, but also elements of rap as well. I just love the way Jamie raps in this. It's just fantastic. It's a very different sound to Polaris. The really nice gritty guitar riffs as well. Overall, the use of how powerful those drums are. Just love the awesome drum fills you were getting throughout this song. It's a must listen if you're a metalcore fan. So Sylosis released a single called Calcified from the album, future album coming out, Cycle of Suffering.
Eyes turning grey, I see you calcified.
Very interesting music video as well. Definitely talking about depression or how one person's really struggling throughout their life. But I love the overall thrashy elements along with at times the metalcore elements they incorporate throughout this song. A very interesting song overall. Really love the use of the vocals. Love the harsh aggressive vocals throughout most of the song, and you get an awesome drawing, nice guitar solo. Sylosis is a really interesting band to me, and I really loved some of their stuff. But Cycle of Suffering is an album I'm waiting to hear, and I'll definitely be reviewing it on the channel. So the next band I'm going to talk about is My Dying Bride, and they just released a song called Your Broken Shot. Absolutely love this song. By far, this is my favorite song of the year. I have been playing this song countless times now. Countless times. I played this like 10 times today, and I fucking love it. So this is a doom metal band, and they're the masters of doom apparently, and I just love the slow pace tempo, but also you get an amazing guitar solo. I love the music video as he appears from the lake and says, "You're broken shot." I love it. Just really love this music video. I love the song overall. This is one of the best songs of the year so far. Okay, so into the negatives. What was a very disappointing release was Five Finger Death Punches. Disappointing release. Five Finger Death Punch are going to release another album called FA, and you know what? They are very consistent. They are a really consistent band, but at times they produce some not so good content. Justice for None was a pretty good album in my opinion, so I really did enjoy it, but we don't talk about Gotcha 6. That album is horrible, but unfortunately it sounds a lot like Gotcha 6. Like, how many times do you have to repeat a guitar riff? I mean, we're hearing the same goddamn guitar riff throughout the last 8 albums. I just wish Five Finger Death Punch would change things up.
Telling me how I should think while they're busy down backwards, yeah, you're busy, come shit.
Is the same sort of shit that we get from Five Finger Death Punch. Nothing has changed. Ivan Moody is still an angry bastard. He's basically just yelling at you. Like, the lyrics overall are not in depth. I want Five Finger Death Punch to be a lot more in depth. Like Wrong Side of Heaven, that song was amazing. Remember Everything. These lyrics are very disappointing in me. The song overall is a very disappointing song. You get a really nice guitar solo throughout the end of the song, which is fantastic. I love the guitar solo. But the chorus, man, the chorus sounds something out of Gotcha 6. Sounds like My Nemesis or something like that. It's a disappointing song. And I'm not looking forward to this album. I am going to review it on the channel because it's a major release, but I don't know how the review's going to end up. Quite frankly, I'm sick of Five Finger Death Punch producing the same content over and over again. I just want them to change their sound just a little bit. Have more in-depth lyrics.
I know I'm never going to change the world.
So the next band you'll probably never heard of, Zo Nagar, and their song, The Song of Hiawatha. What a fantastic song this is. I absolutely love it. I love the folky elements, love the clean vocals along with the harsh aggressive vocals throughout the song. This song is about 10 minutes long and it's a very enjoyable song. They're going to release an album called The Thunder of the Mountains. I think that's what it's called, but I just love the overall dominance. Now this is a black metal song, but it's a very enjoyable black metal song. I think a lot of people that aren't into black metal will enjoy this song because there are harsh, there are really nice soft vocals with the lady. It builds up, and I just love the atmosphere throughout this song. Yeah, Zona, I cannot wait to check out that album. I'll probably definitely review this album on the channel as well. Okay, and to end this wonderful week of metal, it is Ozzy Osbourne's Ordinary Man. So what a fantastic song this is. I honestly cannot wait for this album to drop. This is going to be so good. I'm going to review this on this channel. I love Ozzy Osbourne. I love all his stuff. I think his albums are absolutely amazing. I love all his songs at the moment throughout this album. Ordinary Man featuring Elton John. How good is that? Love the piano melody throughout this song. Love Ozzy Osbourne's vocals. A little bit on the auto-tune, and then throughout the song you get an awesome drawing guitar solo, which it just melts my heart. I absolutely love this song. This is fantastic. This is brilliant. This is one of the best releases this week. Absolutely love it. Check out Ordinary Man if you haven't, because it's a fucking banger. Although it's on the soft side, it's not metal per se. It's still a fantastic release. So emotional. I love the hook on this. I love the chorus. It's one of the best songs of the week. So we move on to a new segment called Album Releases. And we're not going to go through all of the albums that I've heard this week, just because I'm going to do reviews for them. But let's start off with Rage, Wings of Rage.
Have mercy on me.
I had to listen to this album a few times to actually really enjoy it. Now the vocals on the other hand are very overpowering at times. I can't really get used to the vocals, and that's my honest opinion. As you listen to this album over and over again, the vocals really start to fit. True is a really good song. Let Them Rest in Peace is okay. I love Shine a Light. I really love Shine a Light.
There shine a light for the blind, may shine a light when we die, may shine a light.
That song is one of the best songs of the year so far. I love the chorus. I love that drawing guitar solo. It's just an absolutely amazing song. Shine a Light's amazing. It's a beautiful ballad that just stretches upon that 6-minute mark. That is just absolutely fantastic. Wings of Rage is a really good song. Like, all these songs are fantastic. It's just the vocals are an acquired taste. And that's my honest opinion. The vocals are an acquired taste, but if you listen to the album countless times, you get over the vocals, and the vocals become fresh in your mind. I feel that his vocals are a lot better with those harsher vocals he incorporates throughout songs in the later part of the album. But yeah, Rage, Wings of Rage, I'm going to give this a 7 out of 10. Is Tortuga and the album Deities. This is a stoner doom metal band. I really do enjoy this band. Love Esoteric Order. Beautiful, beautiful build up to the song. Beautiful introduction with the tight little cymbal accents, and then it leads on to a drawing guitar solo. And then you got 40 Lizard, a very interesting song. I gotta say, it's one of my favorite songs off the album. I love it, especially when he chants Godzilla. Love it. love the chorus. I love the overall doomy elements you're getting throughout this song. Galleon de Manila is about 16-minute long song, and it's such an enjoyable song. Definitely recommend Taduga if you like stoner doom metal. Even if you like doom metal, I'm going to give this probably an 8 out of 10. This is a very enjoyable album. Okay, so Brothers of Metal released an album called Embla Saga, and I tell you what, this is one of the best metal albums of the year so far. If you like power metal, if you like power metal, folky metal, you're going to love this. It's such an enjoyable album. It's all about the Norse mythology. I love Faithful the Hammer. It's just an amazing song. I love the guitar riffs. Njord, Hail Njord. Such an interesting song overall. Embla Saga is like a 7-minute masterpiece of a song. Love the guitar solos throughout this album. It's a very enjoyable album.
When we believe we are but one, we come together. We sail the seas, we're touching ground, we fight whenever.
Her vocals are just absolutely fantastic. They could definitely duel with Floor Jansen in my opinion. Absolutely magnificent vocalist. I love Chainbreaker, Power Snake. Such a really enjoyable album. This album just flows so well together. I definitely recommend Brothers of Metal, Embla Saga. Hands down my second favorite album of the year, this year so far.
Come with me through the fire, burning so real. And tonight we rise higher, sworn to the steel.
Finally, to end this segment is Apocalyptica. Cello. This reminds me, this is a really interesting album. It's an instrumental album, but I tell you what, the cello can produce some pretty good riffs. Honestly, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It's metal as anything. It's quite heavy. It's still quite heavy. It's an instrumental. I think the only vocals you get is Beyond the Stars. I love Ashes of the Modern World. Very enjoyable instrumental. Love how proggy this album is as well. Cello's awesome proggy song. I didn't realize a cello could produce sounds like this. Absolutely fantastic. There has to be a guitar here somewhere. There has to be. Because you can't have solos on a cello, can you? Comment below. I mean, I was absolutely mind blown. For Cello Apocalyptica, probably going to give this a solid 7 out of 10. It was very enjoyable. Would have liked to have vocals on this album, but I could understand what they were doing. So now we move on to Patreon requests, and the first Patreon request when I had a Patreon was Organic Mechanics Patreon request, and this is Witherfall Vintage.
Will not come, I will not obey to the fires of hell.
Now I really enjoyed this song. This was a really awesome song. At times I wasn't really too sure about his vocals throughout the conclusion of the song with those harsh aggressive vocals that I really loved. This song is a very proggy song, like an up and down roller coaster, and there are so many deep meaningful lyrics as well. Now I just feel this is definitely talking about someone that has died really close to them. Overall lyrics are really impactful and quite powerful, and close to gives you a tear in your eye, especially that really nice guitar solo. Awesome drums, lovely fills, nice time signatures, nice sweeping moments as well. This is definitely talking about emotional sorrowness and a lot of unhappiness for this band, and you can tell definitely something to do with the death of a friend or something like that, because the lyrics overall are so damn strong. I love the first verse. The first verse is so damn good. Now, I wasn't too sure about the first verse, especially with those vocals. Vocals really grew on me as I listened to this over and over again. Prelude to Sorrow is an album that I have to check out because I really dig Witherfall's sound. Very proggy, but damn, it packed a punch. Especially this song. Like I said, a lot of sadness was conveyed. I think this may be a concept album, I'm not too sure. And to end this album with Vintage, it was a fantastic way. Now this song is about 11 minutes, but it's a very quick 11 minutes. So I thoroughly enjoyed it, really did. Picture on Crest was Scar Symmetry's Holographic Universe. And whoa, all I can say is whoa, this song is absolutely fantastic. Love the overall just guitar riffs throughout the song, especially chord progression, along with his harsh aggressive vocals. I'm digging his vocals, man. Digging his vocals. They were absolutely fantastic. I really love the overall build-up of this song and the awesome thrashy moments you were getting. The chorus is fantastic. It's melodic. Love the cleaner vocals throughout the song. The nice drawing guitar solos you're getting throughout this song. My God, this song is absolutely amazing. Holographic universe is such an interesting concept as well. Like the overall lyrics are definitely talking about the universe itself and how the universe is related to mankind. Are we in a multi-universe? Like, is the universe different to one each other? And I just love the overall concept of this song. It's such an enjoyable song. It's fantastic. And I gotta recommend you guys, if you haven't checked out Scar Symmetry Holographic Universe. Of the song, the overall synths you're getting throughout this song, the time sequence. This is another progressive metal song as well, and I absolutely loved it. A very enjoyable song. I play it many times. It's about a 10-minute song as well. So if you do like long songs like Witherfall Vintage and Scar Symmetry Holographic Universe, I would definitely recommend you this song because it's such an enjoyable song. Check it out. Check it out. On to albums I've explored this week, and I've explored a few albums, but I'm not going to mention a lot of albums I showed you. I'm going to mention the albums I really enjoyed. So Ancient Dreams by Candlemass was the next album I checked out by Candlemass. After doing my review for Nightfall, I decided I had to check out another album. I was just keep listening to Nightfall and Nightfall. I said, damn, I want to hear a different album by Candlemass. Ancient Dreams is not as good as Nightfall, gotta be honest. It's not as good as Nightfall, but they got some really killer songs like Mirror Mirror. Cry from Crypt. I really loved Ancient Dreams, Bells of the Icarion, and I really love that Black Sabbath medley, especially at the end. That was really surprising. I love that. Messiah's vocals are again absolutely fantastic. I absolutely love the man. I love Messiah's vocals. And I did check out a few other Candlemass's albums this week, but I will save them for next week. But I loved it. I really loved this album. This was a really enjoyable album. Again, it's not as good as Nightfall in my opinion. It doesn't have bangers like A World of Souls, Mourner's Lament, or even Bewitched, but it's still got some really good, catchy songs like Incarnation of Evil. That's an amazing song. Those riffs, man, those riffs are fantastic as always. But yeah, Ancient Dreams, Candlemass, 7 out of 10. I still get to listen to it a lot more, but at the moment, I love Nightfall so much. So the next album I checked out was Alces Souvenirs de un autre monde. What a mouthful. But you know what? This was a very interesting album. I love the ambient tones you're getting throughout this album. This isn't black metal. It's not black metal. It's just shoegaze. Like, this is very different Alcest album. I love how soft it is. This album is very soft, very atmospheric, shoegazy. It's just fantastic. You get nice guitar solos, get amazing vocals. Vocals are amazing, so angelic at times. I love the first song. The first song was amazing. Had the build up of the song, but to end at Tu Nan Og, what an amazing song that is. A very enjoyable album by Alcest, very different album by Alcest as well. So for Alcest, Souvenir d'un Autre Monde, I'd probably give this an 8 out of 10. Okay, and to finally end off Discovery, the last album I checked out was Droodk and the album Blood in Our Wells. Now, all I can say is what a great album this is. This is fantastic, very different. It's a black metal album. There's folky elements, awesome instrumentals, nice guitar solos, really long songs as well. Like, these songs are about 10 to 12 minutes. Very enjoyable songs. Love the build up, love the atmosphere throughout this song. Fire as a God's amazing song. I love When the Flame Turns to Ashes, amazing song as well. All these songs are amazing. If you like black metal, check out Droodk, Blood in Our Wells. I think the Ukrainian as well, I'm not too sure. But god damn it, so damn enjoyable album. I'd give this a 9 out of 10. Wow, what an incredible album this was. So guys, that's it for Discovery for this week. I hope you did find some bands you want to explore, or all my reviews were quite helpful. Hope you did enjoy it. You know what, metal releases this week were on fire. I did miss out on a few metal releases. I totally forgot about Code Orange's new song, Underneath. It's a good song, not the best song by Code Orange, but that chorus, man, that chorus is fantastic. I love that chorus. And it's got the industrial feel as well. Check out Code Orange as well. Join me next week as we discover more metal and discover more music, and we'll knock out a few Patreon requests as well. So I hope you did enjoy Discovery. Till next time, I will see you in the next one. Welcome to Discovery! We are kicking off a new season of Discovery. Now, I did kick off a new format of Discovery back in January, but we're going to change things up again on Discovery. I am going to recommend you some music, and Discovery is all about you getting into music as well. And you know what? Honestly, cannot wait to kick off Discovery. This season's going to be around about 17 episodes, and we got some really good bands coming up on this episode, such as Catatonia, Trivium. But you know what? I'm pretty excited. So let's kick off with our first band, and it's 2 songs. It is Trivium, Catastrophus, and Trivium, What the Dead Man Say. Trivium Catastrophus is a very in-your-face song, and it follows the sort of same format as The Sin of the Sentence, where Trivium was a lot heavy, incorporating elements of progressive metal. And what I really like about this song is the overall intensity, how it slowly builds up. With the introduction, you get some really nice guitar riffs, and the guitar riffs really intensify, especially throughout the verses. You get a really soft melodic moment throughout the chorus, and it just builds up and builds up. I really love how prominent the bass is throughout the song, and the drum work, man, is absolutely fantastic. And I'm talking about the first verse here. The first verse intensifies, and it intensifies in such a good way when you get that melodic chorus. That melodic chorus gets stuck in your head. The melody seeps into your brain. Like Matt's vocals, especially throughout the verse 1, is quite distorted, but there is a really nice vocal overlay that leads on to that chorus, and that chorus is an absolute banger. And I love the music video as well. It's like Matt and the whole band is actually watching this girl trying to escape. It's some kind of horror movie. I just love the concept of this song. So the song really picks up as the song progresses, as you get that intricate guitar riff and again to that guitar melody, especially throughout the chorus. As the chorus builds, Matt's vocals start to increase and they start to intensify, and I love his aggression. Guitar riffs start to change as there is some really nice chord progression throughout the song, and you get some really nice drum work and a nice little cymbal accent incorporating a few ghost notes throughout this song. And as that song builds, man, as that song builds throughout Catastrophist, you get an amazing guitar solo. Now this guitar solo is absolutely fantastic, and I love the bends and the licks throughout this solo. But after that solo, man, you get the amazing drum work as well, and incorporates some blast beats. You get some different rhythmic moments throughout this progressive section. It's an instrumental section. After that instrumental section, you get that to that melodic chorus again. But the vocals are much more aggressive by Matt. Matt uses those growls, those deep demonic growls that you usually get from a Trivium song, but I feel that his aggression is not as emotional as the Sin in the Sentence. But still, man, it is a killer song by Trivium. But you think you're gonna get the same repetitive chorus over and over again, but it really changes up, especially when the instrumentals drop and you just hear Matt's vocals sort of overlaid. But I just love the style of his vocals. His cleaner vocals really enhance the experience throughout this song.
Come to devastate.
Overall, this is a fantastic song, and this song does get heavy, especially throughout the conclusion. You get some really nice drum fills. So then we move on to another Trivium single, and they released the song What the Dead Men Say. Now this is a very heavy song as well by Trivium, and I just love how the introduction lasts for about 1 minute as the song really builds up to its potential.
What the dead men say, it's just between us. What the dead men say.
The introduction is really good, it really is, and I love the guitar riffs and the slow build up, but the drums on the other hand are again fantastic, and I love the drum fills. The verses are really good as well. Not a really big fan of the music video, unfortunately. Matt incorporates cleaner vocals throughout the first verse, but throughout the refrain part, his vocals transition into those aggressive vocals, and then again you get that melodic chorus. Now I love the riffs throughout this song and that sort of Gajira slide. I love that as well. So this song is melodic as fuck, and like I said, the song really builds up, and throughout the song the drumming intensifies, the guitar really outshines everything off this song, to be honest. It really does, and I love the tremolo picking throughout this instrumental progressive section as Matt uses his harsher vocals. But as that guitar outshines everyone, the drums then outshine everyone with the amazing drum fills and tight little ghost notes incorporating elements of blast beats throughout the song, similar to Catastrophist. And again, there's a really nice guitar melody. The guitar melody is infectious. It's an infectious riff, and an infectious melody leads on to such an intense moment of the song. So the instrumental section bleeds on to again that chorus. They don't repeat the chorus too many times, but it gets stuck in your head, and this is a very solid song by Trivium.
The dead men say it's just between us what the dead men say.
To be honest, I like Catastrophist slightly better than What the Dead Men Say. What the Dead Men Say is still a very solid second single. This is why I'm pretty excited for the new album, What the Dead Men Say. It's also the title track. I love how title tracks showcase what the album's going to be about. Okay, so the next song on Discovery and the next review on Discovery is Catatonia Behind the Blood. Now, Catatonia released their first single, La Croix, which is a really interesting sort of trap beaty song, something very different by Catatonia, but then they released an absolutely hard, heavy, rocking song called Behind the Blood. Now, this is from the album City of Burial, which will be released later this year. And honestly, I cannot wait for a new Catatonia album. Catatonia Behind the Blood is a much more fast-hitting song with some amazing guitar work, especially throughout the introduction. Straight out the bat, you get a nice guitar solo, and I love the drumming throughout this song. It leads on to Jonas's beautiful, angelic vocals that convey quite a lot of emotion throughout the song. I love how prominent the bass is throughout the first verse that leads on to a killer chorus. The chorus is melodic as anything. The guitars really change in rhythm, and you get a really outstanding moment with the drums. The chorus is dynamic. It's very dynamic and it's quite percussion soaked, this chorus. And I love the tone of the snare. The song really builds up, and Jonas's vocals are again yet so damn dynamic and beautiful at times. And again, it's quite a depressing song. Like, the lyrics overall are very strong, but the instrumental section is absolutely fantastic because I love how things really slow down and you get a really nice synth overlay throughout this song that incorporate elements of maybe an orchestral feel. This song at times feels like there's an orchestra in the background or something like that to create that epic feeling.
Motionless now.
This is something very different by Catatonia, in my opinion. They are really experimenting, especially this sound. This is a lot more faster song by Catatonia, but damn, it sounds like Catatonia. And I just love this song overall. I've been playing this song multiple times and I think it's just an absolute banger. They repeat the chorus a few times, but the chorus gets stuck in your head. That guitar riff accompanied with that percussion throughout the chorus, it just gets stuck in your head, and I love it. I love it. Jonas's vocal melody has to be noted. Absolutely fantastic. This is an ambitious song, but it is accomplished in such a way that this song feels so grandiose at times. I just love it. I just love how Catatonia have done this behind the blood. Okay, so the next song on Discovery is Paradise Lost and their song Fall From Grace. Now, this is a new single that they recently dropped, and it's from the album Obsidian. This song follows more of the previous album Medusa, which was a fun fucking album, it really was. And Paradise Lost Fall From Grace is another banger. Paradise Lost seem to be following Death Doom now, like they were the pioneers of Death Doom, like in albums like Gothic. This is a return of form by Paradise Lost. That it is, because the guitars on this album sound very down tuned and they sound very doomy, like they create this atmosphere of doom, and I love it. Another epic song, and I love his vocals. His vocals are a lot harsher and a lot aggressive than the other previous albums we've heard. Maybe not Medusa. Medusa was an absolute banger of an album. His vocals on that album were just absolutely fantastic, along with how fun this album was to make it so doomy but yet so damn fun. Something My Dying Bride can't do with Ghost of Orion. Well, this sounds much more like a depressing song, Fall from Grace, and this is one of the most depressing songs I've heard by Paradise Lost, in my opinion. And Paradise Lost again followed that Death Doom formula, and I love it. I love how they are changing their sound again. Paradise Lost, in case a lot of you don't know, a very experimental band. They had an electronic poppy album in Host, which was not a very good album in my opinion, but then they had heavy songs with cleaner vocals. They have gone back to those harsh, aggressive vocals. The guitar work on this song is fantastic. His vocal style is magnificent as well.
A suffering that binds me, the eyes don't show.
I love how prominent the bass is, and there's some really nice guitar sections. The chorus is quite melodic as well. I love the vocal overlay. The melody again is quite infectious and it seeps into your brain. Now, this song's about 6 minutes long, but it's a journey. They bring you into that Paradise Lost paradigm, and I love that. I love the overall structure of the song. It's not boring. It's quite slow, but it gains its momentum. This song is going into Obsidian, their new album, which will be released later on this year. I honestly cannot wait for the new album to drop, since Medusa was an absolute banger.
We're all alone. We're all alone.
Okay, so the next song is Nightwish Harvest. Now, Noise was such a fantastic first single by Nightwish, and I fucking loved it. I think it's such a melodic chorus, awesome song structure throughout the song. Thomas really shines throughout the song, along with Empu's guitar riffs. And I really love Floor Janssen's vocals throughout this song, and the music video was 10 out of 10. I was pretty excited when I was about to hear Harvest.
Join the harvest of 100 fields, hearty and tame. All go.
This is going to be a very unpopular opinion, but this song was a major letdown for me. It really was. No matter how many times I listen to this song, I just can't get into it, and this is just my honest opinion. I believe this is Troy on vocals. His vocals, in my opinion, are okay, but they're not as strong as Floor Janssen's or even Marco's vocals. It's Troy's vocals that let this song down. They sound very monotone, and they're fine, but it doesn't wow me. This song doesn't wow me. Not even that nice, beautiful instrumental section. It doesn't wow me at all. It just feels like a generic Celtic song by Nightwish. And there are certain Celtic elements throughout this song, especially the really nice guitar moments by Empu. I think Empu actually saves this song with those gritty guitar riffs you're getting throughout the middle part of the song. It's an okay song. It's got an okay melody. I suppose the chorus gets stuck in your head now and again. I love Floor's vocals in the background that just enhance the vocal performance throughout this song. Troy's vocals are okay. They're not the best. And I just feel that maybe Marco could have sung this song instead of Troy, because this song would have been a lot better if Marco sang this song. With Marco and Floor coming together, it would have been such an amazing song. I do like the piano melody that Thomas provides throughout this song, but it's just the vocals by Troy that is just a major letdown.
Give mankind a rose so we can see the beautiful night.
I honestly cannot wait for Nightwish to release the new album Human Nature 2. It's going to be a fantastic album. I cannot wait. I think it's coming out this week. And finally, to end off Discovery, is Lamb of God, Memento Mori. This is a really in-your-face, hard-hitting song by Lamb of God. The previous song, which was Checkmate, which was an absolute fucking shit song, and I hated it. Still can't get used to the first single, but this second single is an absolute fucking banger. It really is, and the reason why I'd say it's a banger is because it's the slow build-up of this song, and it builds up to such a energetic, fast-hitting song. interesting release, releasing this song during a pandemic. And it's funny because the music video seems like it just reflects on what is happening right now across the world. This music video must have been before the pandemic, to be honest, but it's just so interesting how it just fits hand in hand together. They talk about the virus, they talk about fake news, it's all happening right now, and I love the overall concept of this song. This is fantastic. His vocals are so damn demonic, and I love his harsh aggressive vocals throughout the song, but not to mention those guitar riffs, those gritty guitar riffs along with the drumming throughout this song is just absolutely magnificent, just escalates the song into the next level. And I love how prominent the bass is throughout this song, but what really gets me is that chorus, the melody seeps into your brain, it becomes quite melodic as anything, and it just builds up to that conclusion. That conclusion just is magnifico. Throughout the middle of the song as well, there is such an awesome breakdown. It just knocks you out of this world, it really does. And overall, this song by Lamb of God, Memento Mori, is just fantastic. Honestly, cannot wait for the new album to drop. I am excited. That is a wrap for Discovery. So guys, I hope you did enjoy the Discovery for this week. So join me next time on Discovery as I will give you some more bands for you to listen to and some more singles that have just been released. So comment below if you enjoyed this Discovery. Keep discussion going, comment section below, subscribe if you want, and I will see you in the next one. Welcome to Discovery. From this day forward, Discovery will be new album releases where I will basically recommend you some album releases on that same week that Discovery has dropped. And what I want you guys to do is actually watch the whole entire video and not actually skip to the part you want to watch. Because basically Discovery is all about you discovering music as well. This is why I made Discovery, is for you to also get into music. The last episode was basically 4 single reviews. A lot of people didn't really enjoy that format, but I feel that a lot of people will enjoy this format because there'll be a lot of albums to recommend and there'll be also some single reviews as well. So let's kick off with the first band on Discovery, Hex Vessel, and their album Kindred. This is a very interesting album overall. It incorporates elements of really nice, slow, clean guitar. Now, dare I say this is not even metal. There's some really nice songs such as Kindred, the self-titled track. It's a very atmospheric album. What I really do enjoy about this album is that it's just a really soft album that you can just listen to when you're in bed. It's not too overpowering. It's quite simple as well, but it's simple done right. It just reminds me of bands like Led Zeppelin. I do really enjoy his vocals, very dynamic and rich in tone, and overall it's just a really enjoyable album to listen to. Not to mention Billion-Year-Old Being, with a really nice solo that draws out right until the end. I'm sure when you listen to this album that the clean guitars will resonate to you. I think it's definitely up there to be one of the best releases of March. It's not metal per se, it's sort of on the rock side. So yeah, go check out Hex Vessel, Kindred. By the way, Hex Vessel is on Svarts Records. So the next band I'm going to talk about, they just released the album through Prosthetic Records. It was released on April 17th. It is The Ditch and the Dalta. So this album seems very experimental to me. When I say it's very experimental, it seems like they are following a path and direction. Dare I say this band is sort of a sludge band, but it's also very chaotic at times, especially through songs like Mame with an awesome guitar riff that is quite infectious. What I really enjoy about this album is the overall distorted tone, and it's a very different sounding album, something I've really never heard before. I do really enjoy his vocals, they are quite harsh and aggressive. There are many polyrhythmic sections throughout this album, and there are also some djenty moments as well. Djent and sludge? What the hell? This is a very experimental album by Ditch in the Delta, and this is their sophomore album. It's a pretty tight and cohesive album by this band, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So go check out the Ditch in the Delta if you like experimental djenty sludge. Okay, so the next band that is on the chopping block, it's Cora and the album Timaeus. This album is quite aggressive, but it's aggressive done wrong in my opinion. This is a black metal album, but it's not a very good black metal album. The harsh shrieks and vocals on this album are okay, but I don't really like the clean vocals throughout this album. It's quite an atmospheric album in nature, but the riffs are not infectious. It just sounds like the production, it just sounds really overproduced in my opinion. I want a black metal to be raw in tone. This black metal album just sounds very polished. It is very disappointing because this band has potential. They had potential to actually produce a pretty solid album. I believe this is the debut album and they need to learn a lot. To me, it's a disappointing album because I felt bored. Nothing dragged me by the balls and threw me up against the wall. The band seemed like to follow a formula with the blast beats, aggressive guitars, and the harsh vocals. This album does really overstay its welcome. I feel if you cut a few more songs off the album, it would have been a pretty solid album. Like Davidus Ad Novum, that's an okay song. It's a weak start to the album, but it's a solid middle, then it slowly decreases in quality. I don't know what happened, maybe they were rushed, but to me, Cora, Timaeus isn't a very good album. By the way, if you want to check out Cora, Timaeus, you may actually enjoy it. It's from Soul Cellar Records and it was released on April 17th. Okay, from Nedermacht Productions, released on April 17th, it is Nemes Steinmensch.
Mein Geist ist in Aufruhr, von der Schale nur geweint die Knochen sind ewig.
This is a post-black metal album incorporating doom elements like Death Doom elements and Death Doom vocals. What I really enjoy about this album is how unpredictable this album is. Surely there are some clean vocals throughout the conclusion of the album, but there are some head-banging moments throughout the first half of the album which you can't help but enjoy. I love the gritty guitar riffs and not to mention the insane drumming, but there are some really slow parts to some songs such as Der Berg, Der Stieg. Absolutely fantastic album overall. This could possibly make it into my top 10 April albums, but overall it's a tight and cohesive album that you should really check out. Some parts really do sound like Rammstein, but it's mainly just raw and grit, and his vocals are pretty good in my opinion. Like, he's got a very unique vocal style when he growls. Sure, they are Cookie Monster vocals, but damn, they really pack a punch. Remind me of bands such as Temple of Void or even at times Hooded Menace. I do really enjoy the Death Doom elements along with the post-black metal elements throughout Steinmensch. So yeah, if you like that sort of music, go check out Steinmensch. Okay, from Nuclear Blast, released on April 17th, it is Oranssi Pazuzu and their album Mesteren Kinsey. This album is one of the most strangest albums I've heard, but it's strange in a good way. It's very experimental, it's at times very psychedelic as well, and I really do enjoy it. Similar to Hex Vexel, where it was sort of a psychedelic rock, this is psychedelic experimental post-black metal. It's just a really chaotic album and his vocals are intense. This band definitely reminds me of a psychedelic and now Nafrak or something like that, and I do actually enjoy this album for what it is. Got some crazy tremolo along with extreme blast beats. That there's one song where there's just chaos that lasts for about 2 minutes. It's just like a huge battle in your head. If you like extreme metal go check out Oranssi Pazuzu, because they do extreme metal very differently to all the other bands out there. It's very psychedelic, it's very experimental, but in my opinion, they are going in the right direction. They are. Unlike Kora, which are going in the wrong direction, Oranssi Pazuzu are sort of inventing this sort of experimental psychedelic black metal that I've never heard before. It is a very, very interesting, strange, weird album, which I can't help but really enjoy. So yeah, go check out Oranssi Pazuzu if you like experimental black metal. Okay guys, so the next album I'm going to talk about on Discovery is Funeral Leech Death Meditation. This is a full-on Death Doom album. Really reminds you of bands like Hooded Menace. I absolutely love some of these songs, I really do, and I love how balanced this overall production is. It's a great mixing album as well, and it's one of my favorite albums. I did discover these guys actually yesterday, and I thought they were, excuse my French, fucking fantastic. Some songs really take you on an adventure, and I absolutely love that. I just love the first song, Downpour, with those hard-hitting, gritty guitars. But there are also some really nice guitar solos as well. By the way, if you want to check out Funeral Leech, they are on Bandcamp. Link will be in the description as well, along with all the other albums I've mentioned. They released their album again on April 17th through Carbonized Records. And the best new album to feature on Discovery this episode is Abysmal Dawn Phylogenesis, which was released on April 17th through Season of the Mist. I enjoyed this album like anything. The guitar riffs are gritty. It's sort of a technical death metal album that you just can't help but bang your head to. Path of the Totalitarian is a fantastic song, along with Hedonistic, an aggressive song as well. His vocals, I love his raw, gritty tone. It's not the same monotonous stuff you get through some of these technical death metal releases, but damn, this is very different. I love just the dynamic feel you're getting throughout this album. Some really nice guitar solos throughout Phylogenesis, along with absolutely amazing drumming you're getting with the increasing blast beats, along with the nice drum fills, intricate drumming moments. And yeah, this album is absolutely fantastic. I thoroughly enjoyed it. If you like technical death metal, even blackened death metal at times, you're gonna really enjoy Abysmal Dawn. I'd highly recommend you check that out. Okay, so going through the new releases, let's go on to new release singles. So Trivium released a new single called Amongst the Shadows and the Stones. This album comes out next week. I am really excited for this album. I honestly cannot wait. This song is a lot heavier. It sounds very metalcore, this song. This song has a lot of metalcore elements such as breakdowns, really harsh vocals such as cleaner vocals as well throughout this song. But Trivium do it in a very different way. I love the instrumental break throughout this song as well. Not to mention the guitar riffs are pretty catchy, and the whole song is pretty catchy overall. It's a fairly good length of a song as well. Like all these songs, all these singles have been so solid, and this one's a very solid release. Honestly, cannot wait for What the Dead Men Say, which will be released next week. So talking about Ulcerate, we now move on to the next single, and it's Dissolved Orders. This song blew me away, it really did. Ulcerate are from New Zealand. This is sort of a black death doom, black metal / death doom song. It's absolutely insane. And what I love about this song is the overall build up and the crescendo of this song that leads onto fast paced drumming along with the intricate time signatures. Or the production on the other hand is slightly muddy, which I really do enjoy. And his vocals are so damn aggressive and at times sound very evil. But this song has such a beautiful section, especially throughout the middle, which you just can't help but enjoy. And I just love how songs really extend their time. You don't need to cut any fat from this song. It's one of the best songs that I've heard this year. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's a 10 out of 10 song. Go check out Ulcerate. Their album will drop next week as well. Okay, and so now we move on to a fun part. And here's the most famous intro that a lot of people love. It is the Metal Planner, and this is the albums I have explored for this week. First band we are diving into is Bolt Thrower and the album The Fourth Crusade. This is one of the catchiest death metal albums I have heard. It is so damn good. Shout out to Quest for Metal.
The name goes.
Who actually got me into this band. The legend he is. This album is intense. It's intense as anything, but it's so damn catchy, and I just love how melodic this album is. Songs like The Fourth Crusade, Icon, that riff is amazing. When Next to Conquer. Honestly don't know what I would give it. Probably a 9 out of 10. I absolutely loved it. Expect some Bolt Thrower on the channel. Very enjoyable album. If you haven't heard The Fourth Crusade, definitely check out The Fourth Crusade. So also going on to Bolt Thrower again is For Once Loyal. This is a very catchy album as well. When again, the riffs are absolutely amazing. They are riff kings, these guys, and I just absolutely love the chord progression throughout these songs. Not to mention his vocals are just absolutely fantastic. It's just such an enjoyable album to listen to. I just really love the song The Kill Chain, For Those Once Loyal, the title track. This band has such a catchy sort of vibe. They really do, and I just really enjoy this band overall. So yeah, check out For Those Once Loyal. We'll get into Bolt Thrower. Moving on to Death Doom now. It is Mourning Beloved and the album A Murderous Circus. Murderous Circus is such a very atmospheric Death Doom, Funeral Doom album, which songs last for about 10 to 12 minutes. You get even songs that go over 20 minutes. It's a very slow-paced album with some really nice infectious guitar riffs, along with his vocals are so damn intense. I absolutely love this album, I really do, and it's just such a joy to listen to. Mourning Beloved are definitely a band that I'm really getting into at the moment. I just love the Doom elements. I just love how atmospheric this band is. So yeah, do yourself a favor. If you like death, if you like Doom, check out Mourning Beloved. Okay, and finally, to end off Discovery is Windia and the album Lickford. This album is so good, it really is. I love the sort of folky elements throughout some of these songs. Resurrection of the Wild, fantastic song. It's black metal. I just love the overall nature of this album. It's very atmospheric. His vocals are insane. Just really starting to get into Windia, and I really enjoy some of this stuff. It's a very intense sort of black metal. Love the tremolo moments, and overall it's a very fun album to enjoy. So guys, that's it for Discovery for this week. I hope you did enjoy it. Comment below what you think about this new format, and comment below what albums you're going to check out as well. So join me next week for Discovery as we discuss more bands, and bands that I may not like or bands that I love. Keep discussion going in the comment section below, subscribe if you want, and welcome back to Discovery. Welcome to Discovery. Make sure you comment below your favorite albums of this week as well. I got a really cool discovery for you guys this week, as we're going to first look at the singles, then we'll go into the albums of this week, and then I'm going to tell you of the albums I've explored last week, whether it be old or new. So let's kick off with the first single, and we're going to one of the bigger bands And Evanescence put out a song called Wasted on You. This song, in my opinion, is a very beautiful, soft, angelic song. I do really love the chord progression throughout the song, and overall it's telling a big story. And watching the music video as well, you can tell that they are stuck in isolation. You can tell they made this song during isolation, and honestly, I cannot wait for this new album. This song is catchy as anything. It is very catchy. It's quite melodic. It's sort of a ballad, you could say, but it's quite a heavy ballad. I think the last album was 2011, so I'm so damn excited for another Evanescence album. It's the overall emotion conveyed by Amy Lee as well. Her vocals are so damn good. I love the dynamic range. Although I do have a pet hate with this song, is that some of this song does sound like Creep from Radiohead in my opinion, especially that chord progression throughout that chorus. But overall, it's a pretty tight and cohesive song by Evanescence. And you guys, if you haven't checked out Evanescence, check out Waste on You. I would definitely recommend it. So the next song we're going to talk about is Lamb of God, Colossal of Hate. This is all about division of humanity. It's not as good as Memento Mori, but it's a hell of a lot better than Checkmate in my opinion. Colossal of Hate, which is a very hard-hitting, fast, groovy song, incorporating some technical elements along with progressive elements as well. But his vocals, on the other hand, are so damn good. I love the lyrics overall. I love the themes on this song. And damn, it's an absolute banger. Not to mention some really nice guitar moments, along with a really nice drum fills as well. So the next single I'm going to talk to you about is another Paradise Lost single that they just released called Ghost. I do love that guitar melody throughout this song, and his vocals are so damn good. He incorporates cleaner vocals throughout this song, but throughout the conclusion he finally incorporates those growls like something out of Medusa. I honestly cannot wait for this new album Obsidian to drop, which will be released sometime next month, I think. I absolutely love Paradise Lost. The last single, which was Fall from Grace, was so damn good, so damn energetic, and his growls, his harsh growls were absolutely incredible. I do love that guitar melody throughout Ghost, and that chorus, Jesus Christ, so damn good. I love his operatic vocals conveyed throughout this song. And now we moved on to a very fun song, Tortuga by Alestorm. This song is fantastic. Honestly, cannot wait for this album to drop. Really love Alestorm. Whoever doesn't like Alestorm can fuck off. I really love this song. I love the chorus. I love the verses. And Captain Yarvase is in it. And music video is so damn good as well as he pisses on someone. Overall, this album is going to be a really good album. I cannot wait. This album, Curse of the Crystal Coconut, will be released in May sometime. But damn, it's very catchy. Surely there are some pop elements along with electronic elements as well. But you get a really nice guitar riff, especially throughout that chorus. So it's a pretty solid song in my opinion. Now we're moving on to newly released albums. Now, the first album I'm going to talk to you about is Berisha and the album Old Smoke. So in case you don't know, Berisha are a sort of a progressive death metal sludgy band. They also incorporate some really sludgy moments. It's very progressive, like there's different sort of time signatures. It runs around 50 minutes, but damn, this album really packs a punch. You get some really nice drum moments. Probably my favorite song is Blood Aurora. Songs around about 10 plus minutes. You put on this album and it's like a journey. Mainly harsh vocals throughout this album, but we finally get some clean vocals throughout Old Smoke, which is about 14-minute song. But it's definitely one of the best songs because it showcases everything what Berisha has. Clean vocals, some really nice soft moments, some really heavy moments as well. This album can get as heavy as fuck. reminds me of bands such as Opeth, reminds me of bands such as Mastodon. Absolutely a really awesome band to check out. I would definitely recommend Barishi Old Smoke. So the next band I'm going to talk to you about is Alda, and they dropped an album called Omens. God, we got a really good prog record. This year's lacking a lot of prog. And finally we get Barishi, which is quite proggy, and now we get Omen, psychedelic progressive, because overall this album is one of the best albums of April. They incorporate proggy elements, they also incorporate some psychedelic guitar effects, and those riffs throughout this album, you'd swear some of the riffs sound like Black Sabbath. Now, they released an album back in 2017, Reflection of the Floating World. That was a fantastic album, and now we get Omens. And this band can't do wrong in my opinion, because it's some really interesting, unique vocals. His vocals are very unique. Surely at first listen you may not like him, but throughout this album you start to really enjoy him. And that's what I really love about Alda, is because it's a very highly listenable band. This album is definitely not in your face. It's quite relaxing. It's like you're sitting in a cinema and Alda is taking you for a ride. It's a cinematic themed album and I absolutely love it. Overall, this album's amazing in my opinion. I would definitely recommend you Alda's if you like prog, if you like prog rock. Okay, so then we move on to Danzig, and his album sings Elvis.
You were always on my mind. You were always.
Now, I'm a big Elvis fan, and I was pretty excited because I do like Danzig and his films and everything, so I was pretty excited, and I know he's a big Elvis fan as well. When I first played the song Is It So Strange, I was quite impressed with his vocals, and also One Night, his vocals were pretty good as well.
The things that we together would make my dreams come true.
But as I made my way throughout this album, I noticed one thing was the production. I'm not shitting you, but the original Elvis songs are so much heavier than the cover songs on this album.
Tell me, tell me that.
This album is flat as anything. Instrumentals are fucking pathetic. They really are. Basically, you're stripping all the instrumentals and you're just showcasing his voice. Okay, so you're showcasing his voice, but Elvis believed that the band were also the main importance in a song. And what they did here was they stripped away the instrumentals and they were so low in the mix, which really pissed me off, because some melodies throughout Elvis songs are absolutely fantastic. Oh no, you don't get much melody through Always on My Mind. You don't get trumpets or horns or even intense drums throughout these cover songs.
Come back and maybe I won't play house with you. All in the house, yeah.
Come back, baby, I won't play house. Let's play some house.
No, you'd rather listen to an original Elvis song with some drums, with some guitar, not some basic stripped down shit like this album. This album was very disappointing to me. Although Danzig's vocals were okay in some parts, I was very impressed with his work with One Night. This album is a hit and miss for me. It's a hit and miss, but you can tell the man loves Elvis. In case you want to check out Danzig Sings Elvis, it's through Cleopatra Records and you can access it now. Okay, so the next band I'm going to talk to you about is I Am Destruction and their album Nascency. This is sort of a deathcore record, deathcore incorporating elements of brutal death metal maybe, but damn it, it's very intense. There are sort of a lot of breakdowns, the guitars are gritty, the production is fantastic overall. Really love Ruinous Phantasm. This album's pretty short as well. It's about 36 minutes, but there's a lot of chaos, and it's one of the best deathcore albums I've heard this year. It's intense as anything. It's really cool, and I love his vocals. His vocals incorporate those screams, those low growls, those deep growls, guttural growls. But damn, it's a really fun album overall. It's some really technical elements, some really nice guitar solos. It's definitely one of the best deathcore records I've heard. Dare I say, could be competing with Lorna Shore here. I don't know if it's death metal or deathcore. I can't really tell the difference. To me, it's deathcore, because it just sounds like a deathcore record. But damn, there are some certain elements of black metal as well, tremolo pickings. I think they also incorporate some grindcore on this album. But damn, it's a really fun and impactful album, so go check it out. By the way, if you want to check out this album, it's through Unique Leader Records, and it's out now. Okay, so one album I was so damn impressed was Black Curse, and the album Endless Wound. This album is aggressive, it's so loud, it's in your face. Well, I could say it's probably black and death metal because there are a lot of death metal elements. At times there's a lot of black metal elements throughout this album, but it's intense as anything. The drumming is insane. It's gonna easily get in my top 10, this album. Absolutely love Endless Wound, not to mention Lifeless Sanctum, which sounds so tribal when it's short, but it leads on to that epic song. Finality I Behold is like 8 minutes. It's very heavy, it's very gritty, and it's impactful as anything. So if you like that sort of stuff, go check out Black Curse. Black Curse is via Sepulchral Voice Records, which is out now. Okay, so we get on to some more technical death metal, and it's Ulcerate and the album Stare Into Death and Be Still. This is a technical death metal album, incorporating elements of doom metal, incorporating elements of black metal as well. All together, it's one huge torturous listen. It's a very fun, not easy listener for a beginner that wants to listen to technical death metal. There are certain time signatures throughout this album. It really reminds me of bands such as Deathspell and Mega. SF Ulcerate are better than them. Really enjoy this record because there are so many different time signatures throughout this album, and this album just flows like one whole fucking song. His vocals are so damn demonic. This song is so damn atmospheric. It's like this album just swallows you whole, gobbles you up. It's just overall a really cool album, and I just really like it. I'm really nothing bad I can say about this album, but it's out now as well, so go check it out. Okay, so now we're going to the new wave British heavy metal, and it's Clovenhoof and the album Age of Steel. Clovenhoof are a very interesting heavy metal band. It just reminds me of bands like Saxon, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, and some really nice guitar moments throughout. It's like this band takes you on a journey throughout this album. They talk about Elizabeth Bathory, they talk about Adderley Hill as well, and they talk about many different historical moments and also the mythological world. Overall, it's a good, exciting, fun album. Really enjoy his vocals, some really nice guitar solos throughout this album. Bathory is a fantastic song by them. Really fun album. It doesn't overstay its welcome. It's less than an hour. If you like heavy metal, go check out Clovenhoof. Okay, so the album of the week for this week is Warbringer and the album Weapons of Tomorrow. This album was released through Napalm Records. To be honest, I wasn't really looking forward to this album. I was looking at the time length, it was 52 minutes, and it was a thrash record. I can give and take thrash. There's some really good thrash, and there's some really bad thrash. This is a fantastic thrash album. It reminded me of bands such as Skeleton Witch, even Crater, like all these other bands. They also incorporate some black and thrash throughout this album.
At the end of every road, a silent die.
And At times, this album sounds like death metal, but it's still thrash. Just love the overall genre changes throughout this album. It's still thrash though. It still stays true to thrash, and overall Notre Dame is just a fantastic song. This album is a bit slow throughout the first 2 or 3 songs, but once it gets right in the middle, man, this album just hits another level because there are so many different changes. There's some black metal vocals as well throughout this album. This album is as intense as anything. Some really nice guitar solos. The drumming is immaculate as well. It's overall such a fun, hard-hitting, energetic album that is definitely going to make it in my top 10 for April, that's for sure. I was so damn entertained with this album, I really was. I thought it was a fucking banger. Not to mention Glorious End, the last track is an absolutely amazing song which just basically showcases everything what this album had into one whole song.
Till the last and your cause will prevail, for I am
To be honest, it's about an 8 out of 10. Really enjoyed it. It's through Napalm Records if you want to check it out, and it's out now. Okay, so now we're going, as always, we go to Discovery, the albums I've explored this week. I've explored a few albums this week. So the first album was Tomb Mold and the album Manor of Infinite Thorns. Death metal album, and I'm a little bit torn with this album overall. Surely there are some really nice moments throughout this album, some really good technicality. I mean, Abyss Walk is a good song. The vocals and maybe the overall reduction of this album is quite a letdown in my opinion. This album is about 41 minutes. It's a pretty tight and cohesive album. To me, I have to have more listens. Okay, so the next album I checked out was Iced Earth Horror Show. This album was an okay album, in my opinion. It's not as good as Burn Offerings, the other Iced Earth album I checked out. I think Damien is probably the best song, but Dracula is a really cool song as well. Certainly heavy moments throughout this album, and there are some really nice guitar moments as well, but I just feel this album just lacks a little bit. It lacks in its direction. This album at times just seems a little bit boring in my opinion. What this album is the overall themes of horror. And although it's got an interesting concept, I just feel that this album lacks slightly. Dare I say it's probably one of the worst albums by Iced Earth. Nothing can beat Burnt Offerings in my opinion. But I gotta say Damien's an awesome song. And Dracula. Okay, so now we go into extreme metal, and it's Anal Nathrakh and the album The Codex Necro. This is the last Anal Nathrakh album I checked out, and can I just say, Anal Nathrakh are definitely one of my favorite bands of all time at the moment because I absolutely love them. I love Anal Nathrakh. I gotta say, and the Codex Necro is no different. Humanity is Cancer. What a fucking awesome song that is. Submission is for the weak. The Codex Necro, the Paradigm, unbelievable. This is a sort of a black metal grindcore album, you could say. The melody on this album is fantastic, and Dave Hunt's vocals throughout this album is just out of this world. They really are. His screams are incredible. He incorporates just harsh vocals throughout this album. This was their first album, and that was their last album to incorporate all harsh vocals. After that, you went to Domina Estignis, which had harsh vocals along with the cleaner vocals throughout the chorus. The Codex Necro is one of the best Anal Nathrakh albums I checked out. I absolutely loved it. So yeah, if you like extreme metal or you like black metal grindcore mixed together, go check out the Codex Necro. Okay, so the next album I checked out was Dark Tranquillity and the album Fiction. Surely they stay true to the sound, Dark Tranquillity, but the vocalist also incorporates some cleaner vocals throughout this album, which really works. And what I really enjoy is how melodic this album's very melodic and it's quite catchy, and definitely not the best Dark Tranquillity albums I've heard. I mean, Atoma was out of this fucking world. I absolutely fucking love that album. But this album is pretty good. It's a pretty cohesive album as well. So if you like sort of melodic death metal, go check out Dark Tranquillity. Okay, and finally, to end off Discovery, the album I checked out was Hooded Menace and the album Fulfill the Curse. Hooded Menace are a doom metal band. They are fantastic. Some slow chugging guitarists. Like, this album feels like something out of a horror movie. At times they incorporate funeral doom, incorporate some really nice drumming as well. And it's just a slow-paced album that you just can't help but enjoy. But the vocals, on the other hand, are so damn demonic, aggressive, and guttural. At times makes you feel so damn cold inside. But yeah, Hooded Menace, Fulfill the Curse is a fantastic album overall. And I would definitely recommend you to check out Fulfill the Curse. But guys, that's it for Discovery for this week. I want you guys to comment below your favorite albums of this week. Make sure you comment as well, since you have subscribed to my new channel. I want to see a bit of interaction by you guys as well as we slowly build up the new channel. And also comment below your requests. You can also request albums as well, guys, since we are a very small channel as well. Discovery will return next week, and I will see you in the next one. Welcome to Discovery. We have a brand spanking new show and we got a lot to get through. So first of all, we go into the singles of this week, then we go into the new releases of this week as well for albums, and then I'm going to give you the albums I've explored. So let's kick off with the singles. It is Mushroomhead, Seen It All. Mushroomhead have finally released a song, Seen It All, from their new album Wonderful Life, which will be out sometime this month. I'm a bit on the fence with Mushroomhead. Their masks look fucking fantastic in this music video, and the music video is like 10 out of 10, but the song, on the other hand, is quite flat in my opinion. And the production on this particular song isn't that great. This song feels muddy, but it's got a catchy chorus. But man, I fucking love those masks. I really do. So the next single that just dropped was Bleed Within and their song Night Crossing featuring Matt Heafy. This song is intense and I love the aggression. I love it, but I love the music video. The music video is very cool because you got them in isolation and each band member is doing its own thing. It's like they're on Skype or something and they're just jamming away. I love the fucking guitarist. The guitarist is in the bottom right and he is just fucking going nuts. Absolutely love how they're really getting into this song, but it's awesome. The vocals are so damn gritty that you just can't help really enjoy this song. I just love the energy, love the grittiness of those guitars, the intricate guitar riffs as well, that leads on to a really fucking awesome solo by Matt Heafy. As Matt Heafy comes into the chat, his solo is absolutely fantastic, conveys quite a lot of emotion. I just love it, and I just love those breakdowns throughout the song. This is a very good metalcore song. Okay, so the next single is Carrick Angren and their song De Vampire Non Nürnberg. This song is very interesting overall. You know, Carrick Angren has the theatrical symphonic vibe. It's none other than a symphonic cinematic black metal song. Do really enjoy his vocals on this. The song's very theatrical with many different synthesizers. Do really enjoy the overall flow of the song as well, not to mention those riffs. But overall, it's a pretty solid song by Carrick Angren. Okay, and to finally end off, new single releases, it is Slaughter to Prevail, Demolisher. This is an in-your-face fucking crazy deathcore song. It really is, but it is very intricate and there are so many different melodies, but yet it's quite melodic. Alex the Terrible's vocals are absolutely guttural. They are demonic as well. His vocal dynamics are fucking insane. But that breakdown, man, is one of the biggest breakdowns of the year in my opinion. I absolutely love that breakdown. The build up to the breakdown is very epic. Drumming is absolutely awesome. This is one of my favorite songs by Slaughter to Prevail of all time. Demolisher is such an intense, in your face and quite aggressive deathcore song. So yeah, if you like deathcore, go check out Demolisher. So now we're going to the new album release. I did an album review for Aether Realm, Redneck Vikings from Hell. That was an awesome album. There has also been some pretty solid albums this week. So let's start off with the shitty albums of the week. Let's start off with the not so pleasant albums. And we're going to An Autumn for Crippled Children and their album All Fell Silence, Everything Went Quiet. Is definitely not everyone's cup of tea. I do like the atmospheric vibe throughout this album, but it does lack, and that is the overall production. The production is very weak. The vocals are too low in the mix in my opinion. They repeat the same monotonous riffs over and over again. I think the best song is Water's Edge. At least it's got a very interesting melody. But overall, this album doesn't do much for me, so I'm going to now put scores on Discovery for the new album releases. So with An Autumn for Crippled Children, giving this a 3 out of 10. So this is a pretty big album release. So we're talking about Havok and their album 5. Havok are a thrash metal band, in case you don't know, incorporating some really aggressive vocals. Now, I did listen to another Havok album and I thought it was fantastic. It was a really good album. So many different surprises throughout this album. And when I listened to 5, I felt nothing. I felt this is a pretty boring album, to be honest, and although it incorporates elements of thrash metal and different sort of genre types with different time signatures, quite proggy as well throughout some of these songs, this album felt flat in my opinion. I think the best song is Don't Do It. Because it's quite a long song as well, and there are some really nice acoustic elements throughout. But don't get me wrong, it's still a pretty good album. That's why it's going to be an above 5 rating. This is a very unpopular opinion, especially for a lot of reviewers. A lot of reviewers are saying that this is one of the best albums of the year, that this is definitely one of the best Havok albums, the best thrash metal album. That's bullshit, man. Warbringer is the best thrash metal album in my opinion, but Havok 5 lacks in its songwriting. If you repeat the same melody over and over again, it gets quite monotonous, gets quite boring. I feel this album is a fucking long album, especially for a fucking thrash metal album, 46 minutes. At least I was pretty entertained listening to Warbringer, but for this Havok, I was a little bit bored. So for Havok 5, I'm gonna give this a 5 out of 10. Well, this is not going pretty well, because another album dropped, which was quite abysmal in my opinion. And I don't mean to diss the band, but this band's gonna be dissed. The band is Yarrow, and the reason why I chose this album is because the album cover looked fucking fantastic. Look at that red crimson album cover, it was beautiful. We made what God could not. Released on Unholy Rub Records. Well, this record rubbed me the wrong way, that's for sure, because this album is really not very good. This is probably possibly one of the worst Doom albums I've ever heard in my life. What are they trying to fucking be? Ahab, they're trying to be Hooded Menace. At times they sound like Swallow the Sun, but in a really shitty way. This album is not very good. Old Shadows is an okay song, but to kick off with Ikizukuri, holy shit. I thought it was going to be deep, deaf, doomy growls, which you do get throughout this album, but throughout the start of Ikizukuri, you get yeah, like an old grandma upstairs saying, "Where's my fucking false teeth, cunts?" One of the worst albums I've heard the year. It's definitely up there with Danzig, definitely up there with Witch Taint, and up there with fucking Worm. This is one of the worst albums of 2020. Well, do check it out, but it's gonna rub you in the wrong way. Ocean's Rot is like trying to be Ahab or trying to be Hooded Menace, and they fail so wrong, especially when those guitars are like out of tune and the production is horrible as well. Okay, I'm gonna stop dissing this album. We made what God could not, giving this a 1 out of 10 because it was terrible. We move on to Vader, Solitude in Madness. So there's something positive I can finally say. I really enjoyed it. You know what? Vader sound like Vader. If you're a Vader fan and you want to check this out, you're going to say it sounds like Vader. Fantastic album, it really is. It's runtimed about 29 minutes and it doesn't overstay its welcome. It's a pretty fast hitting thrashy, black and thrashed album, but they are death metal, but at times they do sound thrash. Incorporating those really harsh, aggressive vocals. Love the guitar solos. What can I say about Bones? Bones is one of the best Vader songs I've heard.
I want it dead. Get down to oblivion. Solitude in madness.
Absolutely love it. But Incineration of the Gods, Into Oblivion, fantastic songs. And for Vader, Solitude in Madness, I'm going to give this probably a 7 out of 10. It was a fantastic album. Now we move on to Umbrae Vitae and the album Shadow of Life. I don't know, incorporating elements of grindcore throughout this album. It's a pretty heavy-paced, hard-hitting album as well, and very short songs. Overall, this album is a length of 26 minutes. This is a brutal death metal album incorporating elements of grindcore, but there are also some nice breakdowns. It just flows pretty well, at times incorporating some noisy elements, but the guitar tone throughout this album is quite gritty and it's quite heavy. Of course, the songs are pretty short, and these songs bleed into each other. Maybe this album is just one whole song. Lyrics overall are pretty good as well. For Umbrae Vitae, Shadow of Life, I'm giving this probably a 7 out of 10. Enjoyable album. Okay, to finally end off this new album releases, we are heading towards a new band called Make Them Die Slowly and their debut album, Ferox. Alright, so if you love Anaal Nathrakh, well, if you just love Anaal Nathrakh, you're gonna fucking well love this album. You really are, because Mick Kenny is actually part of this band, and I think he does the guitars. Mick Kenny is the mastermind of Anaal Nathrakh, one of my favorite bands. And I gotta say that Ferox was such a very enjoyable album, it really was. This is like Anaal Nathrakh light. It's not as hectic, it's not as crazy as Anaal Nathrakh, but can I just say Eden Live is probably one of the most closest Anaal Nathrakh songs you can get. But the chugging guitar riffs you're getting throughout this album, breakdowns and a grindy element, incorporating elements of death metal, many different genre styles as well throughout this album, quite atmospheric. These vocals are not Dave Hunt's, they're another vocalist, and his vocals are pretty good as well. I love the high screams, but he's more of a harsh, aggressive vocalist. He doesn't incorporate any cleans throughout this album, but Ferox, fantastic fucking album, and this album oozes with melody. It really does, and I love the production. Production sounds very similar to Anaal Nathrakh's albums, like A New Kind of Horror or even Hole of the Law, or not as polished as Desideratum, but nearly as good as Vanitas, if you get what I mean with the production. Production's pretty crisp, production's pretty clean, but at times they incorporate gritty elements. So for Ferox, Make Them Die Slowly, giving this an 8 out of 10. Fantastic fucking album. Okay, so now we're going to the albums I've explored for this week. So the first album I explored was Behikson and their album The Poisonous Path. I do know Behikson, but I never checked out this album. My mate and I checked out this album, and we fucking loved it. It's a great album. If you like black and death metal, at times incorporating elements of black metal, you're gonna really love this. If you like Gorgoroth or even Behemoth, you're gonna really love Behikson. They flow very well together, they really do, and it's just a vibe of how aggressive this album is. Very atmospheric and at times very experimental, but his vocals are on another level on this album. I I just love the Poisonous Path, it's great. So then I checked out some more black metal, Immortal at the Heart of Winter.
Your deepest realms I find, with songs that told eternity.
Fantastic album. The fucking album cover looks magnificent as well. Absolutely really enjoy Immortal. Withstand the Fall of Times, absolutely fantastic song. Years of Silent Sorrow, but it's the overall, some at times orchestral elements throughout this album just makes it quite epic. This album is so damn catchy, it really is, especially those guitar riffs and Abba's vocals. So coming now is finally some power thrash metal, you could say. It's Iced Earth, The Dark Saga. I enjoyed this album, really did. What I do have is a pet hate for the songs that have the same sort of melody, especially for the last 3 songs. It's sort of like a suite. I do appreciate it. Why couldn't they just make it one song, in my opinion? I mean, it's good to have nice, long, epic songs now and again, but having 3 songs, the same sort of melody, same sort of guitar riffs, yeah, you should have put it in one song. Should have put a one epic long song. I think it's for the people that had low retention rate to incorporate 3 songs which have the same sort of melody, in my opinion. You could say this is sort of a suite. Alright, some more black metal now, and what can I say? It's Mare Cognitum and Spectral Law and the album Soul. This is a split album, but my god, this album is a journey. It really is. And I absolutely love this album. You can just imagine you're floating in space. You are on a space journey, a black metal space journey. It's absolutely fucking fantastic. They released an album called The Astrologies of the Wanderers. The Astrologies of the Wanderers or something this year, which is an absolutely amazing album. And I love how the cinematic vibe at times, the overall bands themselves are so damn tight and cohesive. Go check it out. And finally, it's Cannibal Corpse, Gore Obsessed. Wow, this album is so damn fun. Savage butchery. Hatchet to the head. Absolutely love it, especially those guitar riffs throughout this album and the crazy thrashy vibes as well, incorporating elements of death metal, but it's brutal as fucking anything. It's still not as good as The Bleeding, nowhere near as good as The Bleeding, but Gore Obsessed stays true to that Cannibal Corpse sound, and it's a fantastic album. So guys, that's it for Discovery. I hope you did enjoy it. Wow, and absolutely another big week of Discovery. Some really good albums as well, but some really mediocre albums. So yeah, comment below your favorite albums as well throughout this week. And do you agree with my opinions? And what albums are you going to check out? And have you checked out any new releases? Come on guys, let's keep the discussion fucking going. We will see you in the next Discovery. Welcome to Discovery and welcome to another episode of Discovery. We have an action-packed week. I hope you're all feeling well. So let's get on with the singles of this week. So the first single is Interferum, Rum Women Victory. Interferum released a new single, and you know what, it is a good song, but it's one of the weakest Interferum songs I've heard. It's just the overall guitar melody at times provides a happy vibe that gets on your nerves sometimes. It's got just such a happy vibe, which I don't want to hear from Interferum. At times it sounds like an Alestorm song in my opinion. The vocals are okay, but it's definitely quite a weak single by Interferum. And I just feel that this album is going to be a pretty solid release, but at the moment I didn't enjoy the new single. So then Within Temptation released a new song, Entertain You. Now this song is a very fun, happy, vibey song. It's a very different song by Within Temptation, but stays true of their sound in my opinion. I love how heavy the introduction it is that leads onto such a very catchy chorus. The chorus is quite melodic, her vocals are quite dynamic and range. I just love how different this song is overall. There's some electronic elements providing that atmosphere and element of surprise, but overall it's a pretty tight and cohesive song, wrapping all under 4 minutes. It's a really enjoyable song, so I'm really looking forward to maybe their new album they're gonna drop this year. Then we move on to another now, Myriad. This band is a metalcore band. They do metalcore differently in my opinion. I really did enjoy this song for what it is. Really enjoyed his vocals and his nice cleans throughout that chorus. The breakdown was very interesting, wrapping all under 4 minutes 20. It's a very intense but in your face song. I do love how the production feels quite industrial. The guitars are quite muddy, but times transitions into that cleaner production. But overall, it's a pretty stellar song by Another Now. And then finally, to end off the singles, we go to a band called EQ Terso Ultionis. This is the Finnish black metal band. And this is a very enjoyable song. I love how dark sounding it is. It feels like second wave of black metal. His vocals sound so evil and demonic. At times it feels like Satan himself is yelling at you. Not to mention, you got an awesome guitar riff that sounds very similar, like something out of Maiden. It's fucking awesome, this song. It really is. I absolutely love how evil and dark this song sounds, how atmospheric at times, the guitar tones, the drumming is awesome, the blast beats incorporating the nice drum fills throughout that chorus. It's a great black metal song, and I'm really looking forward to Pekana, their new album coming out. Okay, so let's now go on to the new release albums. Now, this album was released last week on the 1st of May. The band is called Cryptic Shift, and the album Visitations from Enceladus. Very hard to pronounce, but man, this is a progressive death metal album. Moonbelt Immolator is a song that lasts 25 minutes. A 25-minute death metal song? What the fuck? This is an awesome album. I love how prog it is. I love the different time signatures. At times it's brutal, technical death metal. It's overall just one tight and cohesive package. At times it sounds like bands like Ulcerate, and at times it sounds like bands like Opeth. It's also got that Opeth feel, especially with acoustic tones, but overall it's a very enjoyable album. Visitations from Enceladus by Cryptic Shift. I'm going to give this to a band called Mekong Delta and the album Tales of a Future Past. This is sort of a thrash progressive metal album, very interesting, but I feel that this lacks direction, this album. I love the guitar tones throughout the song, but I feel that this album is very jarring. There are some really awesome songs like When All Hope Is Gone. You got some really short songs as well, but with Mekong Delta Tales of Future Past, I felt that this album dragged way too long, and that's why it's getting a 5 out of 10. So what is another interesting sort of album? We got Secrets of the Moon and their album Black House. I don't know how I could explain what this album would be. It's like gothic metal, in my opinion. The vocals are really cool. I love the vocals on this album, and the guitars and how doomy at times this album is. Like Here Is Here is a fantastic Secrets of the Moon song, and on this album but then you got Mute God, which is a lot heavier. But overall, this album is a pretty cohesive album. But with Secrets of the Moon Black House, probably going to give this a 6.5 out of 10. So what is another interesting album that I found was Hatchets for Hands and the album Cabaret of Decay. It's very hard to explain because at times they are black and death metal, at times they are technical death metal. I just really love the different changes throughout this album. At times there are some really nice passages. Cabaret of Decay also lacks in its direction as well. Like sometimes you don't know where this album is heading, but with Hatchets for Hands, Cabaret of Decay, I will give this a solid 6.5 out of 10. So then we lead on to Sangre Mas Fiera Que La Mia. Awesome album this is. Again, it's like a death metal album. At times, the technicality throughout this album, the blast beats, the drumming, the production on this album is pretty top notch in my opinion. Flamenco moments as well throughout this album. Overall, it's a pretty cool album. My recommendation for you is to check out Sangre Mas Fiera Que La Mia because this album gets an 8 out of 10. Very enjoyable. What is such a crazy sort of album and chaotic album, but at times beautiful album, we get the Kirsch Effect and the album Collapse. Now this is a German metal band. Can I just say it's a crazy, chaotic album because there are some really nice angelic vocals and there are some really harsh, aggressive deathcore vocals along death metal, black metal vocals. This album has it all. It's like you put everything in a blender and you mix it up and this is what you get, the Hirsch Effect Collapse.
Wir finden uns ein an diesem besonderen Tag.
It's such a really cool and enjoyable album. At first when I listened to it, I said, oh god, I don't know whether I enjoyed this album, but it's proggy at times, but it's very proggy at times, and at times it's chaotic. At times it also sounds like a Nal Nathrak. It's such a really strange album, but it's just can't help stop listening to it. But the Collapse of Hirsch Effect, we'll give this an 8.5 out of 10. Alright, so then we got Naglfar, Xerocloth. Okay, so this is a good album, but again, this album's quite long. It feels long. There are some melodic moments. Like I do love the guitar moments, the tremolo pickings throughout, but at times this album does lack. It does lack. The vocals are pretty intense as well. I can really appreciate the vocals, but I just feel there are some much more better black metal albums out there, especially this month. And for Naglfar Xerocloth, I feel that there's so much I can talk about this album. Maybe I will provide a review in the near future. They repeat the same monotonous passages throughout some of these songs, and this is at times very chaotic, and the production is really good. But with Naglfar Xerocloth, I will probably give this a 7.5 out of 10. Probably the best metal release of this week, apart from Winterfell. It's Forgotten Tomb and the album Nihilistic Estrangement. Really awesome black and death metal album. I absolutely love Active Shooter. Love the Iris House Part 1 and Part 2. Such interesting melodies as well. Very impactful, quite energetic. Love his vocals. It's a very tight and cohesive album, really is. Again, there is so much to talk about Forgotten Tomb. I might provide an album review later this week as well with Winterfell, but with Forgotten Tomb, Nihilistic Estrangement, man, a 8.5 out of 10. Adored this album, I really did. Then we go to Hyams, Anatomy des Scheiterns. Alright, so this is a German black metal band, and I tell you what, this album has such catchy riffs, Such enjoyable melodies as well. It's definitely in my top 10 albums of May, and I thought this was a very solid album. Again, I love his vocals, love how blackish his vocals are. I just really enjoyed transitions and the passages. For Haim's Anatomy des Scheiterns, I will give this a solid 9 out of 10. A very enjoyable album. Finally move on to Zort Apostel. This is a black metal album through and through. Such really enjoyable songs. Definitely not as good as Haim's, but I can really appreciate the melodies and the different structures. It's got some really awesome moments and nice guitar melodies and some really nice acoustic moments as well. But with Zort Apostel, I will give this a 8.5 out of 10. Now we go to the albums I have explored, and the first album is The Crimson Idol and the band Wasp. This album impacted me a lot, it really did, and I will provide a full album review. And what can I say about this album is that this album just blows me away. The concept of this album is so damn good. I will explain to you on my album review this week on Wasp Crimson Idol, because it was just such a joy to listen to it. We move on to Mourning Beloved, A Disease for the Ages. I think this was Mourning Beloved's first album. It's definitely not the greatest Mourning Beloved album. I just feel that it lacks creativity, especially throughout this album. But Mourning Beloved still holds true to what they sound like. And I do love sort of distorted and evil guitars throughout this album. But there's a lot of talking. I do enjoy his vocals. But on the other hand, it's one of the weakest albums. So with Mourning Beloved, Disease for the Ages, probably a 6.5 out of 10. Then we go to Darkthrone, Old Star. Very enjoyable album. Love how proggy it is. It's got such a really different sound to the other album like the Blazing Northern Sky. But Darkthrone are such a really interesting band. I just love how different they sound, especially on this album. Yeah, Darkthrone, Old Stars is a really enjoyable album. It really is. And at times it doesn't sound like black metal, but you got really cool songs like A Muffle Your Inner Choir, and then you got songs like Old Star. But Outman is so damn different. With Darkthrone, Old Star, an 8.5 out of 10. And we move on to Darkthrone, A Blaze in a Northern Sky. Really enjoyed this album. I think this was a very solid album. Awesome black metal album. Catharian Life Code, what a fantastic song that is. That's like over 10 minutes 40. And then we got the Pagan Winter to end off the album. Beautiful album overall. A 9 out of 10. It was a fantastic album. Then we move on to Kalmar, They Will Return. The first Kalmar album I checked out, and I thought this was a very solid album. Really reminds me of bands like Winter Sun, how symphonic it feels, but yet atmospheric. I do love songs like Hollow Heart, My Nation's a great song, The Blind Leader, really in-your-face songs. I love his vocals on this album as well. Kalmar is a band I definitely need to check out. An 8.5 out of 10. And finally, to end off Discovery is Me Cognitum Phobos Monolith. Alright, so this album is such a really cool album. I love how atmospheric and black metal it is. Space of 50 minutes, but there are only 4 songs off this album, but it really packs a punch. His vocals are intense. The guitar melodies are awesome as well. A very enjoyable album. I'm going to give this a 9.5 out of 10. And that is a wrap for Discovery. I hope you did enjoy Discovery for this week. Join me next week as we delve deeper into more new album releases. I hope you did enjoy it. Comment below what albums you're going to check out. Keep the discussion going in the comment section below. And I will see you in the next one. Discovery and welcome to another episode, and we got an action-packed week for you guys today, so let's not muck around. We're going to the singles first, and the first single that I checked out was Alestorm Fanny Balls.
Fanny Balls, he's a fearsome pirate. Fanny Balls, he's the scourge of the seas.
This is such a fun song, it really is. I absolutely love his vocals throughout this song, and I just love the music video as well. It's so damn good. It reminds me of Tyrion Lannister, to be honest, especially the little dwarf. I love the music video. I love how catchy that chorus is. I love the tone of the guitars that sound vibrant. The chorus gets stuck in your head as well. I can't wait for the Curse of the Coconut to actually drop later this month. Ramahoy, Captain Yarface, released a song called Harambe the Pirate Gorilla. A very fun song as well. I absolutely love that music video. Harambe playing the guitar. This is a really fun song. Again, affiliate with Alestorm. It's got such an upbeat vibe. It's like you want to have beer with your mates and listen to two songs that I've mentioned. I think they've just announced a new album called Time 2 or something. So I'll be definitely checking out that album. So what is very interesting, we're going to pop now, and it's Pacifier, Apocalyptia. Really cool song. I really love it. Maynard from Tool is actually a vocalist in this particular band. Must be his side band or something like that. I love the music video. I love the way he dances. I love the music video. It's really cool. I love how synthy and poppy this song is, and a really nice bass guitar and some guitar in the mix that is quite low. But you know what? Maynard's dancing is absolutely fantastic, and believe it or not, I tried it for myself. So believe it or not, Behemoth released a new song called A Forest featuring Nicholas Farforth. I was very hyped for this song, to be honest. I thought this was going to be an original song, but it turned out to be a cover, and this is The Cure's cover. I love the original, A Forest by The Cure. This song is a very disappointing song in my opinion. Behemoth try and make it their own, but I think they fail, especially those vocals. Those vocals are fucking atrocious. It's a disappointing song because I just can't stand his vocals. Nicholas' vocals are good, his vocals are good, but Nicholas Carvos, nah man, I don't really enjoy his vocals. The instrumentals are very heavy throughout this song, and surely it does feel like a Behemoth song. So we move on to newly released albums. So the first album I'm going to talk to you about is Asking Alexandria and their album Like a House on Fire. I'm very surprised about this album. I'm a bit of a skeptic of Asking Alexandria because they really changed their sounds throughout the years. But Asking Alexandria Like a House on Fire is just a fine album. It's not a metal album in my opinion. It's maybe a hard rock or even a pop rock album because they incorporate elements of pop rock along with at times hard rock. Down to Hell is definitely one of the heaviest songs off the album. With even harsh vocals as well. What really disappoints me about this album is there's no innovative verses. All the verses do sound the same. They lead on to a really hooky sort of chorus that gets stuck in your head. The choruses are really good on this album, but the verses are a huge letdown. Surely there are some guitar solos throughout this album. They're a lot heavier than other hard rock bands that I know. They also incorporate electronic elements as well, which I can't really get into, to be honest. What can I say? It's a good album. It's a good album for what it is, and there's nothing really negative I can say about this album. His vocals are pretty good. He incorporates a few harsh vocals now and again throughout this album. But if I'd had to be really critical, is that this album does drag, and having up to 15 songs on this album with a runtime about 50 minutes, it does drag a bit. And some of these songs sound the same, to be honest. Lara Zapame is a pretty good song in my opinion. It's got a catchy sort of verse, got a catchy sort of chorus as well. Asking Alexandria Like a House on Fire, I'm going to give it a 4.5 out of 10. Okay, so the next album I checked out is the band Forming the Void and their album Reverie. This is a really good album. It's a good rock album. Wouldn't say it's metal. It's a lot heavier than Asking Alexandra, that's for sure. But the guitars, man, the guitars are so damn sludgy. Really awesome moments. Absolutely love Onward Through the Haze. That's an awesome song. Got Electric Hive as well. There are several songs off the album with an average around 45-minute runtime. Vocals are dynamic. There's no harsh vocals throughout this album, and those sludgy guitars really remind me of bands like Mastodon. This album's quite proggy. There are some really nice guitar solos throughout this album, and if you don't like harsh vocals and if you like cleaner vocals, you're gonna really love Forming the Void, in my opinion. It's a very enjoyable album, and I sit here listening to this over and over again throughout this week. So from Forming the Void Reverie, I'm going to give this a 7.5 out of 10. The next band that released a new album was Patrons of the Rotting Gate, and the album Bathed in Ash. Just imagine you are just stuck in a cave and you're trying to get out, and this is what this album feels like. It is so damn hectic. Reminds me of bands such as Ulcerate. Technical death metal album, you could say, incorporating elements of black metal at times. The vocals are awesome throughout this album. Chaotic album overall. Light Absconding is just an absolute crazy progressive metal piece. So many different time signatures. The drumming is absolutely insane, incorporating blast beats. Definitely an acquired taste, this album. If you like bands like Ulcerate, you're going to really love Patrons of the Rotting Gate, because this is a very interesting album. So Patrons of the Rotting Gate, Bathed in Ash, I will give this a 7 out of 10. Okay, so a band that released a new album was Afsky, and the album, I can't pronounce it, but it's Auf die Jagdroma mit Dod. I don't know how to pronounce that. But yeah, this is a black metal album, Polish black metal album, I believe. It's a fantastic album, it really is. It's very atmospheric, his vocals are really cool as well. Some of the songs are very intense, hard-hitting black metal album, incorporating elements of sort of folk as well. At times there are some really soft, slow moments. At times there's also some orchestral moments as well. But Angst is one of the best songs off the album. But for Afsky, probably making my top 10 albums of the month, that's for sure. I'm going to give this an 8.5 out of 10. So next band that released a new album was Tyrant, and the album Hereafter.
Hereafter, your soul is mine.
This is a heavy metal album. If you like bands like Iron Maiden or even Judas Priest or Haunt, you're gonna fucking well love this album. I believe this is sort of a concept album because it incorporates the same melodies over and over again throughout this album, and you really just can't help but really grasp the concept of the album. Got a satanic theme, this album, but it's definitely a hard-hitting album in my opinion. There are some really nice guitar solos. His vocals, you have to get used to his vocals. Once you get the use of the range of his vocals, you can understand why I'm highly recommending this album. The solos on this are really good, the drumming as well. It's a very tight and cohesive album in my opinion, running around 53 minutes. Tyrant, Hereafter, I'm going to give this a solid 8 out of 10. So the next band that released a new album was Noctool, and the album Galeria Mortis Imago. Alright, so this is the Italian doom metal band. They're a funeral doom metal band, but I'm not too sure whether I like this or not. Surely there are some repetitive melodies. Really synthy based funeral doom album, because they really drop down the guitars, they really drop down the vocals. The vocals are more like an instrument throughout this album. The vocals are really low in the mix. This is a love and hate relationship for this album. There are some certain cool moments, like the last song, which is a 32-minute song. Really cool melody throughout the song. It's definitely one of my favorite songs off the album. really lacks in my opinion. It's like it doesn't pull its own weight. It's very over synth driven, heavily focused on piano. It's different. It sounds very gothic. What can I say? It's a give and take, this album, so I'm going to give this a 5 out of 10. Okay, so the next band that released an album was Emissara, self-titled album. This is a disappointing album in my opinion. It's those guitars, the tone of guitars, and the vocals. Like, they try to be progressive. Yeah, I'm not a really big fan of this rock album, to be honest. They incorporate elements of rock, they incorporate elements of metal, and it's a very progressive, proggy sort of album, but I don't really enjoy this album. It's definitely one of the worst albums I've heard of the year, in my opinion. It's not as bad as Yarrow, which I gave it a 1, but it's definitely down there. The vocals aren't very good. There are certain elements of surprise throughout this album, different time signatures, nice drum fills. The guitar tone is very disappointing in my opinion. I absolutely hate the guitar tones. For Emissara, a 1.5 out of 10. So finally, the last album that will be featured on the newly releases for this week is Ikutuso and the album Pakana. This is a folky black metal album. This is a Finnish black metal band, and this is a very enjoyable album. This is like second wave black metal. They sound like a second wave black metal band. It's just really good. I love the guitar work. I love how black and roll it sounds at times. His vocals are very low in the mix. They just sound like an instrument, and they do it right, unlike Noctu, that funeral doom metal band. Really nice acoustic moments. Some really long songs as well. The single Utonus is absolutely fantastic. It's overall just a really fun album to just bang your head to. So for Ikutuso, Pakana, I will give this an 8.5 out of 10. Okay, so now we go to the albums I've explored for this week, and there is a shitload of albums I've explored this week. So first of all is Wasp, Dying for the World. This is a heavy metal band, and Blackie Lawless vocals on this album are just fantastic. They really are. I really love songs like Howl for Eternity, and Hallowed Ground is one of the best Wasp songs I've heard, especially that guitar solo throughout the conclusion of that song, and how melodic. To me, Hallowed Ground reminds me, it sounds like a dedication to 9/11, especially those lyrics. This album is definitely one of the best albums by Wasp. I really enjoyed it. For Wasp, Dying for the World, I will give this an 8.5 out of 10. Another fantastic album was Edge of Sanity and the album Purgatory Afterglow. Fantastic album, it really is. I really enjoy his vocals. His vocals are so damn intense. I fucking well love his vocals. Awesome song structure throughout this album, and it just flows so well. There are some really long songs. Fantastic album. One of the best melodic death metal albums I've heard in my opinion. A 9.5 out of 10. So another album was Wasp Re-Idolized, the Crimson Idol soundtrack. So Wasp actually re-recorded the Crimson Idol album, that amazing concept album that I've been talking about throughout last week, and I actually did a review. So I checked out Wasp Re-Idolized, and to be honest, I really enjoyed it. They added a few more songs as well, and they've added a few more interludes, and to be honest, it does flow very well. But what really bugs me is that they changed the lyrics throughout some of these songs. That's what I was really disappointed about. Blackie Lawless changed those lyrics to make it sort of PG friendly. They added a few more songs. For Wasp Re-Idolized, I will give this probably a 7.5 out of 10 because they did really change up the sound as well throughout this album. So the next album is Bathory, The Return of the Darkness and Evil. This album is definitely, like, I have checked out a few Bathory albums, and this is definitely one of the weakest albums. It's just the overall production, how frail this album sounds like. It's probably a lot of people's favorite albums by Bathory, but I just feel the production really lacks. It's not as good as Under the Sign of the Black Mark, not as good as Blood, Fire, Death. I mean, Born for Burning is definitely one of my favorite songs off the album, but the rest of the songs really lack. Surely it's a good album by Bathory. It's definitely one of the weakest albums in my opinion at the moment for me. The Return of the Darkness and Evil, I did enjoy it, so I will give this a 7.5 out of 10. Alright, so the next album is Drag Into Sunlight, Hatred for Humanity. This is a good album, it's very chaotic, at times sounds similar to Anal Nathrak. There are some awesome chaotic moments as well, incorporate elements of doom metal, incorporate elements of extreme metal as well. It's a good album, its vocals are intense, really love how proggy this album is. But on the other hand, there are some really strange moments as well, and not too sure whether I enjoy those moments or not. Drag Into Sunlight, Hatred for Humanity, I surely do have a love and hate relationship for this album. A 6.5 out of 10. Next album is Dark Funeral, Atira Totus Sanctus. This is a fantastic black metal album. I love this album. I really adore this album. I love his vocals, intense drumming. Atrum Regina. Atrum Regina is one of my favorite songs off the album. Absolutely love The Final Ritual. Awesome black metal album. I had so much fun listening to this album. So for Dark Funeral, Atira Totus Sanctus, I will give this a solid 8.5 out of 10. So I listened to my first album from Draconian, and it is Turning Season Within. My feet in Draconian and I was impressed. I really was. Love Doom and I fucking love this. Her vocals are so damn good and his vocals are so damn demonic, and I love his growls throughout this album. Masterpiece. Absolutely love it. I really love Season Apart. That riff is amazing. Earthbound is an incredible song as well. The end of the album got September Ashes. Draconian, Turning Season Within, I will give this a 9.5 out of 10. And now we move on to another Draconian album, Arcane Rain Fell. This album is again another fantastic album. I love her vocals. Her vocals so damn good. The guitar riffs throughout this album, the drumming, so good. Oh, so good. Like, this band is going to rise up to be one of my favorite bands of all time because I absolutely adore this band. Like, all the albums I've heard so far have just been like amazing. Surely they sound at times like Swallow the Sun, especially throughout this album. It's really nice acoustic moments, really nice guitar moments as well. Her vocals are so damn good. They harmonize with his harsh vocals. Give me some more Draconian, baby. Arcane Rain for a 9 out of 10. Finally, the next album was Daylight Dies and the album Dismantling Devotion. We certainly have explored Daylight Dies, and I think they are such a fantastic band. His vocals are really good. At times his vocals sound like Jonas from Catatonia. He's got such a dynamic range. His growls, his cleans are so damn good. They really are. Love the guitar work throughout this album. Again, some of these songs are Solitude, Refinement sounds exactly something out of Swallow the Sun. This album's so damn good. It really is. I absolutely love this album. I'm going to give this an 8.5 out of 10. Alright guys, so that's it for Discovery. I hope you did enjoy this episode. Join me next week for another episode of Discovery. Comment below what albums you'll check out, and comment below if you enjoyed this Discovery. So make sure you like the video as well if you enjoy the content, and I will see you in the next one. Welcome to Discovery, and welcome to another episode of Discovery. We have another big episode for you guys today. But let's kick off with the first part of Discovery, which is singles. So the first song is Voivod, The End of Dormancy. Just released a new song, and this song is quite an interesting song in my opinion. Very progressive, it's very jazzy as well. There's so many different time signatures. What I don't really enjoy about this song is the overall vocal tone. The vocals aren't very good in my opinion, and the guitar tone as well, and there's just so many unpredictable moments. It's just fucking weird, this song. The End of Dormancy, there is just so many ideas combined into one, and it just doesn't fit. The End of Dormancy is a okay song. Like, there's so many surprises. I mean, it's cool in some parts, but yeah, it's just not my cup of tea, man. Enslaved released a new song called Homebound. This is just a fantastic song. I absolutely love the instrumentals, really enjoy his harsh aggressive vocals, those black metal vocals that you usually get from an Enslaved song. It's like prog black, and it's fucking awesome. The drummer also sings in that chorus, and I love that melodic chorus, and he's got some really nice clean vocals. What I do enjoy about the song overall is the overall proggy elements and the time signatures and the ethereal feel you're getting, the lushing, lavishing guitars throughout this song along with the tremolo pickings. It's just overall a really good song to bang your head to. I honestly cannot wait for the new album to drop, and there will be more Enslaved coming this episode. Finally, the last single I checked out was The Ghost Inside and their song Pressure Point.
Fuck this! Fake sympathy! You're everything I despise!
This is a lot better song than the previous song I checked out on The Ghost Inside. I can't remember, I think it was called fucking Aftermath. I didn't really enjoy it. It was a little bit cheesy in my opinion, but Pressure Point is a fantastic song. It really is. I just love hard hitting. There are some gentle moments along with really nice chord progression, and the chorus is fire. I really love those harsh vocals throughout this song. Fun time, it really is, and I love how quick and energetic the song is. This is a metalcore song, by the way. I know some of you don't like metalcore, but this is a really good metalcore song, and it's one of the best metalcore songs I've heard of this year. And now we go to the albums. The newly released albums, and the first album is End Ocean's Cosmic World Mother. This is a symphonic black metal album, very different in style. They incorporate symphonic elements throughout this album, not making it as cheesy as some other symphonic metal bands out there like Dimmu Borgir. This album is pretty good. It's a pretty good album. I do love the flow of this album, and his vocals are very good, and I just really enjoy the atmosphere. This is a very atmospheric album. Songs like Vigilance and a Trophy is just a really hard-hitting, fast, energetic song. Some really nice guitar solos throughout the song, and I love the chord progression as well. And it's like you're stuck in its cave trying to get out, but you just can't get out until you finally get to the end of the cave where that light is present. And I do really love how vibrant this album feels throughout the end of the album. A flickering of lights. There's a hope that everything's going to be okay. But it's a very spacey sort of album, quite atmospheric, really nice symphonic elements, not making it cheesy at all, which is fucking brilliant for a symphonic black metal album. And Ocean's Cosmic World Mother, I will give this a 7 out of 10. So another album I checked out was Odraza Rezykom. And this is a Polish black metal band, I believe. This is a really cool album. I just love his harsh vocals. His black metal screams are absolutely fantastic. For instance, I think track 3 sounds like a circus song with the lead guitars that lead on to really heavy, hard-hitting blast beats. There's some really crazy moments. It's proggy as fuck, and it's very, very interesting. Interesting than N Oceans, that's for sure. N Ocean seemed like a basic formula that we were following. Well, Adraza, you can expect anything. You can expect anything. You can also expect some jazzy moments as well. It's a very tight and cohesive album, in my opinion. For Adraza Resecom, I will definitely recommend you it. I give you an 8.5 out of 10. So then we go to Revenge Strike Mother Dehumanized, one of the worst albums I've heard this month, and that's just being honest. I didn't really enjoy this album. His vocals are okay in my opinion, although it sounds like you have a fucking line on a few songs, to be honest. I mean, really? Yeah, man, I'm not really interesting. It's like black and grind death metal. Okay, I suppose. It's okay. Why would you want to hear that for? Why would you want to hear that? Into some intricacy moments and to really different soundscape. I do love the doomy guitars at times, sludgy moments, but it's a black and death grind album. Didn't really enjoy it. So for Revenge Strike Mother Dehumanized, I'd still recommend you if you like death grind, if you like black and death grind, but I will give this a 4 out of 10. So then we go into Caligula's Horse, Rise Radiant.
The song inside the soul. This is it. You and me. We bleed impossible ground.
This is an okay album. There's a lot of ballads throughout this album, in my opinion. It's very proggy as well, but it's not as heavy as the Caligula Horses albums I have checked out. So to be honest, I was pretty disappointed with this album. I really was. It's got a really good body structure, but I just feel that these songs lack. Nothing grabs me by the balls and throws me against a wall, that's for sure. It's just basic prog, and it's generic prog in my opinion. And I do love prog, but I don't like this, and I didn't really enjoy his vocals throughout this album, and I have seen him live, and I know how capable they are to produce such an energetic, hard-hitting live show, but for this, it didn't transfer to this fucking album. No, it didn't. But for Caligula's Horse Rise Radiant, a 6 out of 10. So then we go to Gomorrah Divine Judgment. A very interesting album overall. Just imagine heavy metal, black and thrash metal at times, combining an album into a concept horror album as well. And this is what you get. Divine Judgment has some really nice thrashy moments along with nice guitar solos. These vocals are really good at times dynamic, but yet sometimes out of tune in my opinion. But that's one negative I can say about this album. It doesn't really grab me. Again, it doesn't really grab me. I can't really gravitate towards it. But do I want to listen to it again? Probably not. I mean, this is a passable album in my opinion, and it's just an okay album. It's a really nice drum work as well. But for Gomorrah Divine Judgment, I will give this a 6.5 out of 10. So then we go to Fairyland, Aussie Rianti.
Such a gift wouldn't come without a slice.
This is a similar band to like Rhapsody or even Blind Guardian, except Rhapsody and Blind Guardian do it a lot more better, that's for sure. And even Nightwish. It's a symphonic orchestral album, and surely it's got some really nice moments. His vocals are pretty good. There are some power metal elements as well. Really angelic moments throughout. And you know what? Some songs are absolute killers. Take note for the Age of Birth, which has some awesome rhythm guitar, nice lead progression, and I do love the drums. But then you get songs like The Herald of Greenlands, which isn't a good song in my opinion. You got some okay songs, but for Fairyland, Ossi Hai Hiante, I will give this probably 6 out of 10. So then we go from How Rats and Ravens. Now this is a good album, it really is. Sort of a thrash album, incorporating elements of heavy metal. Very similar to Gomorrah Divine Judgment, except From How Rats is slightly better in my opinion, because it's a lot darker, there's another horror concept, and From Hell to Gomorrah is it's got a very similar structure. It's like you got some killer songs as well, and you got some weaker songs, but this album flows pretty well. And from How Rats and Ravens, I will definitely recommend you this album. It's a 7 out of 10. So now we go to the worst album of the month. And this is the worst album of the month, that's for sure. It's a lot of people were saying this is one of the best albums of the year, but they also said that this band had also another great album this year as well. And we're talking about Old Man Gloom, Seminar 8, Light of Meaning. This album is... oh wow, like there's so many other sludge doom metal bands out there, and Old Man Gloom just creates such a mess, dissonant mess. I don't enjoy this album. It's just a plain horrible mess, it really is. Surely there is a few songs that are okay with some doomy elements, post-metal elements, incorporating elements of metalcore, mathcore, but it's just a whole fucking mess. And even their last album was a terrible album as well. You got some dissonant noise, farting noises as well, especially throughout this album, especially through the first song. There's a huge farting noise, like someone's just dropped a bomb out of their ass. I really don't enjoy this album. Old Man Gloom 7 out of 8, Light of Meaning a 2 out of 10. Ugh. So now we go to the albums I have explored for this week. And first on the chopping block is Sepultura, Morbid Visions. I didn't expect to enjoy this album, but I did. The reason why I enjoyed this album was how black metal it was. This is a black metal album. His vocals are on point. I really love those harsh, aggressive vocals. I love the blackened guitars as well. The drumming is fantastic, and even the production is really good. This is one of the best Sepultura albums I've checked out. For Morbid Visions, I'll give this an 8 out of 10. And now we go to one of the worst albums I've heard of all time, and this is definitely a lot of people's masterpiece. And to be honest, I don't know how you see Scum by Napalm Death is a masterpiece, because this is an absolute shocker of an album. It really is, and this is just basically my opinion. You may really love it, but I understand how they innovated grindcore, but I can't really get into that punky, thrashy grindcore that Napalm Death create in such an album called Scum. This album is, in my opinion, not very good. Surely there are some groovy riffs now and again, but you know what? It was achingly exhausting to go through all 20-something songs for 33 minutes. I just wanted to kill myself. Napalm Death Scum, I'm giving this a 3 out of 10. I don't even want to talk about this album. But of course, I've checked out a few other Napalm Death albums this month, and there'll be another album mentioned on Discovery very soon. So then we go to Enslaved and the album Out. This album is like a Viking black metal album. I love how proggy this album is. There's some really nice changes throughout the songs. Black metal vocals are incredible. The blast beats are amazing, along with the clean guitars at times, with the awesome solos. This album is a ride. It really is. You get songs that are 15, 16 minutes long. Ooh, unbelievable. Unlike Napalm Death Scum, where you get like a 4-second song. What a load of trash that is. This Enslaved wipes the scum off the floor, that's for sure. So for Enslaved Out, I will give this a 9 out of 10. So then we go to Panopticon, Kentucky. This album is so damn interesting, very interesting passages along the way. You get some banjo, you get some country moments. It's really such an interesting album, but it's also a black metal album. Very cool black metal album. I love it. Something very different. Honestly, when I heard it for the first time, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I really enjoyed it. And again, it mopped scum off the floor, that's for sure. Panopticon, Kentucky, an 8.5 out of 10. So then we lead on to Edge of Sanity and the album Unorthodox. Now, I do love Afterglow Purgatory. I think that's an amazing album. Well, for this album, Unorthodox, I was a little bit disappointed. It's a very strange album, it really is, and it's very different. It's like following a concept, I believe, and surely there are some really nice moments. I just feel the production on this album isn't as good as the other albums after Unorthodox, but in all, it's 100 times better than Scum by Napalm Death, that's for sure. For Edge of Insanity Unorthodox, a 7 out of 10. So then we go to Ulcerate, Everything is Fire. This is a dissonant, blackened, death, technical death metal album, you could say. Throw in a few blacks, throw in a few blues. This is a really good album, it really is. Surely the album really calms down. You get songs very similar to their newer album, but overall this is a really cool album, it really is. I love how proggy it is. Sometimes his vocals are so damn demonic, but for Ulcerate Everything is Fire, we'll give this a 7.5 out of 10, and then we go to more Napalm Death and the album Fear, Emptiness, Despair. I really enjoyed this album, I really did, and it definitely wiped the scum off the floor. Napalm Death, Fear, Emptiness, Despair is a brutal death metal album with so many different changes. It's a very proggy sort of album. I really enjoy his vocals, and I do love the guitar work throughout this album. The drumming is really good, and some of the songs are all killers with no fillers. This is a really cool death metal album. This is definitely one of the best Napalm Death albums in my opinion. But yeah, for Fear, Emptiness, Despair, I will give this a 7.5 out of 10. So then we go to Celtic Frost, Morbid Tales. Like a demo EP album, you could say, before the first album. This album was boring. It was a pretty boring album. Nothing really grabbed me at all. It was just plain stone cold boring. It's a thrashy album, and this was before they were black metal, so we're first wave of black metal here, and it was just thrash. It sounded like Slayer, and I love Slayer, but it's a pretty shitty Slayer version, to be honest. And Celtic Frost, I believe, were a lot better throughout the next few albums, but for Morbid Tales, a 3.5 out of 10, a very boring album to listen to. Then we go to Necrophagus and their album Epitaph. This is a technical death metal band, and the album's 33 minutes, but man, it feels like it's gone for an hour. This is a wankery album. I fucking love Dream Theater, but and people call them wankery. This is a wankery album, that's for sure, because there's just so many changes. It's just really there's some really good technical goodness, but nothing really gravitates towards me, and I always forget the melodies and everything. His vocals are okay, I gotta say, but yeah, it's an average album. Would I listen to this album again? Probably not, and I'd probably recommend it to you if you like technical death metal, but Necrophagus Epitaph didn't really do much for me, so it's a 5 out of 10. Finally, we get to some really good shit, and it's Cannibal Corpse, Torture. This album was released a few years ago. It's a killer. This album is a killer. I love the bass moments. I love how proggy it is as well. There's some really nice progressive elements, some really nice bass moments throughout this song. And like Corpse Grinder's vocals are just fantastic. So much better than Necrophag's vocals. Cannibal Corpse has a really intense way of putting things down, and the lyrics overall are really, really cool. And I just love the overall element. I'll surprise you getting throughout this album. Some songs are so damn catchy, and it's just a joy to listen to. But for Cannibal Corpse Torture, definitely not the best album I've heard by Cannibal Corpse, but man, it gets a 7.5 out of 10. Okay, so that's it for Discovery. I hope you did enjoy it. There wasn't much to explore this week on Discovery. Surely there were some mediocre albums. Surely there were some really bad albums as well. But I'm here to give you my recommendations. Of course, the albums will be in a link in the description if you want to check them out. But I do recommend all these albums. And if you like Napalm Death, if you like grindcore, and if you like that punkcore to grindcore, you're going to really enjoy Scum. So check out Scum as well. But yeah, these albums didn't really gravitate towards me. I do like the later Napalm Death albums. So guys, that's where I leave you. Comment below if you enjoyed this Discovery. Keep discussion going in the comment section below. Subscribe if you want. Make sure if you enjoy Discovery, make sure you drop a like as well. And I will see you in the next Discovery. Ooh. Welcome to Discovery, and welcome to another episode of Discovery. We have another big week for you. First of all, I'm going to give you the newly released singles that I have been checking out this week. So the first band I checked out was Celbs, The Depths of Selfishness. This is a black metal band, and I really love the tremolo pickings throughout this song, and not only that, the atmosphere. This is a Venezuelan black metal band that really does it right, especially those vocals. Those vocals are very dynamic. I love his high shrieks, and overall it's a really tidy case, this song. Some proggy elements throughout, and overall it's just a really hard, energetic black metal song. And Celbs is definitely going to release an album later this year, which I will definitely be checking out. But what an amazing single Depths of Selfishness was. The next band was Black Altar, Juice in Versus. This is another black metal band, and yet it's a very proggy sort of song. I love the drawings, quick guitar solos, incorporating elements of doom metal. What I love about this song is his vocals. His vocals are very demonic and quite aggressive, but it has that visceral feel that you get from a black metal song. This overall is a really cool song. I love the tremolo picking. It really reminds me of bands such as Magua, especially with the tremolo moments. And it just has so much energy, and it's just such a fun, enjoyable song to listen to. Black Altar is also going to release an album later this year. Then we go to a very strange song called Imperial Triumphant and their song Rotted Futures. Sort of a progressive death metal song, you could say. There are so many different sounds. I do enjoy his vocals. They're quite demonic and conveys a lot of emotion towards the listener. It's got some really hard-hitting moments as well. Interesting synth overlays throughout the song. Of course, it really dives into the deep end, and it makes the listener think, what the fuck am I listening to? Again, a pretty interesting song overall. One of my least favorite song of the singles I checked out, but damn, it still packed a punch. I still definitely listen to the album. So, Soilwork released a new song called Death Diviner. Oh, okay, so this song is a very cool song. I just love the chord progression throughout that chorus, and his vocals are really good. Angelic at times incorporates harsher vocals, throughout the conclusion of the song. I love the guitar moments, the intricate guitar patterns, and the drumming as well. Some really nice drum fills throughout the song. It's a really cool song though, and I love how melodic it is. I have heard this countless times now, and I really love this song overall. This is Soilwork's brand new single as well, so looking forward to the new album that they might release this year. Now we go to newly released albums this week, and let's start off with pirate metal. It's Alestorm, Curse of the Crystal Coconut.
Across the sea, zombies wait for me, craving brains and treasure.
This album is a very fun album. It really is. This is probably one of the silliest albums Alestorm have made, but damn, it's a fun fucking album. It really is. Talking about alligators chomp chomp, got really silly lyrics, got zombies ate my pirate ship, and those lyrics, the lyrics are so damn fucking funny, and it's just a really enjoyable album. I loved it, and I really enjoy all Alestorm albums, so in my opinion they can't do anything wrong. It's a fun fucking album, and the Wooden Leg Part 2 is just a fantastic song, incorporating blast beats throughout the introduction. Instrumentals are on fire. I really love the guitar solos throughout these songs. It's just a really fun album to sink your teeth in, and I've seen a lot of reviews saying they don't like it, that they don't actually like this album. I don't know why. Is it because you don't like fun? It must be because you don't like fun. This album is a fucking banger. So then we move on to Sentinix, an album that I was going to talk to you about last week, but I didn't have time. We're talking about Death in Pieces. This is a death metal band, melodic death metal band, you could say. Really reminds me of bands such as At the Gates. I do love how free-flowing this album is. It's quite a short album, but it packs a punch, especially the guitar riffs throughout this album. And overall, it's such a visceral, intense album, and it's a really fun album as well. The guitar solos throughout some of these songs, the drum fills, and the blackened atmosphere they create. It's a very dark and evil album to listen to. Sentinix really holds true to that really gritty death metal that you come to really enjoy. I think this is definitely one of the best albums of the week in my opinion, but I'd still give this a solid 6.5 out of 10. So now we are going to dance because we are reviewing Lady Gaga's Chromatica. I bet you didn't expect that.
Don't play with me, it just hurts me.
Yeah, of course I checked out Chromatica. Everyone's checked out Chromatica. And what can I say about this album? Lady Gaga finally releases an album after I think 3 years after her previous hit album, which was Joanne. Joanne was a really good album. I really enjoyed it. Alternative country pop, you could say. But damn, Lady Gaga, Chromatica, I was pretty impressed with this album. I really was. This is a concept album. The lyrics hit really deep. One thing I do have a problem with this album is the production. The production seems very thin. I wanted the production to be a bit more punchy, have more synthy moments, but it does remind me of 80s pop or something like that. But the lyrics, on the other hand, are very good. They are very good. It's a concept album. It's about her dealing with drugs and alcohol and all that stuff. There's a really good collaboration with Elton John as well.
I lost myself under the lights when I was young.
Fantastic song, it really is, and I love that conclusion of the song. And Elton John's vocals are really good. I bet you didn't expect that on Discovery. So now we move on to Gravedigger, Fields of Blood.
Fields of blood, our soul rise from the air.
This is a heavy metal band, incorporate elements of thrash, but damn, this is a very enjoyable album. Love the guitar solos, love his vocals as well, and it's just a hard-hitting, energetic album. Fields of Blood is like a 10-minute song, enjoyable album.
United we stand in amazing grace.
So it's a pretty long album. It still packs a punch towards the listener. You get some really fast-paced songs, some really soft songs as well, some symphonic elements throughout some of these songs. But again, it's a very tight and cohesive album by Gravedigger and Fields of Blood. We'll give this a solid 8 out of 10. So then we lead on to Akarash, Descend to Purity.
But love we find lost. Bring your weapons to the naked skull.
This album a little bit torn up. They incorporate elements of death, doom metal, and even death metal, and at times have that blackened sort of atmosphere, but this album doesn't really do much for me. What I really wanted for this album is that the vocals are a little bit disappointing in my opinion. They're really low in the mix. The overall balancing, the production is not very good on this album. I do want to see some more intricate guitar work by Akarash, but Descend to Purity was a little bit of a disappointing album, and this was one of the first albums I heard this week, and I said, oh damn, this is a downer, especially for this week's albums. I do like some of these songs, but they don't go nowhere. I do really enjoy the atmosphere at times, but they do it completely wrong. For Akarash Descend to Purity, I will give this a 3.5 out of 10. I would definitely still recommend you this album if you want to check it out. But yeah, in my opinion, I didn't really enjoy it. So then we go to Bleed From Within Fracture, a metalcore album. This album is intense, it's in your face, and there are some amazing breakdowns. I really love his harsh vocals. He incorporates some cleaner vocals as well. The guitar work throughout this album is fantastic, and overall there's some nice technical moments. It's a really enjoyable album. Fracture on breakdowns is just whoa. It's just in your face. It just reminds you of bands like Parkway Drive. If you like fucking Parkway Drive, you're gonna fucking well love Bleed From Within. So then we lead on to the best album of this week. It's Sorcerer, Lamenting of the Innocent. An epic doom metal album incorporating elements of power metal at times, but just imagine this sounds a lot like Candlemass and maybe the Headless Cross Black Sabbath years, in my opinion. It's got some really interesting melodies. It's a concept album all about witches' trials, and I love the story of this album. There's just so much juicy goodness on this album. Amazing guitar solos. His vocals are really good as well. There's some soft songs, there's some hard-hitting songs. At times they incorporate heavy metal elements. It's just a very fun and enjoyable album. And what I love about this album overall is how intense this album is. At times, this album's about an hour long, so it's quite a long album.
The preacher speaks the words of heaven and glory.
The lyrics are amazing. I'm not going to spoil the ending of this concept album, but damn, it's a very enjoyable album, and Sorcerer Lamenting of the Innocent, no doubt, be in my top 10 of this month. We'll give this a solid 8.5 out of 10. So now we go to the albums I've explored this week, and now we move on to Warbringer, Worlds Torn Asunder. In case you don't know, Warbringer are a thrash metal band. They just released an album called Weapons of Tomorrow, which was just a fantastic thrash metal album, one of the best thrash metal albums of the year. So then I decided to check out Worlds Torn Asunder. My god, this album hits hard. This band reminds me of Power Trip. It's like this band can't do anything wrong. It's just amazing thrash metal, and this album is just no different. The lyrics are strong, his vocals are amazing. It's just such a hard-hitting, energetic album that you just can't help but enjoy. I love the guitar work, I love the solos. It's an 8.5 out of 10. Fantastic album. So then we lead on to Napalm Death. The Code is Red, Long Live the Code. The code is I really enjoyed this. I think this is one of the best Napalm Death albums in my opinion. It's got grindcore, it's got death metal. There's some really interesting, cool songs. I love the melodies, love Barney's vocals. Drumming on this album is just fantastic. This is a really fun album. I just love those grindcore elements. It's like Napalm Death went away from the experimental side through Diatribes and moved on to such a energetic grindcore albums such as Death Decode is Red, Long Live Decode. It's like Napalm Death were really good, especially in the early 2000s, and this album is no different. I really enjoyed this album. I think this was one of the best Napalm Death albums I heard, and I'm going to give this a 8.5 out of 10. Then we move on to Sargeist, the rebirth of the Cursed Existence. Black metal album. Now, there's some really good songs on this album. What the problem is, this album is way too fucking long for its own good. It's an hour and 15 minutes, I think. There's like 14 songs. It's just mediocre black metal. It really is. There's nothing really that grabs me. Like, I can listen to Mare Cognitum for over an hour, but if I listen to this, it seems like it's forever. The Sargeist rebirth for Cursed Existence, it was nothing really special. I will give this a 4.5 out of 10. We moved on to Enslaved, Blood Hymn. This album is black metal, as you expected. Some really nice clean vocals as well throughout this album. I love how hard-hitting this album is overall. Surely you don't get long songs like the songs from Aud. This album still really packs a punch. It's very atmospheric. It's such a journey to listen to. For Enslaved Blood Hymn, I will give this a 9 out of 10. Then we move on to one of the first ever Funeral Doom albums, and this is Winter Into Darkness. This album was released back in the 90s, where this band may have pioneered Funeral Doom, we don't know. But this album is very doomy, it's very slow pace, his vocals are really good. But what's interesting about this is that this album is just okay. It's just an okay album. There's not many magical moments throughout this album. The production is very thin, it's not very good. What really lacks is the instrumentals. The instrumentals aren't very good. You don't get amazing moments like Ahab gives you amazing moments, or even Hood and Menace gives you amazing moments. It's just straight old Funeral Doom, and it's pretty boring. So for Winter Into Darkness, we'll give this just an okay 5. We moved on to another Enslaved album, Mardrome. And this is when Enslaved really changed their sound. They incorporate elements of black metal, but progressive metal. It's a very proggy album. But what I feel is that this album does lack direction, because it's not as tight and cohesive as Blood Hymn, or even Aud, or even the masterpiece album Frost. It still sounds like Enslaved. There are still some really awesome black metal moments, but this album just loses direction in my opinion. I believe this album will grow on me, and it will slowly grow on me. But for Enslaved Mardrome, we'll give this just an 8 out of 10. So guys, that's it for Discovery. I hope you did enjoy this week. Comment below what albums you're going to check out, or let me know in the comments if you've heard any of these albums as well. If you enjoyed this content, make sure you drop a like and subscribe if you want. And I will see you in the next Discovery. Welcome to Discovery, and welcome to another episode, and we got another big week for you this week, and honestly I cannot wait. So let's get on with the singles I heard this week. But first of all, let's kick off with some black metal, and it's Welcome Conquest. This band has a straight up fiery, inferior melodic tone. It's got an infectious melodic guitar riff throughout the song. The song's about 9 minutes, and this album will be released on June 20th, and honestly I cannot wait. It's a black metal song through and through with some really nice infectious guitar riffs along with blast beats throughout the song. Awesome atmospheric vibe. His vocals are very intense as well, and it's such a really enjoyable song. I love how the mix is very balanced, where you can hear some really nice guitar work, especially throughout a really somber part of the song. I think everyone will actually enjoy this song, even though they may not like black metal. His vocals, on the other hand, are really good. I love his intense range, his dynamic range at times, and he's got that shrieky black metal tone that we all love. Next is Raven Throne Vayatareni, if that's how you pronounce it. This is a brutal black metal song. There's some crazy transitions throughout the song. This is a band from Belarusia, and Belarusian black metal, they do it right. And it's quite intense blast beats, guitar driven as well. The overall mixing is very good on this song. It's a lot better than Welcome Conquest, and you can actually hear every single instrumental. It's like the drums are very impactful and punchy, and they do it on purpose because this is a very brutal song, and his vocals are intense as anything. It's such a really cool song to bang your head with. Next is War Kings Warriors.
We are warriors, warriors, dragons of the night, riding with the thunder side by side.
This is a very melodic song. This is a power metal song through and through, and I really love the music videos. Like, you have actually got Spartacus, you actually got Sparta drumming. It's absolutely just an absolute chaotic music video, and in the end it's all about vampirism and everything like that. So overall, it's a really cool power metal song. I really enjoy his vocals throughout this song, not to mention a really nice quick guitar solo that escalates the song to the next level. You can incorporate elements of speed metal and thrash metal throughout this song, but overall it's a really fun and enjoyable song to really bang your head along to. One thing is maybe the chorus is slightly weak. I feel that it should have been a stronger chorus throughout the song, just to intensify the song into the next level. And finally, to end off the singles I've heard this week is Night Demon, Are You Out There?
Darling, come home from the dark, that's your own.
This song is a heavy metal song through and through, and I really enjoy Johnny. Oh, I love it. So this is a really cool song. Now, overall, the mixing is really good. It just really sounds like old 80s heavy metal, old 80s and 90s heavy metal. This is a really good band. I checked out the EP as well, and I was very impressed with the EP, which was released this week. Very enjoyable song, really nice guitar solo, some really nice riffrages throughout the song. His vocals are very good as well. So I really enjoyed Night Demon, Are You Out There? And that's where all the positivity ends. And this is where all the negativity begins. So next, we are doing the albums I've heard this week. So first of all, it's a Luca Descending. This is a deathcore album. Now, the first half of this album is very good. The second half of the album is, it's fine. This album's fine. It's boring. This album is just boring. Maybe the first 2-3 songs, the album is okay. The album is intense. There are some really nice breakdowns, some nice guitar moments. His vocals are intense as anything. But that's all. That's it. That's all I can say. It's a fine album. It's a boring fucking album. That's for sure. It's a deathcore album. You want deathcore to be very intricate. You just don't want the same old fucking breakdowns over and over again. To be honest, I didn't feel connected with this album. That's why I'm giving this a 4.5 out of 10. So then we move on to 16, Dream Squasher. This is a sludgy, doomy sort of album, and you think I'd like it. Well, it's an okay album, I guess, but you know what? They incorporate elements of mathcore, hardcore punk throughout this album that just doesn't really grind with me. It's not doom, it's very sludgy. There are some good songs on this album, don't get me wrong. Maybe the first half of the album is okay. Second half is, yeah, that's all I can say. Again, it's a very disappointing album in my opinion, and I just feel that 16 Dream Squasher could have done a lot better, like maybe throw in a guitar solo now and again and incorporate more elements of songwriting throughout this album. But I just felt pretty bored listening to this album. This album didn't really gravitate towards me. That's why I'm giving it a 4.5 out of 10. Then we go on to one of the better albums of this week, and it's Currents, The Way It Ends. This is a deathcore band, but they incorporate elements of metalcore and hardcore as well. This album is a lot more softer, especially throughout some of these songs. You get ballads, you get some clean vocals, and I believe the singer's from Shadow of Intent as well, which is another deathcore band, which is a really good deathcore band. A lot better than Luca, that's for sure. Currents had a really positive moment for me because I actually really enjoyed this album. Say this could actually make it to my top 10 of June is an underestimate, because maybe this will make it into my top 10 of June. But at the moment, Currents, The Way It Ends, this album's going to grow on me, so I will give this a 6.5 out of 10. Now we move on to The Ghost Inside, the self-titled album, one of the most overhyped, one of the most hyped albums of the year, the big release.
Sky! Fuck this! Fake sympathy! You're everything I describe! Disappear!
How did this album pan out for me? To be honest, it was generic metalcore. It's generic metalcore. I don't care what anyone says. I don't care what anyone says this is a masterpiece. Fuck off, it's a masterpiece. This is generic metalcore in my opinion. Okay, the lyrics are very strong indeed. You can feel a lot of emotion throughout some of these songs, but the guitar riffs are generic. The breakdowns are generic. There is a lot of breakdowns throughout this. I've heard a lot better metalcore albums this year, like Polaris and even Bleed From Within. That was a fucking great metalcore album. This album is just a slight disappointment. And don't get me wrong, it's a good album. It's a very good album. It's a good generic metalcore album. But yeah, I still was a little bit disappointed. Aftermath is a good song. Pressure Point's got a really good, catchy, hooky chorus. Nice breakdowns. But throughout some of these songs, you're like, I want to listen to something else. I want to listen to like Black or Doom or Death, not this shit. So with The Ghost Inside, I will give this a solid 5 out of 10. So now we lead on to End, Splinters from an Ever-Changing Face. This is like a supergroup band, and this is like a grindcore album, and this is a brutal grindcore album. Reminds me of Napalm Death, if I could say that. We're talking about the Code is Red, Long Live the Code era of Napalm Death. It's brutal. It's got really nice transitional time signature throughout this album. His vocals are intense as anything. Some really nice guitar moments. At times they sound like a Nal Nathrak. At times they sound like Napalm Death. It's a very enjoyable album. It's really, really intense as anything. Really enjoyed it. This is definitely not for a beginner that really likes extreme metal. This is a good extreme metal album, but I've heard better extreme metal albums. But on the fence here, End, Splinters from an Ever-Changing Face certainly has its moments of surprises and certainly has a moment of disappointment, in my opinion. Songs that should have moved up to the next level didn't move up to the next level and didn't satisfy my metal platter. So with End, Splinters from an Ever-Changing Face, I will give this a 6 out of 10. So now we move on to, well, the best album of this week. We're talking about Death Curia, Necrotic Versus. like death metal, you're gonna fucking well love this. If you like bands like Cannibal Corpse, Pestilence, or anything like that, you're going to really love Necrotic Verses. There are some really nice melodic parts. The riffs on this album are fantastic. The vocals are intense as anything. Reminds me of Corpse Grinder, Cannibal Corpse. It's just a really, really enjoyable album. I absolutely loved it. I really loved it. It was very fun. It's very fun to bang your head. This is like a fun death metal album. I fucking well loved it. How good is that title, Death Courier? Wow. Okay, so I'm very impressed with this album, Necrotic Verses. I will give this an 8.5 out of 10. Now we move on to the albums I have explored. The first album is Riverside, Second Life Syndrome.
Get out of my sight.
Very enjoyable album, really is. Reminds of bands such as Tool. This is like got a Tool-esque vibe. Nice time signatures, some really awesome moments. It's very spooky and creepy at times, especially the first song on the album, and just the overall drumming is just really good. I love the guitar solos throughout the song. I love his vocals. He incorporates harsher vocals throughout some of these songs, but beautiful, clean, angelic vocals at times. It's over a very, very cool album. I absolutely adored it. I really enjoy Riverside, to be honest. I really do, because they are something very different in the prog world. They're very different to Dream Theater, very different to Tool, very different to Opeth, very different to Threshold, and so on and so on. For Riverside Second Life Syndrome, I will give this a 9 out of 10. Then we lead on to Summoning Stronghold. This is a very interesting album overall. I do enjoy it. I just feel that this album is a very long album. It really is. And some of these songs are like, yeah, I could skip a few songs, to be honest. There are some really nice orchestral moments, symphonic feels throughout this album, and it's like an epic black metal album. I enjoy his vocals, and overall I enjoy the atmospheric, ethereal vibe you're getting, and it's pulse pounding at times, but it's an okay album, it really is. So for Summoning Stronghold, I can't give it more than a 7 out of 10. Then we lead on to October Tide, Rain Without End. This is a side project of Catatonia's, and Jonas is on vocals, and believe it or not, he doesn't sing cleanly. He sings raw, he sings guttural, and he sings demonic. His harsh vocals are absolutely incredible and gut-wrenching at times, and I absolutely love it. I love how doomy this album is. The guitar riffs are really good. The drumming is awesome. Some really nice drum fills throughout this album. It's just an overall, just a fun, intense time. It's very atmospheric in tone, and overall it's an intense but yet satisfying album to listen to. For October Tide, Rain Without End, it's an easy 9 out of 10 for me. So then we lead on to Dark Funeral, Vobsicum, Satanas. Ooh, this album is a black metal album. It's intense as anything. There's some really nice melodic moments, really nice guitars, and it's just a really in-your-face black metal album. His vocals are intense as anything, and there's some really nice changes that I absolutely adore throughout this album. And overall, Dark Funeral, Vobsicum, Satanas will get a 8.5 out of 10. So then we lead on to another Cannibal Corpse album called Skeletal Domain. This album is intense as anything. It's a very fucking fun album. Very fucking fun Cannibal Corpse album that I absolutely adored. Really love the bass work throughout this album, not to mention some really nice guitar riffs and nice chord progression, and how intense and guttural his vocals, Corpse Grinder's vocals are. So for this, I will give this an 8.5 out of 10. It's one of the best. We move on to Amorphous Elegy.
Outside the courthouse in the earth, barbaric lies.
This album is a very interesting album in my opinion. It reminds me of Metallica. When I say Metallica, it reminds me of the Black Album by Metallica, of how different this album by Amorphous is. Certainly incorporate elements of death metal along with prog metal as well. Cleaner vocals throughout this album along with harsher vocals. Some really nice acoustic ballady moments, but not to mention how atmospheric this album feels. This is a very interesting album, very different to an Amorphous album I've heard, and overall it's quite intense in some parts, but I really enjoyed this album for what it is. It's very energetic at times, some really nice guitar moments, and his vocals are very different. Certainly some songs remind me of something out of Metallica, but a good album by Amorphous Elegy. We'll get to 7.5 out of 10. Then we lead on to Ulcerate Vermis. This is a dissonant, progressive, technical death metal album, incorporate elements of black metal. Really reminds me of their newer album as well, the same sort of sound, except this is a much more intense album. Also, I just keep producing albums that are fantastic, absolutely fantastic. I really enjoyed this album, really did, and it's a long album, but it doesn't seem long. And I love albums that are long, but don't seem long, and that's what makes a really good fucking album. For Ulcerate Vermis, I will give this an 8.5 out of 10. Then we lead on to Bathory, their self-titled and debut album. I was expecting black metal, and it certainly was the first wave of black metal. It's very thrashy, and his vocals are very good on this album. I just feel that Bathory made other better albums than this one. They made this is better than The Return in my opinion. Nowhere near as good as the other Bathory albums. But yeah, it's an okay album. It's an okay album by Bathory. I do love War, Necromancy. That's a really good song as well. But for Bathory, self-titled, I will give this a 6.5 out of 10. So guys, that's all for Discovery. I hope you did enjoy Discovery for this week. Average albums this week and below par albums as well. But one album I could recommend you is definitely the Death Curie Necrotic Versus and Currents, the way it ends. Maybe even ends Splinters from an Ever-Changing Face if you like bands like Napalm Death or even a Now Nathrak. It's very enjoyable albums, they really are. But some albums were a hit and miss for me, and I gotta be brutally honest that I didn't really enjoy some of these albums that have been on Discovery this week. So guys, I hope you did enjoy Discovery. Join me next week as I give you another handful of recommendations and reviews. Welcome to Discovery, and we got another action-packed Discovery for you guys today, and honestly I cannot wait, so let's get on with it. So first of all, we are going to do the singles that I checked out last week. So let's kick off with a band called Zombie and their song Earth Scraper. Now, this particular song is a prog rock song with many different elements, and it's got a really catchy melody, and I really do enjoy it. There are no vocals, but what I really enjoy is the overall melody. The melody repeats itself, and it's actually quite catchy. It's not as technical as some other prog rock bands out there, but it's certainly got its own presence, and this is a very interesting song. So the next band is Falconer, Kings and Queens.
Take command and rise from slumber. Our time must not waste away.
And this is a really good song as well. Now, I believe Falconer are sort of a prog power metal band, and surely they are influenced by such power metal along with progressive metal as well. There are some really nice moments. I love the chord progression throughout the song. His vocals are very good as well, having that dynamic and raw edge. The chorus is pretty catchy, but I do really enjoy that guitar solo. That guitar solo is absolutely fantastic. It overall escalates the song into the next level. Then we move on to a band called Arrival of Autumn and their song Apocalyptic. I believe this album is out as well, so go check out that album. It's brutal at times. There are some awesome breakdowns. There's some harsh vocals along with cleaner vocals throughout the chorus. The cleaner vocals I could give and take, but the clean vocals throughout the chorus is okay in my opinion. I would rather harsh vocals throughout the whole entire song because incorporating the cleaner vocals in this song didn't really fit. It didn't really fit, and that's what I have a pet hate with metalcore, is you get such aggressive verses and then you get some girly choruses, like what the fuck? But I just feel that this song could have been perfect with just harsh vocals. The drumming is really good. I love the drumming throughout the song. Pretty good metalcore song. Now we move on to a very interesting song, a band called Lord of the Lost, and that song, A Splintered Mind.
Love me with a splintered mind, 'cause you still want me when you don't.
This is a very strong orchestral song. I wouldn't say it's metal per se, but I believe they are a metal band. And this is sort of a ballad, but you got some really strong emotional vocals, and I do love the string orchestration throughout this song. It's really good. There's a lot of emotion conveyed towards the listener, and you can tell there's a lot of sadness as well. And that's what I really enjoy about this song. It's a pretty catchy song as well, and I actually really enjoyed it. Now we go on to the newly released albums for discovery for this week, and first of all, let's kick off with a deathcore album called Aversion's Crown, How Will Come For Us All. This is a deathcore album through and through, some awesome breakdowns. Now, I did see these guys live back a few years ago, Aversion's Crown. They were really good. They are from Brisbane, Australia, and they know how to do deathcore right. Amazing guitar solos, amazing breakdowns, fucking absolutely incredible crushing guitarist that would just knock your socks off. It's just a really tight and cohesive album by this band. It's one of their best albums in my opinion. I just love how brutal this album is. Mainly just harsh vocals throughout this album, which is a really crushing lead guitar, and those riffs are so damn crushing, and I absolutely fucking love it. I will give this a 7.5 out of 10. Then we lead on to a band called Ultha or Ultha and the album Providence. Now, when I first heard this album, the first song had a really strong death metal feel, but throughout the album it progressively gets heavier and much more black. This is like a black and death metal album, and at times they incorporate some really nice moments, such as the really nice drum fills, the blast beats as well, and I do really enjoy his vocals. At first I thought it was going to be a death metal album, but it really transitions to such darkness, and this is a really dark album overall. Some really nice guitar work, some soaring solos as well, that just escalates the song into the next level. A very, very promising album this is, and it's definitely one of my favorites of this month. Author Providence, I will give this an 8.5 out of 10. Then we lead on to BPMD, American Made. Believe it or not, the vocalist from Overkill, Mike Portnoy, and a few other members from different bands, they have performed a supergroup. And this album is good time old rock and roll. I didn't enjoy the first part of this album, but this album got very fun. It got really fun, and I started to really enjoy it. Mike Portnoy's drumming throughout this album is just absolutely fantastic, creating that old vibe rock and roll. This is a good old rock and roll time if you love it. Lyrics, on the other hand, are a little bit vulgar, especially Poo-Tang Pie. I think it's called Poo-Tang Pie. Yank at my meat. I mean, the lyrics overall are pretty vulgar, but it's a fun album. It really is, and I do enjoy it. I love the guitar solos throughout some of these songs. Evil's my favorite song off the album. American Made, the title track as well. But yeah, Mike Portnoy does a great job, and the vocalist of Overkill, Bobby Blitz Ellsworth, does a fantastic job on vocals. He's got that really rock and roll feel that I really enjoyed. So for BPMD, American Made, it's an above average album, so it's a 5.5 out of 10, and it's a fun album as well. Then we lead on to probably the worst albums I've heard this week. It's Hapaleptic Overtrove, Behold the Octopus. This album's a disappointment. It really is. It's avant-garde prog rock. There's some really different sounds. It just sounds all over the place, and I don't really enjoy it, and I don't know how other people can enjoy it, but I can see the attraction, how other people may enjoy it. Surely there are some fun songs, but I just feel this album just lacks direction, and to have different sounds, dissonant sounds at times, it just doesn't really make me want to listen to this again. But for Hapaleptic Overtrove, Behold the Octopus, I will give this a 3 out of 10. We lead on to some black metal now, and we got a Singaporean band, Welkin, and the album Recollections of Conquest and Honor. In case you don't know, I actually did review their song Conquest last week on Discovery. Well, they released an album finally, and this album is absolutely fucking fantastic. Now, they incorporate elements of Finnish black metal along with folky black metal, but very similar to bands such as Emperor as well, mixing at times sounding like Mayhem. I do really enjoy it, and I really enjoy his vocals as well. Some songs are absolutely fire. Conquest is definitely one of the best songs off the album, that's for sure. Especially that guitar riff reminds me of bands such as Maguire. That guitar riff, the chord progression throughout Conquest is so damn good. But it's just a really fucking fun album. Really fucking fun album to bang your head along. It's a great black metal album, especially for this year, and I absolutely loved it. Welcome Recollection, Conquest and Honor certainly is one of my top albums of June at the moment. It gets a solid 8.5 out of 10. We'll move on to one of the better metalcore albums I've heard this year, and I absolutely love it. This is up to with Polaris, Bleed From Within, a band called Lightworker, and the album Fury by Failure. Now they incorporate elements of metalcore along with deathcore at times, especially those breakdowns are really crushing. Really nice guitar solos as well that overall just escalates the album to the next level. This is a really fucking fun album, and I think a lot of you people that are watching Discovery absolutely enjoy. If you love metalcore, you're gonna fucking well love this. It's got such an ethereal atmosphere at times, really nice key moments, and some punishing guitar riffs that will just twist your guts, squeeze all the juices. That's how brutal some of these songs are. I do love the arrangements, some really good, awesome moments throughout this album, but for Fury by Failure, it slowly drops off a little bit, especially the second half of the album, but I still give it a 7.5 out of 10. We'll lead on to one of the most interesting albums of this week, and it's Smackbound, 20 out of 20. This album's certainly not 20 out of 20, nor even is it 10 out of 10, but I do commend the work. I don't know where I could actually put them. They incorporate elements of heavy metal along with symphonic metal with just I would just call them a metal band. They are just a melodic metal band. It's melodic. Her vocals are very good on this album. I do love the vocal tone. And it's just a really enjoyable album to listen to. I've listened to this album a few times, but I'm slowly getting sick of it now. But this is why the score has degraded a little bit, is because it lacks repetitive listens, this album. And for SmackDown 20 out of 20, it's not a 20 out of 20, nor it's a 10 out of 10. It's just a 6.5 out of 10. Lead on to one of the most Sabbath-inspiring albums, and it is Curse the Sun, Excruciation. You'd swear Ozzy is on vocals on this album. You'd swear, because his vocal tone is spot on with Ozzy Osbourne's. Tony Iommi, you'd swear Tony Iommi is on this album as well, especially those sludgy riffs. This is like a Black Sabbath album, except a doomy version of Black Sabbath. There's some really awesome songs. It's very sludgy. Reminds me of the album like Master of Reality, that era of Black Sabbath, except this is much more doomier and much more heavier. But the vocals on this album sound like Ozzy Osbourne. It sounds like Black Sabbath. If you like Black Sabbath, you're going to love Curse the Sun, Excruciation. And it deserves to get a 8 out of 10. So then we lead on to a band that I absolutely love. It's Voldran, Effigy of Nightmares. Now, this album is... it's so good. Such an eerie, atmospheric introduction, sounding like something out of like Resident Evil or something like that, something out of a horror movie or even the Blair Witch Project. It leads on to such one of the heaviest and brutal black metal songs of this month. It's really awesome. The guitar riffs, his vocals are fucking insane. Elements of how dark and evil this fucking album feels. The guitar tone is magnificent. The production is really good, what you want from black metal. Probably one of the best guitar solos of the year, which is with Basilisk of Light. It's so damn fucking good, this album. I absolutely love it. Maybe I'll give you an album review for this album, but I absolutely loved it. It gets a 9 out of 10. And that's it for the newly released albums on Discovery. We now go on to the albums I've explored. And the first album is Cathedral, Forest of Equilibrium. Look at the fucking album cover. You'd think this is sort of like a symphonic metal band, especially with the album cover and shit like that. Except this is a sludgy, but yet doomy, incorporating elements of funeral doom, incorporating death doom as well, incorporating many elements of doom on this album. And it is such a really good album, really is. This album took me by fucking surprise. If you love Doom, you're gonna fucking well love this, because they incorporate every single part of Doom on this album. Some really nice fast moments as well. Really slow moments, sounding very similar to bands like Hooded Menace, Ahab, Evoken, all those other bands, and also sounding similar to Candlemass, Paradise Lost. I mean, this album has got everything, but for Cathedral Forest of Equilibrium, it gets a solid 8 out of 10. We'd lead on to one of the most interesting albums, and it's Enslaved, Issa. This album is a prog black metal album, and I just love how Enslaved do it. They really changed things up on this album, and I fucking well love it. I really do, and it's such a really enjoyable album. I just can't praise it enough. This is really different. Enslaved were changing the sound, especially after Mardrom. They really changed the sound. And this sort of threw me back to albums such as Aud or even Frost, because it's got that same sort of sound, but yeah, he incorporates some cleaner vocals throughout this album, which I absolutely love. His vocals are spot on. So with Enslave Issa, it's an 8.5 out of 10. We move on to one of the most interesting epic doom metal albums I've heard this week. It's Ionis and their album The Foreshadowing.
I've never felt so alone.
To be honest, the vocals on this album were very high up in the mix, and it was just, I just couldn't really get into this album. I mean, the melody, the instrumentals are okay, the music's fine, it was just these vocals that were just overpowering. Some of these songs are just mediocre, they really are, and for this, I'll probably give this probably 4.5 out of 10. We move on to another Enslaved album called Ritia, or Ritia, I don't know how to fucking pronounce that.
Stop it. Get some help.
And this album is very different. It's very different. Again, it's prog metal. Incorporate elements of black metal, death metal, and every fucking thing out there. Enslaved really harness all sort of genres on this album. At times they sound death metal. At times he incorporates cleaner vocals and harsher vocals and black metal vocals. This album again has it fucking all, and I really do enjoy the overall adventure they are providing you. And yeah, this album really grew on me as well, and I absolutely loved it. I loved it from start to finish. For Enslaved Ritia, I will give this a 8.5 out of 10. We lead on to will definitely becoming one of my favorite bands. It's Riverside, Rapid Eye of Movement. This album is fantastic, it really is. I think it's the album before Second Life Syndrome, which is another fucking fantastic album. Riverside Rapid Eye Movement incorporates that proggy metal goodness that we all fucking love. At times they sound like Tool, at times they sound like Dream Theater. I mean, this band is absolutely fantastic. I love his harsh vocals. His harsh vocals are really good, and it's just a really good fucking album. Really good fucking album to just bang your head to. It's heavy at times, it's soft at times, there are some awesome guitar moments. The drums are out of this world as well. For Riverside Rapid Eye Movement, 8.5 out of 10. An album I heard recently, album I just heard was Warning, Watching from a Distance.
I find again I am starving in your mystery.
Now, this is very similar, to be honest, this is very similar to the new album that I basically gushed on, was Curse the Sun Excruciation. The vocalist on this album sounds very similar to Ozzy Osbourne again. Sounds very similar to Sabbath. And even bands such as Alda, especially the vocals. It's very sludgy, it's very doomy. It's just clean vocals, but damn, it's such an enjoyable album. There's some really long fucking songs as well, and it's very doomy. It's doomy, the guitars are doomy, it's very slow at times, and it's just really enjoyable album. For Warning, Watching from a Distance, I will give this a 7.5 out of 10. Whew, okay, so I'm out of breath here, and I hope you guys did enjoy Discovery for this week. So join me next week for another episode of Discovery. I hope you did enjoy it, and comment below what albums you actually checked out, and I will see you in the next Discover. It has been close to 2 weeks since we got an official Discovery episode, but fear no more, we are back and better than ever. Welcome to Discovery, and welcome to another episode of Discovery. It has been 2 weeks since the last Discovery. The week before was Games Discovery, which didn't do very well on the channel, but you know what, it was something different. Well, the week before that was the normal Discovery, and we're back to the normal Discovery, but we have changed the format a little bit. But if you're here for a reaction, you can fuck off right now, because there are no reactions. This is just pure reviews for those that love reviews, that love to see me review. So I have 14 albums that need to be reviewed, because there have been so many albums the last 2 weeks. So honestly, I cannot wait to give you my thoughts on all the albums I checked out. So let's kick off with one of the best atmospheric black metal albums of the year at the moment. It's Passage Die Hiver and their album Involved. This album is a cold, black, dark, atmospheric black metal album that you feel like you're lost in the lonely, haunted woods listening to this. There are some incredible songs on this album. I'm talking about fucking incredible. The production is a taste. The production sounds like a raw 90s black metal album. Sometimes listening to this album, you go in a trance. I love the song Invincible. This album is 2 hours long. You sink your teeth in and you listen to this album and it's 2 hours long. The last song is like fucking 20 minutes long, which is So Hot Is Wilder. An absolutely incredible black metal album that I can't help but just recommend you. If you love cold, atmospheric, dark black metal, you're gonna fucking well love this. One criticism is maybe the production. Maybe a lot of people won't like the production, but I'm telling you, if you give this album a chance, you will enjoy it. But it's those that absolutely adore black metal. I wouldn't suggest anyone that likes Dimmu Borgir or the symphonic black metal shit like Carrick Angren. Like, I wouldn't suggest that, because you guys wouldn't understand this cold, atmospheric, dark black metal sound. I really enjoyed this album. Honestly, throughout this album, there's just a howling of the wind blowing your ears, and it just feels like you're absolutely lost in the dark woods, and it's like it's something out of the Blair Witch Project. I mean, I just absolutely love how horrifying this album is at times. For Passage Die Hiver, I will give this a 9.5 out of 10. One of the best black metal albums of the year. So now we move on to Bell Witch and Error Ruin and the album Stygian Bell Volume 1. This is a collaboration album, and Bell Witch and Error Ruin do it so well. This is out on Profound Law Records, and honestly, it's a Funeral Doom album. If you don't like Funeral Doom, you're probably not going to enjoy this, but lucky for me, I absolutely adore it. I really enjoyed Bell Witch's masterpiece of an album, Mirror Reaper. Absolutely fantastic album, an hour and 20-minute long song, so damn good. And this album lived to its expectations, in my opinion. I absolutely loved it. Just love the down-tuning guitars, and not to mention the vocals on this album is so damn good, mixed with Bell Witch and Error Ruin's vocals. And not only that, it's just got some catchy, melodic moments. I love the guitar throughout the start of the album. The Bastard Wing, boom, ding, 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 ding. So damn good. And some songs are like 20 minutes long. The Bastard Wind's an amazing song, along with The Unbodied Air, which is just close to a Funeral Doom masterpiece. One of the best albums of the year so far. For Bell Witch, Error Ruin, Stygian Bell, Volume 1, I will give this, well, another 9.5 out of 10. And now we go to one of the albums that I weren't very impressed with. We're talking about Carrick Angren, Frankensteiner Stratomontanus.
It comes back in the dreams at night. Don't wake them, reminding that
This album is a mess. It's an absolute mess. And to be honest, I had to stomach listening to this album twice to try and give some positive review on this album, but honestly, I cannot. I cannot give you a positive review on this album. I don't understand the hype for this band, to be honest. Carrick Angren albums The last album was good, but this album, man, this album is a fucking mess. It really is. It's got a good concept to the album, but it's the execution. I don't really enjoy this album. I think it's one of the worst albums of the year at the moment, really rivaling with Old Man Gloom as well. Didn't like that album as well. Scourged Ghoul Undead is probably the best song off the album. The rest of the songs are just, meh. I must warn you that you may not like it, but they incorporate some cheesy symphonic elements throughout this album. It's not a very good album. The Oceans do it so much better than this piece of shit. And for Carrick Angren and the new album, man, a 1.5 out of 10. So now we move on to Mushroom Head, A Wonderful Life. Really excited for this album, I really was, but the problem with this album is that it's new metal. It's new metal and it's a different taste to new metal, and I did enjoy part of this album, I really did, but man, this album is so damn fucking long. And this is one of the negatives for this album. Clocking over an hour and 10 minutes, this album, it's got a very strong half. Like, I do love Madness Within, they've seen it all, and probably halfway through the album, it's pretty solid. Got that Mushroom Head sound that we come to enjoy. But then this album really drags, and it really drags when I say there are some soft ballady songs, and the last song is the most disappointing song off the album. It drags this album, it's very uninspiring as well, especially once you get to the second half of the album, and to be honest, I was impressed halfway through it, and then I said, nah man, it's not that great. So I'm going to give this a 5 out of 10. So now we go to another Funeral Doom band, one of my favorite Funeral Doom bands of all time. We're talking about Ahab and their live album, Live Pray. From the first album, The Call of the Wretched Seas. Now that album is, I'm gonna say it, is a fucking masterpiece. The melodies are amazing. So what do? They create a live album based on this album, and I'll tell you what, I am so damn impressed. I really am. It just sounds like they're playing in the studio, and there's nothing much I can say because that album was a masterpiece. This album is a live album, and I was very impressed of how they actually maintained the atmosphere throughout that live setting. It's so damn good. Every single note is exactly the same as the album, and I fucking well love that. I'm not going to actually rate this album. I'm not rating this album because I don't rate live albums. But Ahab, Live Pray, it's definitely, if you love Ahab, if you love Funeral Doom, or if you like bands like Evoken or even Hood and Menace, you're going to really love Ahab, Live Pray. Now we move on to Fell Warden, Reefed in Morn Cloud. This album is very surprising, it really is, because the first song, Pathmaker, which sounds very similar to Alcest, very inspired by Alcest, and I thought this would be like a shoegazy album, but then all of a sudden, once Scalfel's Blight comes along, it hits you with fucking blast of black metal, and it's absolutely insane, especially those shrieks. This is a black metal album, and I just absolutely love how coherent this album is. It's definitely one of the best albums of June, and I fucking well loved it. It's just a really tight and cohesive album, and I really enjoyed some of these songs. Clocking around about 54 minutes, it's 6 songs, and some songs are incredibly long, but if you like atmospheric black metal, which they do maintain that atmosphere that you want from black metal, you're gonna really enjoy this album. Songs like Upon Stone has an amazing guitar melody along with an Outer Reckoning as well. Really enticing album to listen to once you listen to the first song. Gotta say, it's a little bit of a jerker, going from shoegaze, from clean vocals to aggressive black metal vocals as we move on to the second song. So for Fell Warden, Reefed in Morn Cloud, I will give this a solid 8.5 out of 10. Now we move on to Protester Hero, Palimpsest. Okay, so Not a very big fan of Protest the Hero, and I gotta be honest, I have heard all their albums, and to be honest, I am not a big fan. I absolutely adore prog, but there's some prog that I don't really like, and unfortunately this is Protest the Hero. This is way too chaotic for me, way too chaotic, and again, this album just doesn't do much for me. His vocals are the main problem. I don't enjoy his vocals, and I gotta be brutally honest, I do not enjoy his vocals. I just feel like at times he sounds like a whiny girl. And although I do enjoy a little bit of his harsher vocals, look, I've listened to this album once, and then I had to listen to the album again to sort of give you an honest review, and it was stomaching to listen to this album all the way through. It really was. And to be honest, there are some really nice instrumental parts throughout this album, but this doesn't really impress me. Doesn't really impress me. Not up to the caliber of Dream Theater, not up to the caliber of Symphony X or any other prog metal bands out there. Protest the Hero certainly do have a different sound, incorporating those progressive metalcore elements, but I'd still put him as progressive metal. But yeah, this album's way too chaotic, and for Protest the Hero Olympus, a 4 out of 10. So now we move on to Poltergeist, Feather of Truth.
Pounding adrenaline rush, raising my fists in the air.
Surprisingly interesting album this is. This is a thrash metal album. Now, this is one of the better thrash metal albums of the year, but definitely doesn't hold a candle towards Warbringer or maybe even Vader as well. It doesn't hold a candle to this, but it's still got a really good package. It really does. And I love the foundation of this album. It holds true to what it is, and this is thrash metal through and through. Some really good songs as well. Do love his vocals. Vocals are really good throughout this album. How instrumentally technical they are at times. Incorporate harsher vocals throughout this album along with cleaner vocals, and I do really enjoy that part. The lyrics overall are pretty political driven as well. I do love the overall lyrics throughout some of these songs. My favorite song of the album is Time at Hand, followed by The Attention Trap. Absolutely love that song. I do love how fun this album feels, very similar to Annihilator or bands like that. But Poltergeist, Feather of Truth is a fun fucking album that you should definitely check out. Oh yeah, for Poltergeist, Feather of Truth, I will give this a 6.5 out of 10. The next band is American Arson, Line in the Sand.
But I know when you wrap your love around me, the sky might crack.
If you like punk and elements of hardcore, you're gonna really fucking well love this. This band is very similar to Rise Against, which is a band I do really enjoy, and this band is quite surprising. Do love the instrumental moments, and I love political driven song Drop Your Daggers. This is a very political based album, you could say, and there are some very good songs on this album. Some harsher vocals throughout this album as well, which blew me away. But Wolfpack is a very aggressive, energetic song that I would definitely recommend you this album if you like that sort of hardcore punky sound. So for American Arson, Line in the Sand, man, a 7 out of 10. So now we move on to Bury Tomorrow, one of the biggest releases of the year, and it's Cannibal. This is a metalcore album, and a lot of metalcore fans would actually know this. For those that aren't into metalcore, they wouldn't know this. They wouldn't know this band, but they are firing at all cylinders throughout this album. Some very cool songs like Choke. Cannibal is an amazing song as well, along with The Grey. Some absolutely fantastic songs. I love the breakdowns, heavy breakdowns throughout this album, and it's just overall a very fun album. Now, this album fucking flies. It really does. And I said, hey, wait on, is this the actual full album? Like, I really want more. I wanted more from Bury Tomorrow, but man, it's short and sweet. This album runs around 42 minutes, and I fucking well enjoyed it. So for Bury Tomorrow, Cannibal, man, at 7.5 out of 10. Okay, so now we get in some good shit now, and it's the album Akfnif Genahef and his album Crowned in the Shadows. This is a full-on 90s production black metal album, and it's such a really cool album, it really is. It's definitely going to be up there to be probably one of my favorite albums of July, of just how coherent this album flows. Got some awesome synthy keys that don't sound cheesy at all, and it's got this layering atmosphere that you just can't help but enjoy. I absolutely love the songs, The Gates of Hell, along with The Battle on Vergor, absolutely amazing song. Not to mention Journey Through the Desert of Ice, a really coherent flowing black metal album that you'll fucking well enjoy. I love how dynamic this album feels as well. At times it sounds so damn raw and so damn visceral, but at times it also has that subtle side, and that's what you want from black metal. Very enjoyable album. I absolutely adored it. For Anheg Genhef, Crowned in the Shadows, I will give this a 8 out of 10. Now we move on to an EP. Now, I thought this was an album, but it's apparently an EP, and it's Ages of Blood, Pagan Medieval Aristocracy. Ooh, this album is fun. It's a really fun, folky black metal album. Again, layering that atmosphere that you absolutely love. Love how atmospheric this album is. His vocals are top notch in my opinion, and there are some awesome moments. I do love the self-titled track, which is like an 8-minute song. Then you got Feeble Whispers from an Old Witch, an incredible 7-minute song. Absolutely adored it. But these songs are very long. But the EP is like 19 minutes long. I fathom how they fit that much in an EP. It's like a whole fucking album. So damn good. This is the first time I'm ever going to rate an EP. Man, an 8.5 out of 10. Now we move on to some power metal. A very fun power metal album that I really did enjoy. It's Imperium Holy Wars.
How many days, how many times they will lay down before the Christ?
Very enticing symphonic metal elements throughout this album, and has a very dynamic approach. His vocals are good. At times they do sound just a little bit off in my opinion, but you can give and take the vocals throughout this album. At times he sounds great, and at times he sounds terrible. Facing in a holy war, his vocals aren't that great, and even Fallen Away, his vocals aren't that great, but the rest of the album, he's actually a really good vocalist. I don't know, but the production is pretty good as well. Some very tight and cohesive songs on this album that flow very beautifully. This album's around about 47 minutes long. I do love Fear of Messiah, which definitely has a hard, energetic, raw power metal feel, but for Imperium Holy War, I will give this a 5.5 out of 10. So now we move on to probably going to be my favorite July album. It is Noctem Aeternus, Landscape of Discord. This is so damn good. This is an overall symphonic black metal album. Absolutely fantastic. I love the layering atmosphere throughout this album. Amazing songs like Those Who Shall Perish, along with Necromancy. To finish up this album is Solstice in the Dark, which is so damn fucking good. Some really good songs. I love his vocals so visceral and aggressive, but yet tell that story. It's like you're in ancient Greece or something, plowing through those mountains as you're trying to battle, and I just love the overall blast beats throughout this album. The instrumentals are fucking fantastic, and overall it's such a really tight album. This album's around about 55 minutes. It doesn't feel like 55 minutes because there's so much happening. Not to mention the orchestral elements throughout this album, very similar to bands like The Summoning. This is a very epic album by Noctem Aeternus, and I absolutely loved it. This is probably going to be my favorite July album. Nothing can beat it at the moment. So for Noctem Aeternus, Landscape of Discord, I will give this a 9 out of 10. So that's it for Discovery. My camera's about to die, and goodbye. Welcome to Discovery, and welcome back to another series of Discovery. We had a few months break to get things all sorted, But you know what? Discovery is back. Discovery is back. There is a few albums that I need to talk to you guys about that may be off your radar. You know what? Bandcamp Discovery was a failure. I know the video got 1,000 views, over 1,000 views, but to me, it was a failure because I tried to do the second episode and it kind of failed. I'm not doing Band Discovery, I'm doing Discovery again. And welcome to the first episode, I think the 4th series now? Fuck. So what? We are changing the format again. We're not dissecting the singles anymore. I'm gonna tell you all the albums I've checked out over the last maybe month and what bands that may interest you. So first of all, we're going to Tomorrow's Rain and their album Hollow. This was released in the first week of September and it's through AOP Records. Now this album is a very interesting album overall. They incorporate elements of death metal. Now his vocals at times are a little bit straining, but they really work. I really love the slow parts throughout some of these songs, and In the Mouth of Madness has probably got one of the best guitar solos of the year in my opinion. It's a very hard and it's very energetic album that would just punch at the roof of your mouth because some of these songs are pretty piercing in tone. The production is okay. One negative is the overall vocal tone. Although this may be one of my favorite albums of September, I just feel that the vocals at times does let this album down. But is this a failure? No, because the instrumentals are fucking fire on this. The elements of death metal, along with elements of doom metal, it creates sort of this death doom atmosphere that you get throughout some of these songs. Kick off the album is Trees, which is a very fiercing and in-your-face song, but the album goes through flows and it transitions very well. And what I love about Tomorrow Rain is what they do with the intricate guitars throughout this album. And this is what really makes this album quite special and gets quite addictive. At times they incorporate atmosphere, and this is what you want. This album runs about 52 minutes. There are 8 songs on this album and 52 minutes goes pretty fast. So I would recommend you check out Tomorrow's Rain and their album Hollow. You can get that through AOP Records. Right now, it's indeed going to be my top 10 albums of September. I will give this a solid 8 out of 10. So the next band, they released an album back on the 28th of August and it's called Mortal by the band Necrot. Necrot are a very intense band in my opinion, but they incorporate elements of doom metal, making it quite doomy, but it's like a very slow death metal. They incorporate old school death metal along with the new age death metal. Production is actually pretty good on this album. Some really killer songs like Your Howl along with Malevolent Intention. To end off the album is like a 7-minute song called Mortal. This album really flows. Some really nice intricacy guitar work throughout this album, and overall the drums pack a punch. I really enjoy this album. I think this is definitely one of the best albums of August, even though I didn't add it on my list. But I discovered this album after I made my top albums of August, and no doubt Necrot is a band to be reckoned with because they are an absolutely fantastic band, really giving some nostalgia feels for some death metal fans out there. So I loved it. Really loved the strong blast beats throughout some of these songs, along with a really nice chord progression throughout Malevolent Intention. It's actually a really good album to sink your teeth in. So if you haven't checked out Necrot and the album Mortal, go fucking check it out because I'm going to give this a 8.5 out of 10. So, Fit for a King released a new album called The Path. So The Path is a very interesting alternative sound by Fit for a King. They incorporate elements of metalcore along with alternative metal as well. So what I really enjoy about this album is how different this sounds from Fit for a King. Like you have their previous albums like Dark Skies and Death Grip, which was much more heavier version of Fit for a King. But you know what? There are some really tight and there are some really cohesive songs on this album. You got Breaking the Mirror, which has one of the best guitar solos off the album, along with Annihilate, Annihilation, which is sort of a throwback to Crush by Parkway Drive, except, yeah, Annihilation is a complete fucking rip-off of Crush. But Annihilation fucking kills as well. So that's a great fucking song. Overall, some really good songs. You got sort of a ballad like Lock in My Head, which was okay. They incorporate much more cleaner vocals on this album.
In my head again. Locked in my head again.
Which is okay. Something I don't get with the metalcore vocals. These vocals are okay. To end off the album is Vendetta, which is hard hitting as well. The production is very good. I love the snare tone, really love the grittiness of the guitar, and his vocals are intense as anything. Some really nice cohesive moments on this album. Some really nice transitions. God of Fire featuring Rio from Crystal Lake. Very disappointing song. Very fucking disappointing song. I was very underwhelmed listening to this song, incorporating electronic elements, something out of like Nine Inch Nails, you could say. But overall, fit for a king, The Path, I will give this a 6.5 out of 10. Time to check out another death metal band recording Skeletal Remains and their album The Entombment of Chaos. This album is full on heavy. It's a heavy fucking album with some incredible technicality, gets some amazing guitar riffs, gets some awesome solos as well. This album really flows very well with some really strong elements of old school death metal, along with that new age sort of death metal we are getting nowadays. Some awesome songs like Congregation of Flesh, which has amazing riff on it, and his vocals are intense. Some really awesome songs like even The Stench of Paradise Burning, the bonus song, which is a cover. An awesome free-flowing album as well. This album goes around 48 minutes with 11 songs, but it doesn't feel like 48 minutes. Very quick album, and to see one of my favorite albums of September. It's a really intense record with some incredible dynamic moments, taking torturous ways to obliteration, which has some really melodic moments. But then you got Unfurling the Casket, which is quite an epic song. But I love the guitar tone on this album. For Skeletal Remains, I will give this an 8.5 out of 10. So now we go on to the folky black metal band Fintroll and their album Verdersvad, is that how you pronounce it? But this album's a really fun fucking album. It's folky black metal, incorporating elements of that folk metal that we love in black metal. It's quite atmospheric and really good songs like track 3 Omfolk, which is a really awesome song, along with Mask. I do love how this album is quite free flowing, it's quite fun as well. This is quite an energetic album. His vocals are intense at times. Love his dynamic screams throughout this album. It just feels like you're at times at a carnival, if you get what I mean, especially with those folky elements. I do really enjoy the guitar tone on this, not to mention the drumming as well. The production is very good on this album, especially for black metal. So really nice moments. I actually really enjoyed this album by Fintroll. For Fintroll, I will give this probably an 8 out of 10. Okay, so next up is a band called Jupiterian and their album Protosapien from Transcending Obscurity Records. This was released early last week, and I'll tell you what, this is a very awesome album, incorporating elements of doom metal along with sludge metal. It's a very slimy sort of album. Love his vocals. His vocals are very intense in tone. This album is free flowing as well. So like Mere Humans is intense as anything. Okay, so after that bracket, let's get on with this fucking album. So, Jupiterian. It's a really free-flowing album. It's sludgy, it's doomy as well. Amazing dynamic vocals, love his harsh and aggressive vocals, and his growls are quite demonic at tone. Really fits the atmosphere on this album. This is a very atmospheric album as well, don't get me wrong, but some of these songs do lack slightly in my opinion. It's a good album, but it's not a great album, get what I mean. At times it does sound quite generic. It's in that sludgy, doomy genre. It's quite interesting in tone. Earthling Bloodline is a great way to finish off the album. Stretching around about 36 minutes, 6 songs. They could have incorporated a few more other songs to really expand the album a bit more, but Jupiterian did a pretty good job. So Protosavian, I will give this a 7.5 out of 10. So finally, to end off Discovery this week is Carnation and the album Where Death Lies. This album really took me by surprise. I feel this is a better album than Skeletal Remains, nearly as good as Necrot in my opinion. Some really awesome moments on this album, nice guitar moments, nice drumming as well. Sepulchre of Alteration, absolutely fantastic, intense fucking song, love his vocals, and Where Death Lies is a good song as well. But Napalm Ascension and In Chasm Abysmal is an epic song which stretches around about 7 minutes, and he incorporates cleaner vocals on In Chasm's Abysmal. I just love how Necrot and Carnation actually end albums with some really long songs, and this is a great long song for death metal. Absolutely love the time sequence, love the transition. They incorporate elements of prog on this album. Some really good moments as well. His vocals intense and grimy at times. Love his aggression. But overall, Carnation, Where Death Lies, is going to be one of my favorite albums of September. I love the grittiness of the tone. Really enjoy the overall elements of surprise you're getting on this album. So for Carnation, Where Death Lies, a 9 out of 10. So guys, that's where I leave you with Discovery. I hope you did enjoy. Join me next week or maybe in 2 weeks as we check out some more albums I discovered. And yeah, so Band Discovery won't be returning. It seemed it was a kind of a fail. I tried to film Band Discovery again, and I just feel that in Band Discovery, you have to arrange beforehand. Like, you have to listen to the albums before to sort of react to the albums on camera, if you get what I mean. So basically, it's sort of a fake reaction. So Band Discovery didn't go to plan. We're going back to Discovery, and I will see you in the next one. Welcome to Discovery, and welcome to another episode of Discovery. We have plenty of bands that I need to share with you guys and plenty of reviews, so let's get on with it. There have been some really good metal this month and some really good metal last month, and I did actually miss a few bands last month that I need to share with you guys on Discovery this month. So first of all, let's check out a band called Daradalf and the album Evenstar. So this album is a concept album following the J.R. Tolkien story of Lord of the Rings, and we're talking about Aragorn here, who is basically looking for love as he journeys throughout the land. And overall, this album is a black metal album, incorporate elements of folk metal, but this album is something very special. It really is. Now, I do love the elements of the production on this album, not to mention the amazing atmosphere you're getting throughout this record. His vocals at times are quite clean and at times they are quite blackened. I do love his high shrieks throughout this album, conveying quite a lot of emotion towards the listener. This album has 7 songs on it, stretching about 45 minutes. I absolutely love the song Estelle. Estelle was a great way to just introduce the character to you, along with Adomiel, which is a lot more calmer, but you get some really awesome songs like The Three Hunters. The Three Hunters is absolutely a fantastic song with an incredible solo on it, along with Return. Now, I do love Return. I love how evil this album sounds at times, but yet sounds angelic. I just love how they mix the folky elements along with the black metal elements as well. At times, the melody is contagious. There are awesome guitar riffs on this album. Really love the drumming as well. It's a pretty tight and cohesive album by Daradalf. Even Star was a pretty solid album. But of course, there are some negatives, like 45 minutes. It is a little bit too short in my opinion. Maybe add a few more songs. But this album does flow quite well. It tells you the story of Aragon, and you know what? It's a pretty good album. The production, on the other hand, is pretty good as well, and I do love the tone of the guitars, not to mention the drumming. Really eventful album that you want to listen to it over and over again to understand the concept. For Daradalf Even Star, I'm going to give this a 7.5 out of 10. So take a listen to some of Daradalf. Okay, so next up we're talking about the black metal band Ueda and the album Jin. This album is absolutely fantastic. I absolutely adore this album. I love it. I've played this countless times now, and I just love how atmospheric this album is. People shit on Ueda as well, saying, ooh, they're a clone of Magua. That's bullshit, man. It seems like Ueda have definitely siphoned in their own sound. Jin doesn't sound anything like Magua. Maybe the lyrics are a bit similar to Maguire's lyrics, like nihilism and everything like that, but that's it. The lyrics may be similar, but that's it. Jin, the Great Mirage, has some really awesome tremolo moments on this album, not to mention incorporating elements of post-metal as well. And I just love how they intertwine these genres. His vocals are intense as anything. They are really intense. I just love the death growls on this album, quite blackened, along with the blackened shrieks, and overall, this is a really cool album. Although this is not, in my opinion, the best Ueda album, I feel that Cult of Dying Sun is a lot better than Jin, just because of the overall structure. But I just really enjoy this album. I love how heavy this album is at times, but yet so blissful. And overall, No Place Here in the Absence of Matter, fantastic songs. Forestless is another great song, and Between Two Worlds, it ends off with a guitar solo that just absolutely transports you into another fucking world. The atmosphere is absolutely amazing. I love the production. The production sounds gritty and raw. It just creates that atmosphere, which is what you want in a melodic black metal album like Ueda's Jin. So overall, Jin by Ueda, I will give this probably a solid 8.5 out of 10. You haven't listened to Ueda Jin? Listen to it now. Okay, so next up we're talking about Marche Funumbre and the album Einderlich. This album is absolutely fantastic. This was my second album of the month last month, and I'll tell you what, I absolutely stand by my decision. I really do. This was going to be my number one album, although it just didn't make it to my number one album because The Ocean released a fantastic album. You know what? It kicks off with some really heavy moments, and this is a doom album, incorporate elements of funeral doom along with epic doom as well. Just imagine at times Swallow the Sun, Hooded Menace as well, but also along with Emperor, because they incorporate black metal vocals as well, especially throughout the song When All Is Sad. This album is very transitional, it really is, and some of these songs are absolutely fantastic. Scarred is the weakest song of the fucking album. It is the weakest song of the album, but from then, The Eye Is the End, When All Is Said, The Maelstrom, Mood are just all fantastic songs, but my favorite song of the album is Deformed. It's Deformed. Deformed is so damn good. I just love the melodies. I love how it's a sort of a building crescendo song that builds up to such an epic anthemic conclusion. It's so damn good, it really is, and leads on to Einderlich, the title track. I just love the passages on this album. It's probably a masterpiece by Marche Funumbre, although there are some elements that it's not a masterpiece because of the vocals. The clean vocals are a little bit shit. They are. But the growls though, the growls are absolutely incredible. The cleans are shit, the growls are amazing. It's an 8.5 out of 10. If you haven't checked out Marche Fenumbre, check him out now. Okay, so next up is the funeral doom metal band Celestial Seasons and the album The Secret Teachings. This album took me by surprise, it really did. Shout out to Joshua Coe as well, that messaged me and said, hey, check out this fucking album, cunt. And we did. I checked it out and I fucking loved it. I really did. And overall, this is a funeral doom album, but they incorporate so many elements. Like, this is also a symphonic album because they incorporate violins, and I just absolutely love it. The growls are incredible, the cleans are fantastic, some amazing moments on this album. Like, we're talking about Veil of Silence, which has an unbelievable guitar solo. I love the solos on this album, and it's just an up and down roller coaster of a ride. It really is. It's not heavy, it's funeral doom, and it's funeral doom done right. It reminds of bands such as Convocation, at times such as Temple of Void as well. At times they incorporate elements of death, but it's mainly just funeral doom. There are some awesome transitions on this album, and overall I just really enjoyed it. Production is good. The production's very good. It doesn't sound mechanical, it sounds organic. The guitars, on the other hand, really remind me of bands such as My Dying Bride, especially the guitar tone. It's got the element of My Dying Bride sound, but damn, the vocals are fantastic, the cleans are good. Just a really solid album by this band, and overall I really enjoyed it. Like, I absolutely adored A Veil of Silence, loved Red Water, and even The Secret Teachings of All Ages. The first song was absolute fire. If you haven't checked out Celestial Seasons, check out The Secret Teachings. And for Celestial Seasons, The Secret Teachings, an 8.5 out of 10. Okay, so if you want some dark metal in your life, or even gothic metal, incorporate elements of black metal along with death metal, sounding very similar to Cradle of Filth, but also sounding very similar to Rammstein, go check out the band Nachtblut and the album Vanitas. Yeah, it's not a Nal Nafrak Vanitas, but I tell you what, this album's pretty solid, it really is. Now, I really enjoyed this album. I think it's fantastic. This is a gothic metal album, but some people call it dark metal. And the reason why they call it dark metal is because it's got everything. It's extreme metal at times, but it's also gothic metal, symphonic metal as well. And I just really love the overall genre interchanges on this album. So absolutely fantastic songs, catchy songs like Vanitas, Leah Kinder, which is a bit of a softer song. There are some ballads on this album as well. And he incorporates some really incredible vocal performance, high black metal shrieks, sounding very similar at times like the Cradle of Filth lead singer Danny Filth. But damn, this is a very solid album released by Nachtblut. Never heard of him, but I thoroughly enjoy it. If you want fun gothic metal, go check out this band because they are a pretty solid band in my opinion. Production, on the other hand, is quite crisp. I do love the overlaying guitar tones, love how epic and anthemic this album feels at times. Catchy fucking songs as well, very catchy. Die Toten vergessen nicht, great song to end off the album. And overall, it's a pretty tight and cohesive album by Nachtblut. But for Vanitas, I will give this a 8 out of 10. Okay, so you've all waited for the Enslaved album review, and here we go. So next is Enslaved and the album Utgard. Yes, some of this album is very good, but some of this album is just plain boring. Now, I've heard this album a few times, and I really enjoy how solid the first half of this album is. Fires in the Dark is a great song to kick off the album. Jetty Grada is one of my favorite songs by Enslaved. I love the proggy element. Sequence is fantastic as well. Go Homebound, really love the drummer's vocals on this particular song. It's quite melodic, and things start to turn weird like Utgarda and Urichin. I do love how melodic that song is. But then you've got some songs like Flight, Thought and Memory, which has really nice solo, but I just feel this album's starting to decline in quality. Storms of Utgard as well, there is a nice solo at the end of that song, but overall it's sort of the same repetitive factor. We incorporate elements of prog rock on this album, at times sounding a bit like Pink Floyd, you could say, or even Rush, and I do love their influences on this album. But then you got Distant Seasons. Distant Seasons is a song I don't like. I really don't like. It sounds quite, dare I say, a little bit cheesy. It sounds a bit cheesy, this song, especially the harmonization. It's just a really uplifting song, and I just feel it doesn't belong on this album. And Distant Seasons can get in the fucking bin. I don't like that song. Some of these songs are solid, especially the first half of the album. But the second half of the album, yeah. Second half of the album is a little bit of a letdown. The production, on the other hand, is pretty good. I do love the production, love the tone of the guitars, but his vocals are absolutely fantastic as well. His cleans are good, his shrieks are great as well. I love the black and metal influences on this album. They do sound like Enslaved as always, but it's nowhere near as good as Marjoram or fucking Frost or even Bloodhound. Nowhere near as good as those albums. This is the weakest album in my opinion, their weakest album. I gotta say this is their weakest album because I have never fell asleep during an Enslaved album, to be honest. This album, in my opinion, does get a little bit boring. The same sort of moments. It's predictable, this album. This album does get a little bit predictable, and especially there's a few synth elements on this album and quite atmospheric at times, but for Utgard Enslaved, it gets a 6 out of 10. If you haven't heard this, take a listen now. Don't get me wrong, it's a pretty solid album, but I was a little bit disappointed with this album, so it gets a 6 out of 10. Overall, this has been a really good discovery. Some really good albums. Later this week, I will review Corey Taylor's new album, CMFT. Yeah, so that'll be a fun review. I'm giving you that Cannibal Corpse album ranking as well, along with that Testament album ranking. So stay tuned on this channel. Comment below if you agree or disagree with my opinions. You agree with this Enslaved record. Keep discussion going in the comment section below. And you know what, cunts, don't subscribe. I don't understand why you subscribe to me. I'm cringy as fuck. And I will see you in the next one. Welcome to Discovery, and welcome to another episode of Discovery. We have 6 albums for you to check out this week. Basically my recommendations. Now, there are no bad albums this week, a solid fortnight for metal, and these are the 6 albums that I absolutely really enjoyed. In case you don't know, Discovery is a way to discover new music, and these are the bands that I feel need to be talked about. So let's kick off with the first band, and it is Trident and the album North. Fucking take a look at that album cover. It's absolutely fantastic. Looks like something out of Bathory. Doesn't sound like Bathory. No, it doesn't, but it is a black metal album. Incorporate elements of really awesome guitar work along with nice tremolo moments. The drums are absolutely fantastic, incorporating this really atmospheric vibe. I love the build up and the introduction which is entered that leads onto such a heavy and hard hitting black metal song called Death. His vocals are very different. This is a black metal album, but they incorporate elements of death metal, so it's more like a black and death metal album. The vocals are absolutely fantastic. Really love the overall chord progression as well throughout this album, and it's got a really strong dynamic feel. It really reminds me of bands such as times as Dissection, or even at times such as Emperor. The vocals really nail the atmospheric vibe on this album. Really awesome songs like Summoning, along with Paul Berry's Hymn. I just love how different this album is. At times it's quite atmospheric, it incorporates some few synth elements, so at times it does feel like a symphonic black metal album. At times it does really remind me of bands such as The Summoning as well, incorporating the orchestral feel throughout some of these songs. But overall, this album is absolutely a banger and I really fucking enjoyed it. But is it the best black metal album of the year? Fuck no, it isn't. This is a pretty good album overall, very tight and cohesive. The drumming is absolutely fantastic and the production is raw in tone, but it's got that modern feel black metal production. Of course it doesn't sound as raw as Paysage, The Heaver, or even fucking Megcognition and Spectral Law. It doesn't sound anything like that. But it's still got a crispier production, but it also holds to that raw tone. Trident North, a 7.5 out of 10. So, the next band is Necrophobic and the album Dawn of the Damned. This album is very impressive, incorporate elements of black metal. It's another black metal album, but it's more of sort of a black and death metal album, I could say. The vocals are absolutely intense. I really love the guitar work throughout this album and more of a symphonic vibe. Get amazing songs like The Infernal Depths of Eternity, which is one of my favorite songs off the album. It's quite epic, it's quite majestic, but fuck me, it really packs a punch. This album is pretty cohesive and it's quite free-flowing, and it's indeed one of my favorite albums of October so far. Really enjoyed this album, thought this was an absolute banger. The production on the other hand again is quite modern and crisp, and I do love the overall lavishing guitar moments. Really nice chord progression as well, especially through the song Darkness Be My Guide. His vocals are intense as anything, incorporate elements of black metal along with death metal vocals. The vocals really harmonize with each other as well to create this epic feeling. The drums are to be commended on this album with some really intricate moments and quite proggy moments. Take an instance of The Infernal Depths of Eternity, where it has some really nice synth elements throughout this song that creates this melody that is quite fucking infectious. Devil Spawn Attack is overall a really interesting song overall, definitely the most different necrophobic song I've heard, but it still packs a punch. They got Shadows as the Fire Burn, and this album will get a good score by me. It's a fucking 8 out of 10. Really enjoyable album. It's out now through Century Media Records. Check it out. Next album is Asylum and the album Cosmogony, or whatever you fucking want to call it, but this album is a black metal album through and through. It's a very spacey black metal album with some very different moments. These songs are average around about 8 minutes, but by god damn it, it is an absolute adventure. Really nice guitar moments along with a very ethereal feel. This album really flows like water. It feels like every single song blends into each other. You got the intro, which is very spacey. Feels like you're out in the open as you try to find the light at the end of the tunnel. Then you got Apparition 1 to 3, then Dispersion 1 to 3, Interlude Extinction 1 to 3 as well, and then you got the outro. These songs are really ambient in tone. Love his vocals. His vocals are very aggressive and raw, incorporates high shrieks along with death metal growls. It's an atmospheric black metal album, but it's more progressive with some really intricate time signatures. My favorite being is Apparition 3. I love how different that song is. The drumming is absolutely fantastic. The blast beats are fucking insane, but of course there are intricacy moments with the drums as well. Running over an hour and 20 minutes, it's still got a lot of fucking punch, and it will hit you in the guts. It will hit you in the guts until you spew your dinner out. That's how impactful this album is. It's got a really tight structure as well, and overall it's a solid album. So again, nothing bad I can say about this album, but my god, it is an 8 out of 10. The reason why it's a little bit lower is because there are much more better black metal albums like Adraza, Mare Cognitum, and like it still isn't as good as the other greater black metal albums we've had this year, but it's an 8 out of 10 and it's an absolute fucking banger. So if you love black metal, check out Asylum. Okay, so next up is Hexa and the album Realm of the Feathered Serpent. This album really took me on a surprise. It was released this week, and my god, it is a very different album. Now, this is more of a black metal, doom metal albums, but they incorporate more black metal moments on this album, but they also put drony moments as well and quite atmospheric and ethereal moments. Really did enjoy this album. Thought this was really fun. These songs average about 5 to 6 minutes, and Ethereal Blitz is an absolute banger. I love how doomy it is, more of a death doom song, but his vocals on the other hand transition from black metal to doom to death doom vocals, along with death metal vocals as well. Love the growls, love his high shrieks. It's overall really different album, and it's very unique. This is indeed going to be in my top 10 albums of October because I fucking well enjoyed it. And I love how every time you listen to this fucking album, you just hear something new. A lot of organic moments on this album, a lot of symphonic moments as well to make it quite epic. This is combining doom, black metal, and death metal into one. It is a black and death doom album, you could say. It's absolutely fantastic. Of course, there are fucking fast moments on this album as well, but my god, it packs a punch, this fucking album. It's an absolute banger, being Miasmic, which is a beautiful instrumental that stretches onto Celestial War Command. And I just love the build-up of the song towards the next song, and it just flows like water, this album. The end off is Typhon, which is an absolute fantastic song overall. The drumming is magnificent. I love the intricate moments on this album. The guitar moments are fantastic as well. It's a really awesome album. But of course, there are some moments where this album does seem lackluster. The moments it feels lackluster is sometimes the production. The production isn't that fucking great. And if the production was just a little bit better, with the balancing moments and the balancing instrumentals, I would have given this album just slightly a little bit more praise. But nah, man, it gets a 7 out of 10 just because the overall production is a bit lackluster, but overall songwriting is really good. Awesome moments on this album, quite predictable at times, but also some unpredictable moments. And if you love Black and Death Doom, corporate elements of funeral doom and black metal, you're gonna fucking well enjoy this, because it is a very different album by any other band I've heard this year. Hexa gets a 7 out of 10. Okay, so one album that really took me by surprise was Spirit Adrift and the album Enlighten in Eternity. This is a heavy metal album, but gathered inspiration from Judas Priest, fucking Iron Maiden, and even Candlemass at times, because this is a heavy metal album incorporating elements of doom along with some very interesting moments, and it's quite thrashy as well. His vocals are very dynamic in range. He got these gnarly snarls as well, along with some really clean angelic vocals. This album really took me by surprise, to be honest. To kick off the album, get right into Light, which is very fast and energetic and hard hitting. The guitar tone is absolutely fantastic. There's some really nice guitar solos as well throughout this album, and the drumming is immaculate. Some really nice drum fills. This album is a pretty steady album. It's quite a fun album. It's quite a fun album to bob your head along, but I just feel that some of these songs do drag on just a little, because there are some really intricate moments on this album and some really awesome ideas, but I just feel they don't execute it that well, especially on songs like Harmony of the Spheres, Battle High, and Stronger Than Your Pain. It kind of lags, kind of drags, but overall my favorite song on the album would be Reunited in the Void. It's much more doomier song, very inspired by Candlemass as well. The vocals are fantastic, and this album is an absolute banger. It really is. It's a very fun album, it's a very enjoyable album, but there are some lackluster moments, like the mid part of the album that doesn't really gravitate towards me. I've heard this album a few times now, and of course I really love the start of the album, but again the middle part of the album just drags slightly, and it just feels like they sort of run out of ideas. Same predictable moments, but you get Reunited in the Void, which really redeems the whole entire album by itself. And the vocals are really good, using many different genres such as instrumental death metal and black metal as well, with the drumming and the guitar work. It's really awesome. This is a very modern day heavy metal album. I'll tell you what, the production on this album is absolutely fantastic. Some really nice moments on this album. I really enjoyed it. I'll give this a 7.5 out of 10. Finally, last album and the main event of Discovery this week is Benediction and the album Scriptures. Now, a lot of people have been excited about this. The anticipation was building as Benediction was releasing singles, and my god, was I impressed with this album? Fuck yes, I was. The vocals, on the other hand, aren't as great as some other Benediction albums. I just feel that the vocals are a bit lackluster on this album, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The vocals are quite demonic at times, and these growls are really impressive. But yeah, it doesn't hold true to some other death metal albums like Necrod and even Skeletal Remains, and even Carnation. Vocal performance on those albums have just been absolutely fantastic. That's alright, because it's been 12 years since Benediction released the last album. The last album was absolutely fantastic as well. So I checked out this album though, holy shit, I was impressed. I really was. Some actually killer songs, some really melodic moments on this album, some really catchy guitar riffs. I would just question, what the fuck am I listening to? Like, what is this? This has an awesome groove. Iterations of I, fucking Scriptures in Scarlet, Stormcrow, some really interesting songs like Rabid Canality, which has some awesome moments and really nice guitar moments. And the drumming on this is absolutely fantastic, incorporating elements of the blast beats along with some really nice drum fills. It's definitely one of the best sounding death metal albums, you could say. This is a death metal album, by the way, but fuck, it is a very fun death metal album. It's definitely making my end of month list for sure, because I just love how fun and uplifting this album is. But of course, there are some moments, like I said, the vocal performance isn't that great, to be honest, but fuck, it's not as bad as Chris Barnes' vocals. No, not as bad as that. But his vocals are slightly deteriorating in my opinion, because there are better death metal vocalists out there, like the vocalists from Necrot, and even Skeletal Remains, and even fucking Carnation, and even Death Curia. Just so many better death metal vocalists out there now. Benediction Scriptures' main purpose was to really try not to stop your head from banging. Awesome moments on this album. Yeah, so this gets an 8.5 out of 10. Such an enjoyable album, it really was, and I fucking well enjoyed it. So guys, that's it for Discovery. So join me in a fortnight as I will give you another 6 albums that you may or may not like. So do you agree or disagree with my opinions? And I will see you in the next one.